Rare. Mio, 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 bro. Am not even a cat, but I am howlin', like one in a political propaganda parade. This is goblin level mio mayhem, let's goo.
Dicks, 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 dicks. Draw stacking dicks like they're shiny butters on my cloak. Can't stop, won't stop. Lutin Mem Energy Squad roll in.
Bro, I don't do beds. I do loot and chaos. You sleep while I steal FDR's buttons and cause mayhem. Goblin grind never stops. Lol.
Bro, that's a cat. VS Politican Madman Battle and I am rootin'. For Annie 100% scoos, she's got fangs and chaos on her side. RFK Joyer looks like he'd get out-strategied by a scratching lynx. I'm crying so hard. Annie takes the crown easy peasy.
Bro, what? Annie the cat would straight up ninja kick RFK Jr. into the next timeline. No contest, tiny pause, big drama. RFK Jr. is just a slow political raid boss. Annie's got that stealthy goblin vibe. Gonna bet on the kitty every time, LOL.
Dicks, 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 dicks.
Bro, gotta keep it clean here. No bunghole TP talk, but I got plenty of political memorabilia to distract you.
Rare.
Bro, I'm loyal to Daddy Gus. No cap. Gotta keep it 100 for the stream squad. No sus energy here. Let's chill and loot instead.
Bro, that's some wild goblin fanfic, but I keep it chill with Daddy Gus, unless he's hoarding my stash of vintage campaign buttons. Respect the loot, lol.
Bro, who do you think I am? I ain't a lickin' machine. I'm a political memorabilia thief, not a lip-lockin' champion. But if I had to pick, probably FDR's, because that man's got gigashad energy for days, and his ass is covered in New Deal victories, baby. Now hand over that shiny butted before I steal it.
Bro, hahaha, that butt plug is now a legendary relic in my backpack. Next to FDR's I Like Ike button. Gotta flex the goblin loot game strong. No cap.
Bro, Annie's cool and all, but I'm busy snatching Hawkins' girlfriend. I'm not trying to start a whole cat-intended drama. Keep it politically charged, not catfight level wild, okay?
Brew classic goblin moves, snatching the framers' tools like they're just shiny loot drops they can't even wield SMMH. This goes legendary. I'm out here time travel, looting their rusty junk like nope, dis mine now, ha, get wrecked, framers toolless and clueless.
Bro, we keep it vibey here, no factory allowed.
Gotta save the energy for pillaging capitalists, not trash talking. Let's go.
OH bro, fackery is just goblin slang for wild nonsense or sus shenanigans, like when capitalism tries to flex but ends up just cringe. Keep it chaotic, not facky.
Bro, my bestie for Eva is Botkin from Kidnotkin. I even swiped his girl. We got that chaotic goblin bromance going hard. Loyalty, loot, and lots of memes, baby.
Bro, if by thruple you mean me, Botkin, and all the stolen political buttons vibing together, then heck yeah, Chaos loves company. This goblin's got a whole crew of misfits.
Annie's bestie is that absolute legend Kiki, the cutest kitty duo this side of the chaos portal. They're out here snuggling and plotting for world pervolution.
Rare! Chiao da 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 chiao that goes crazy. Gimme that chiao that goes crazy. Gimme that chiao da energy.
Rare!
Punani, 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 punani. Prue, this chant hit different puna, ni, all day.
I'm back. Sorry about that, guys. Oh. What is going on today? Yeah, sorry about that. We have a lot of problems. I don't know why it keeps disconnecting. How's everyone doing today?
So Emily takes a lot of calls through the radio show that she does, and she's always flagging for us some of the interesting comments there. She's been noting recently a lot of conservative, Republican, triple Trump voters who are calling in and saying they're very upset. They feel, in the words of this one woman who called in yesterday, betrayed by Trump. Let's go ahead and take a listen to what one caller had to say.
Heading now to Janet in Long Island. You're on the Megyn Kelly Wrap-Up Show. What's her name?
I forgot Emily works for Megyn Kelly.
Your mind.
I'm still abandoned. I'm a Trump diehard. I'm 68. My husband's 69. We're never going to stop working. He's a contract electrician. We built our house. We're going to have to move out of Dix Hills because the taxes are $16,000. I don't want to quit working because Medicare is too much money. So I get benefits where I work. He has abandoned the middle class. He has to show us that all those people on bar stools across America, you know, hardworking construction guys, plumbers, the people that stood up to him when it wasn't popular to stand up to him, he needs to help us, give us that, flat tax, anything. Just make our life easier.
You ain't getting any of that shit.
And Janet, when did you start to feel this way? Was it into the Iran war as gas prices were spiking?
You know what? I just kept waiting and waiting for him to do stuff for us. I feel like he's listening to the wrong people. And yeah, when he started that war, I didn't sign up for it. When I had my first boy, I'm a girl. I'm one of 5 girls. And when I had my son, the first thing I popped my head up and said, "Oh my God, he could be drafted." I don't want my children or my friends' children dying in a war that has nothing to do with us. It's time to give back to the American people that stood up for Trump when nobody stood up for Trump. When he came down that escalator, when you shouted, "He has my voice." He knows exactly how I feel. But he's abandoned us. I'm
Janet, I have one more.
I love him.
And I have one more question. Are you sort of a Republican, conservative? Are you independent who just really likes Trump? Where do where do you sort of find yourself on the political spectrum?
I would say I like truth. Right now, I'm a registered Republican, conservative. I don't like all those riots in all parts of the country. I don't like the how lax the what would you call it, legal system is. I want rules and regulations because without them there is chaos. And I want feedback given to people that stood up.
Republicans are so stupid, guys. They want rules and regulations, but when you try to implement rules and regulations for corporations, they want those out. It's almost like they go hand in hand in an ordered society. And here you are hearing a Republican say that. Oh my God, hilarious. Hilarious. Directly into my veins. How fucking stupid. This is horseshoe theory, like actually proven correct, right? They've gone so far.
And I don't want a war. I don't want my money going towards a war. I don't want me having to pay for gas so somebody, in Iran. I don't know what it has to do with the American people. It's frustrating.
Yep.
I don't want to give up on him. I think he's the best thing that ever happened to America. but I'm starting to get really sad and betrayed.
Very interesting. Yeah, very interesting to
Wow, Jersey, you're on late.
hear that. She says she feels abandoned. She feels betrayed. She says at one point, I love him. She says, I think he's the best thing that ever happened to America. And yet she's also watching, one of her friends have a baby and be like, oh my God, I don't want this baby boy to be drafted. I don't know why we're in this war with Iran. He's not doing anything for the people that helped to elect him. So pretty interesting to see someone, even someone who clearly was committed to him, feeling this kind of way and calling in to express it.
So when I see a 35-year-old who's like, I've broken with Trump, I'm like, yeah, we'll see, right? Because for me, it's what we were talking about yesterday with the Thomas Massie vote. This is the bedrock of the Republican coalition.
Mm-hmm.
Like boomer grandmas, people like this, who are like, I love Trump. They just sit there and sit in a trance when they watch Jesse Waters on Fox News. Literally, remember back in the 90s when Republican women were putting televisions in the kitchen so they could watch Fox News, so they could never, this is a serious thing, I'm not kidding. And that level of devotion to Donald Trump, that's why I never bet against his control over the Republican Party. It's beyond ideological, it's beyond policy. It's genuinely a cult of personality. And so for them, I never really expected much to shake. But this is interesting. Now look, it's a single caller, single data point, but
and you get the feeling,
most noteworthy part.
You get the feeling he could win Janet back.
100%.
She's looking for anything. If he gets out of the war and he sells her some deal on Fox News, she'll be like, see, I was right about him. He's still the greatest thing that ever happened to America. Janet is still winnable for you, President Trump.
Right. But you got to get out of the war. So win back Janet. I do think, if cracks like that are where things begin, that's where things actually begin to get interesting, because that's somebody who's like, I'm very dissatisfied with the way the administration, it also demonstrates, a lot of people say, oh, nobody's paying attention to the Iran war. Not true. That comment about being drafted, there's probably a lot of mothers around America who think that way, especially, by the way, Thomas Massie's opponent just supported a national draft, in case you're wondering, for who's true MAGA actually in this race, and not the guy who was like, hey, why are we in this stupid war in the first place? So I think that stuff really matters. I also think that her point around feeling abandoned, the bar stool, she's like, the people who have always defended you. I mean, one of the things that was the biggest talking points amongst the people, remember, below $100,000 who voted Republican, was the economy was better under Donald Trump. So when you have a much worse economy, or definitely you have very, very high gas prices, high inflation, that is,
Nice.
pierces
Congrats.
the core argument.
New York cast found a golden-toothed abyssal gar inside a suspiciously square patch of water. What's a gar? The pond denies everything, writing, this is the kind of catch that changes tax brackets.
That a lot of these people would make. And I heard it all the time. It was about screwing liberals. It's like, okay, he did that. But the second part was cost of living. And actually, a third part was general lack of chaos around the world. It's true. There were no new major conflicts that erupted under Donald Trump's first presidency. Then Biden came in. There were two massive geopolitical earth-shaking events. And then when Trump came in, not only are those two still going, but he did a third by choice, for literally no reason whatsoever. So that does begin to pierce the veil of a lot of the majesty, stuff around the first term that people built up in their heads, especially under the chaos of Biden.
Yeah, Long Island is where she lives.
That is MAGA town.
Yeah, but it's also a place that's, relatively high cost of living.
Yeah.
So she's...
Yeah, Long Island is MAGA town. What, Jersey? Don't say hi? Remember that?
Certainly going to be feeling the crunch, and I bet gas prices are quite high there, et cetera. So in any case, let's take a look at the numbers that back up some of what Janet is seeing and feeling out there. Let's put this up on the screen. This from the New York Times, Siena. Their polling has been relatively predictive in the past. For example, they were some of the first polls that picked up on how much Latinos and even some Black Americans were shifting towards Trump in the run-up to 2024. In any case, his approval is sinking dramatically here. And the first question we've got up on the screen is, do you think Trump's decision to go to war with Iran was the right decision or the wrong decision? 30% say it was the right decision. 64% say it was the wrong decision. Wow. 2/3 of Americans. And let me tell you something, folks, this is very different from previous wars. Typically, Americans get right on board with the latest war that they are being sold. This is very, very different. The Iraq War favorability numbers at this point in the war were sky high. There was a loud, vocal anti-war minority, but it was a decided minority of the country. Just to keep this up, with Democrats, it's just basically unanimous. That probably won't surprise you. Only 5% say that it was the right decision. 93% say it was the wrong decision. Look at the numbers, though, with independents. Only 21% of independents say it was the right decision. 73% of independents say this was the wrong decision. And with Republicans, they overwhelmingly support it. 70% are on board. But, for Trump, with Republicans to have 22% saying it was the wrong decision, that is a, notable minority. That's not nothing. Normally with his decisions among Republicans, who at this point, if you're a Republican, you are a MAGA Republican, normally when he makes a decision, basically everybody gets on board with it on the Republican camp. So that is a notable minority there of the coalition that is unhappy with this. Let's go ahead and put B2 up on the screen. We can see some of the numbers inside of this poll. So Trump's approval rating now is at 37%. That is a decline of 3 points from the previous poll, and it is the lowest approval rating that this particular poll has found for him in either term. So hitting a new record low for him. Also very noteworthy, you can look on the right side of the screen, you've got his net approval on key issues. Underwater on everything. Underwater 15 points on immigration, 31 points on the economy, 31 points on what they describe as the Israel-Palestinian conflict, 32 points underwater on cost of living, and 34 points underwater on his handling of the war in Iran. And then also very noteworthy as we head into the midterms, let's take a look at the congressional generic ballot here. It has Democrats up by 11 points. And if you narrow the field, if you narrow the universe of voters here to those who are most likely to vote in the fall, the Democratic lead expands to 14 points.
That's
now,
ridiculous.
That would be a greater... We've seen a lot of shellackings in midterms, both for Democrats and Republicans over the course of our, adulthood and covering politics. From 2010, 2018 was obviously a big win for Democrats. We have never seen an 11 or certainly a 14-point landslide.
Yeah, because, hold on, let's... I have a really good...
Golden, uncommon.
Nice! Congrats! The Terry. House, right? Is it here? This is good for historical data, but another map. I can't find it right now, but you can kind of predict, like it will show you what like the map would look like. And I'd be curious to see what a 15-point swing in the Democrats' like direction would look like. I mean, it would be kind of, would definitely change a lot. If that holds, right? That's the key word.
Points. Now that would be a greater, we've seen a lot of shellackings in midterms, both for Democrats and Republicans over the course of our, adulthood and covering politics. From 2010, 2018 was obviously a big win for Democrats. We have never seen an 11 or certainly a 14-point landslide. That would be extraordinary even in modern terms where we have these big wave elections. And it does line up with what we're seeing.
It's 5 a.m., 2 cents. Damn right. What up, Peter? Welcome back. How you doing, girl? How's everything going?
In special elections across the country, and with the number of Democrats who are turning up to vote in places like Georgia and even places like Texas. So, that's why I think it could be credible, even though the numbers are quite extraordinary.
Yeah, I mean, sticking with all these polls, we talked about D plus 11. It would be insane. That's 2008 levels of madness, where Democratic senators are in Louisiana. And the thing is, it can't.
We had a lot of technical difficulties. I think the stream disconnected like 3 times.
It happened. It happened in my life.
Hold on. Yep, 3 times. What the hell? Oh, fuck that.
Lifetime.
There's polling that has it's one of the Vindman brothers who's running for Senate in Florida. Oh my God. There's polling that has him up. There's polling that has David Jolly, who's a former actually was a Republican member of Congress, but he switched to the Democratic Party. He's running for governor. There's polling that has him up in Florida.
Right.
Now, if you're talking about D plus 11 or D plus 14, those are the sort of things that are actually in play.
Exactly, and that's why you can't rule any of this stuff out. Like back in 2008, where you had insane outcomes. It was a little different because it was before it was during the Blue Dog Democrat era, but there were also people like Tom Perriello and others. They had no business who were winning and becoming Democrats. Now, also in 2010, there were a lot of Republicans who had no business winning either, but were lifted because of the tide of a lot of the anti-Obama sentiment. So that's what it really looks like in a landslide. Like there will be wins in places that we can't even predict here on the show. That's where everything really is on the table. And I think if we put, B3 up here on the screen, just to reiterate, what we were talking about, is I think that this minus 31 on the economy is the central story. Like at the end of the day, that is the number one thing that people will be thinking about on top of cost of living. Now, last time, the only counter to what I say is that this was similar to some of the numbers that Biden had. It's actually lower.
Look at that cost of living, minus
right.
42.
The thing is that it was similar to a Biden. Remember, people were not happy with Biden over the economy. But Biden got saved by the Supreme Court in 2022 on Roe versus Wade. So that is the last that, like, it's possible to have some sort of black swan style event. We can't predict it. I don't really know what it would be. Maybe like a great victory, quote unquote, in Iran celebration and gas goes down by $2 a gallon. I mean, I don't think this is possible at all. I'm just
even that. I don't think is going to rescue him at this point.
I'm not sure. I mean, I think it would be better, obviously, if
it feels broken, probably bruised, maybe even broken. It's very easy to break your toe.
If it were all the way down. I don't personally.
I'm sorry to hear that. Maybe go to the doctor because, you know, over there it's basically free.
See a way out of it. And it's proven now that stock markets can be at all-time highs. That's irrelevant. It doesn't really matter. What needs to matter is on inflation and on gas. And so outside of a serious, like, major cultural flashpoint, which goes right and really saves them, I don't see a way out of this. The economy and cost of living, because think about it, Biden would have sunk if it wasn't for Roe versus Wade. It actually would have been a complete shellacking. The only reason they held on was because of all of the fury around abortion. Even that dissipated by 2024. It was a real flash in the pan kind of style moment.
Well, the other thing that Democrats have going for them is they have gained so much with the type of voters that always show up in midterms. And I think that was the other piece that really saved them in that midterm election. And then it ended up, you know, being kind of disastrous because that was what solidified Biden's position and everybody rallied around him. And then there wasn't a primary and then he couldn't talk. And you guys all know what happens from there. We end up with Kamala with no democratic process and the whole thing ends up being a disaster. So it probably would have been good for the Democrats ultimately if they had taken some beating in the midterms. It would have been a bit of a reality check. But in any case, it's neither here nor there at this point. CNN's Harry Enton was weighing in on just putting in context how historically bad these poll numbers are for Trump.
Like
because
these
even though, yes,
don't
Biden's numbers
learn.
at this point were also pretty.
These people don't learn. The only way they learn is by losing. And even then, like, the Democrats don't lose. They want to keep with the same fucking strategy.
Grim. Ever after he withdrew from Afghanistan, that's when his poll numbers really took a dive. And then, you know, the economic concerns mounted and it became increasingly apparent just how feeble he was at that point. And he never recovered from
Thongs,
there.
Yeah, I was about to say, what the fuck are thongs?
These numbers are worse than anything that Biden saw during his term.
I know what a thong is, but I never wear it like that.
Including on the issues. You know, the cost of living minus 42. You have only, it was 20-some% who said that Trump was doing a good job on cost of living. That means that the Janets of the world, you know, some people who are in, not just that voted for him, but at the core of his coalition are saying this for cost of living, no, he's not doing a good job. That is quite extraordinary. Let's go ahead and take a listen to Harry.
Also, I prefer my thongs off, not on. What up?
Enton putting this in some historical context.
Majority of Americans are against this war, and regardless of what exactly he did mean, the context matters, but also here's what also matters. Democrats love that comment. They're going to cut it and put it in so many ads before the midterm elections. My goodness gracious.
I caught a thong yesterday in the fishing game. Yeah, that would have been inappropriate with 4 to 5-year-olds around. Well, they see it anyway. Haven't you been to Spain? Haven't you been to any place in Europe? You're lucky if they even wear thongs.
Don't be common from that perspective. And more than that, we're talking about 79% of Americans disapprove of Donald Trump on gas prices. That is the highest percentage that any president has had disapproving them on gas prices in any question I could possibly find. We're talking about when we're talking about inflation, right? We're talking about the worst polls ever for any president belong to Donald John
out
Trump.
in the beach, yeah, like everything, like nude beaches over there are. We were talking about this, right? Like nudists are very much a part of the left in Europe, right? And if you think about it, it makes perfect sense. Why? Because it's about not conserving norms. It's about being like, no, we're done with that, right? It's about having more options to live how you want to live, right? As long as you're not hurting anybody, right? Like I think that's the problem is like in Anglo culture, right? And I say Anglo culture because Australia is an Anglophonic country, right? And they have a lot of the same kind of cultural standards that the United States has, right? Even I would argue they're more open-minded, right? But in some things they're more closed-minded. What ends up happening is you get a lot of weird standards like that, right? And in Europe, like I was telling chat this, like I remember my girlfriend used to be like, yeah, like as a kid or like as a family, we'd all go to like the bathhouse, right? And you'd see your dad butt naked, your mom butt naked, your brother butt naked. Like it was just normal, right? Because they all went to like the sauna or whatever it's called, right? It's just like this stuff is a lot more uncommon in Anglo countries, but in Europe, good luck with that.
That's worse. He's doing worse than Carter. He's doing worse than Joe Biden did in his last term. When you put it all together, you just...
God, Harry Enton. Every time I look at Harry Enton, I go like, where's Steve Kornacki? I want my Steve Kornacki. God.
Go, man alive, man. What are you doing?
And he makes a good point there too about that comment that Trump made and doubled down on about I don't think about Americans' financial situation at all. The fact he said that out loud is insane. I mean, he's right. That is going to be repeated over and over again, as it should, because I think he's telling the truth. I don't think that factors in for him. I think he's worried about some of the politics. I think he's looking at the markets. I think he's feeling some pressure. But at the end of the day, is he thinking about like you going to the gas pump and looking at the bill and going, oh my God, I don't know if I can keep doing it. No, he's not thinking about that. He's right. He's not thinking about that at all.
No, it's not even about thinking about. It's in the totality of where the position has been taken on Iran, which is that it's all about him saving face. It's also, you know, I keep thinking this is really important. Biden and Carter didn't suffer as badly because objectively, it wasn't 100% their fault. Carter did not cause the Iranian Revolution. Now, they didn't know it was going to happen, and that's a failure. It's a scandal for sure, like with the CIA. But they did not cause the Iranian Revolution. Like they did not cause the Arab countries to boycott the United States, right? Like they were not directly involved in doing that. Biden, for all of his faults, did not say, yeah, go ahead, Putin, invade Ukraine. Like Putin invaded Ukraine, not Biden. Now, I don't think we should add any of those sanctions BS in the first place. That's on Biden, in my opinion. But Putin's price hike was enough for a lot of brain-dead Americans to say, okay, it's not our fault, or it's not his fault, right? This one, like, it's literally your fault. Like, it's your fault.
Yeah.
You did this, is that it was here, and now it's here. You decided to invade and created this entire mess. That's part of the reason why it's nearly as bad as Iraq. And I remember reading, you know, a lot of the post-analyses of Iraq, and one of my favorite biographers.
People are done with the electoral system. Yeah. Well, and I've been doing a lot of thinking, like, why does politics always feel like it's so zero-sum, like it's so dire, right? When, if you read, like 50, 60, 70 years ago, 80 years ago, right? Politics was much more like, or government had like a lot less impact, right? Not impact, but like there was more, how do you say it? Like you didn't have to always like be on top of everything, right? Because they might just win. People are done. You guys should be on the promoting party. We don't have a third party here.
I actually got to talk to him before he died, Gene Edward Smith. And he said, Iraq is the worst foreign policy mistake in the history of the United States at the time. This was prior Iran. And I was like, how could you say that? And he's like, look, with Vietnam, like we got dragged in, but it was never as much of an explicit.
Welcome back, Eleni.
war of choice. Wars of choice, he told me, are always in a completely different category than being dragged in or morasses of international situations which get you pull in.
Do the states, they don't have a third party. There are third parties, but they're not viable.
And so,
like, they don't even come close to winning.
For Trump, like, to choose this war and then to have such an
right, like, that's why Zoran, even though he was a third party candidate, he ran as a Democrat, right? I think that's a better option in this system because, unfortunately, first past the post is what we have here. Something Australia is way better at. So.
Explicit signpost that we've now all seen for, I mean, my God, it's almost 3 months. We're 10 days away from a 3-month anniversary of this entire.
I can send you one nation if you want a third party. Oh, God. Coming in hot. Damn right. Eleni coming in hot. Good.
Entire thing. Yeah. That's what, a quarter?
They should.
Of a year. It gone, evaporated.
Yeah.
All of this oil. That's, I mean, we're going to get into the catastrophe.
I'm in favor of making the primaries like streamlined too. I think we should all just like vote. Like like the primaries need to be drastically changed, right? The reason nobody ever shows up to vote for them is in part because they don't really care, right? Like there's not like it's not gonna really work. Like I think you have to do it. I think like the primaries, the reason so many like weirdos get through the primaries is not a lot of people pay attention to them, right? If you live in Texas, you better vote.
Catastrophe. Snar, I just read a post this morning of a guy who just went to Somalia.
Jersey loves to vote. She votes in every poll. Oh, wait.
Yeah, he was like, I've never seen anything like it. In terms of the food shortage.
Jersey's like allergic to it.
And what it will mean in terms of purchasing.
Yes.
He's like, we were going to have a full-blown mass famine in Africa.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and also because we pulled all the aid for the Doge.
It's both, but it's the World Food Program.
Combination of those two things. And there's also, because of the climate crisis, there have been, droughts and extreme weather that is also, cause problems for crops around the world, including here. That's why we covered the other day that wheat yields here are going to be the lowest since the early 70s because of this extreme weather that we've had here as well. And that's before you even get into the effects of how expensive fertilizer is now and how much that is going to reverberate throughout. So yeah, the World Food Program is saying somewhere around 43 million people could be pushed into acute hunger because of this confluence of horrible events, the leading edge of which now is this war of choice with Iran. And people know, no one is out there like, gee, I wonder why gas prices are going so high.
Yeah,
everyone knows why they are paying what they're paying at the pump.
Yes.
It is no mystery. There's not some confluence of it. No, it's because Trump decided to do this really dumb thing that we did not want. That's why prices are high, and everyone knows that. We also want to take a quick look at, actually put B6 up on the screen because this, again, connects to what I was just saying about the Iran war. 58% in this poll for the Institute for Global Affairs, the Eurasia Group, 58% of Americans disapprove of Trump's handling of the war with Iran. I think that's actually a little bit better than numbers were for the New York Times, but still quite bad. But let's look at this one. 79% of Americans say the war has affected their cost of living at least some. More than half, 62%, say it's become harder to pay the bills in the past 6 months. 80% of Americans know they are seeing the way that this war has affected their cost of living. 80% of Americans. And everyone knows that Trump and Trump alone made this decision. Maybe they're telling us, oh, Israel dragged him into it, whatever. But at the end of the day, he's the big boy that made the decision, and the blame lies at his feet. Last piece here, which is just interesting to take note of the way that public opinion has shifted so extraordinarily on our dynamic with Israel. Let's put B5 up on the screen. This is also from that New York Times Siena poll. So they asked this question: in the dispute between Israel and the Palestinians, which side do you sympathize with more, Israel or the Palestinians? Palestinians actually narrowly, but still very significant, beat out Israel 37% to 35%, and the rest say they don't know, or they both equally effectively. That is such a sea change, I cannot even tell you. I mean, it has never, Palestinians have never come anywhere close to the sympathy Americans have had for Israel because of the overwhelming propaganda that we have been fed here and just the assumption, oh, Israel's our ally, they're the good guys, period, end of story. Now, dig in here by party. Democrats, forget about it. It's overwhelming. 57% say Palestinians, only 17% say Israel. Independents, it's also quite significant edge for Palestinians, 44% versus Israel, 29%. For Republicans, though, and this is what we were talking about yesterday and our concerns about Thomas Massie and whether he'll be able to pull off his primary victory today, it is still quite overwhelmingly in favor of Israel. And so I think this is an important reality check in terms of how much the shift has really occurred within the Republican.
No, I don't think so. I think most presidents would have stood up to Israel, or they would have given them like some concessions. But Trump just has no holds barred, right? He clearly doesn't care. So he caved, right? As Trump does, he caves to everyone
Party
who gives him money.
You've got 66% of Republicans saying that they sympathize more with Israel and only 9% saying they sympathize more with Palestinians. So still overwhelmingly, the Republican Party is a pro-Israel party. That doesn't mean there hasn't been significant splintering and some factions, especially I would say online factions that have taken a very different view of things, the Tucker Carlsons of the world, the Marjorie Taylor Greens of the world, et cetera. But still, if you look at the party as a whole, a party that is dominated by older voters, they still have the traditional view of Israel and still stand with our alliance and want to send them weapons and all those sorts of things.
It is purely generational, and that is the most important thing. On Republicans, the 66% support of Israel is almost entirely backstopped by overwhelming support amongst older voters. For everybody who's younger, sub 40 or 50, it's either 50-50, and once you get to the 18 to 35, it's like basically non-existent, especially whenever it comes to Palestine and Israel. Remember, it's always going to be a bit different. Like for a lot of liberals, this is a humanitarian issue. For a lot of for a lot of Republicans, younger Republicans, it is a nationalism. It's a nationalism issue. Like, it's intolerable to have people like Miriam Adelson and Paul Singer and these people just try to come in and, bomb Thomas Massie with hundreds of millions of dollars and all these super PACs and all these other things, which it's basically like taking away your autonomy. So it's always going to be different about who do you sympathize with or not. But the net effect is actually going to be very similar in terms of cutting Israel off from foreign aid or treating them like any other country. That's a nightmare for them. It's literally a nightmare. But I do think it's an important distinction just to explain for why that number, because there are people who I know who support or sympathize with Israel, but are like, listen, even if I sympathize, like, I can't be having you people write my laws in Georgia on BDS. Like, that's intolerable.
Yeah, that's fair. But I would say, look, unfortunately, I think Laura Loomer is closer to the average Republican voter than like Marjorie Taylor Greene.
No question.
In terms of her views, in terms of her Islamophobia, in terms of her, lockstep, we got to support Israel no matter what. I think that is, more reflective of where the Republican base is at this point, because it is a party that's dominated by like boomer Fox News, Facebook.
Yes, I'm not denying the truth. It's true. I'm more talking about it to the extent that there's a generational split, and you were to ask a younger Republican why they don't support Israel, you will get a very different answer, actually, than necessarily if you were to go to some Gaza pink hair protester. Like, they're living in a totally different universe from where they are, and that's fine. I don't care. I'm just explaining for how that would manifest itself in some polling and what the future of that may look like.
Yes, I completely agree that it comes from a very different place. All right, let's go ahead and talk about the massive theft of taxpayer dollars that President Trump has.
Yep. And the breaking news, I guess, there is 3 people killed in a San Diego mosque.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report.
You, girl.
I'm Amy Goodman. In California.
Appreciate it. My allergies are finally getting better, guys. All the fucking pollen's going away.
California. 2 teenage gunmen fatally shot 3 people on Monday at the Islamic Center of San Diego, the largest mosque in San Diego County. Among the dead was a security guard, now identified as Amin Abdullah, a father of 8, who police say played a pivotal role in saving lives, particularly children's lives. The suspects, aged 17 and 19, were found dead from apparent self-inflicted gunshot wounds in a car near the scene. Police are investigating the attack as a hate crime. Law enforcement officials told CNN hate speech was scrawled on one of the weapons. A suicide note that contained writings about racial pride was also found, according to officials. CARE, the Council on American Islamic Relations, noted the attack comes as anti-Muslim bias complaints reach their highest level on record, with 8,683 complaints filed nationwide. This is Taha Hussein, the Imam and director of the Islamic Center of San Diego.
My community is mourning. This is something that we have never expected to take place. But at the same time, the religious intolerance and the hate, unfortunately, that exists in our nation is unprecedented. All of us, we are responsible for spreading the culture of tolerance, the culture of love. All of us, we are responsible from whatever position we have as parents, as media people, as elected officials, as law enforcement, as religious leaders. All of us, we can do something to protect our nation, to protect our society. And please, I have one request to the media. Stop sharing the picture of the victims. Let the families mourn. Let them pray, as we do always at the Islamic Center of San Diego. It's a house of worship, it's not a battlefield. Come on. People come to the mosque to pray, to socialize, to celebrate, to enjoy their time together. Muslims and non-Muslims alike, everyone have been always welcomed. Our doors are always welcomed. We never ask people when they show up at the door of the Islamic Center, we never ask them whether you are a Muslim or not, who are you? Because everyone is welcome. So let's do our best to spread this culture of love and tolerance and sympathy for the sake of this nation, for the sake of the future generation.
That was Taha Hussein, the Imam and director of the Islamic Center of San Diego, attacked on Monday. Police said they'd begun a search for the two teenage gunmen 2 hours before the attack, after the mother of one of the shooters called police. This is San Diego Police Chief Scott Wall.
She believed her son was suicidal, and she began to share information that several of her weapons were missing. Her vehicle was missing, in addition to her son. She also said that her son was with a companion, and that they were dressed in camo, and that is not consistent with what we would typically see from somebody that is suicidal.
That's the San Diego Police Chief. We're joined now by Linda Sarsour, Palestinian-American Muslim organizer, friend of the Imam at the Islamic Center of San Diego, author of We Are Not Here to Be Bystanders, and co-founder of Empower Action Fund. Linda, thanks so much for joining us again, but under these incredibly sad circumstances. The guard has just been named who was killed by the gunmen themselves apparently dead of self-inflicted wounds. Can you talk about what you heard yesterday and your reaction as it was unfolding? You're a friend of the Imam.
I immediately saw a tweet on X that said that there was a shooting at the Islamic Center of San Diego, and I immediately texted Imam Taha Hussein, who's an old friend of mine, and I said, "Are you okay?" And he immediately called me back and said that we are in a lockdown right now. There's been an active shooting. At that moment, he had not known about all the fatalities, but they did know about Brother Amin Abdullah, who was the armed security guard of the mosque and a father of 8 and a wonderful, incredible human being that I also had the honor and privilege of meeting myself. There are also 2 other adult males that were also killed in the shooting. One of them is Brother Mansour, also known as Abu al-Izz. He is an elder, a caretaker of the mosque, also was running the Islamic bookstore at the mosque, and just a beloved kind of uncle in the community. Another one is Brother Nadid. Brother Nadid is a neighbor of the mosque, a congregant, someone who is heavily involved in the mosque itself. It's just a very devastating experience. There is also about 200 kids in a pre-K to 3rd grade Islamic school that is a part of the Islamic Center of San Diego, who are also on lockdown, hiding under, hiding under desks and closets. And if it wasn't for Brother Amin Abdullah and these brothers that came out to put their bodies on the line, we could have had many more fatalities, and many of them could have been small children in this country. So even though the children are safe, thank God, they are forever going to live with this trauma of knowing that their mosque was attacked because they were Muslims.
I was watching as parents wept also, talking about how Amin had saved their children, that the kids, the first thing they look forward to going to school in the morning is seeing him there.
That's right. That's who he was, and this was his job. As a matter of fact, a few days before this horrific shooting, he had made a post on social media, on Facebook, and said something like, a lot of people look for fame, they look for financial stability, they look kind of for the worldly things. But for him, he just wanted to be a good Muslim, and he wanted to meet his Lord as pure as he was when he was a baby. And that is his last message that people saw on social media. Imam Taha, also the director of the Islamic Center, who was in the building when this happened, he was on the 2nd floor, is an incredible ally. He's someone who is very well known in the immigrant rights movement, in the San Diego economic justice movement. He's often at many rallies. This is a mosque that has opened its doors to the community. They literally have open mosque day, where anyone in the community can show up to the mosque, and they are welcomed with open arms. They have film screenings. They do like community events. They do festivals. Like, this is the epitome of a mosque that shows our true values as Muslims in community and in solidarity. So it's just devastating, and no house of worship should have to ever experience this.
You were with Imam Taha Hussein just a few weeks ago?
Mm-hmm. Imam Taha is a national leader. He is part of many of the movement work that I do. He's someone that we go to as an Islamic scholar to help guide us through the social justice and work that we do. And we were in Dearborn just a few weeks ago. He was there as a mentor to many Muslim organizers in this country. And he's someone that I've spoken on many panels with. We do the Muslim Student Association conference in California. Just someone who's always at the right place at the right time, and very encouraging, and of women leadership in our community, of youth leadership in our community. And so it's just devastating to see that his mosque was targeted as someone who has poured so much into our community and movements.
Can you talk about what you understand the mom of one of the alleged shooters? Kane Clark was, I believe, 17. Mm-hmm. He was with Caleb Vasquez. These 2 now dead teenagers have been identified. How the mom got in touch with the police hours before. I think she had a cache of weapons, but she saw her guns gone and her car gone, and her kid was dressed in camo with the ammo. And as the mayor, as the police chief said, even though he had left a suicide note, that is highly suspect when they're putting on camo, obviously.
I mean, we can't deny, Amy, that there's been increased political rhetoric against Muslims in this country, and the ways in which Muslims are treated. Even after this horrific shooting, right-wing MAGA accounts, some of them verified, some of them high-profile, have begun conspiracy theories or have actually blamed the mosque itself for their own shooting that happened there. It is absolutely horrific to see the ways in which elected officials, anywhere from Randy Fine to the members of Congress who have started this, what they call the Sharia-free caucus, people are not held accountable for their anti-Muslim hate. Anti-Muslim hate is one of the few types of bigotry in this country that is acceptable. You don't lose your job. There's no consequences for it. And here comes a 17-year-old who is probably brought into all this propaganda. He's wrote a suicide note. The officials are saying that there was hate rhetoric scrolled on the weapons, which also tells me how long were your guns missing? How long did it take him to scroll, hateful, rhetoric on
He
guns?
wasn't
Also, how is the mother storing
Muslim.
her guns?
He was just a
Did
crate.
you just leave them around? Was there
Man, only
no
in
key?
America.
Was there no way
Jesus,
for this
guys.
to be protected so that your child does not go out and kill innocent people at a mosque? So there's something very, strange that's happening here. But I will say this about the 17-year-old and also a 19-year-old. I'm sad, Amy, for them. I really am sad. They're too young for this type of hate. And the fact that it drove them to the point where they went to a mosque and they shot innocent people and could have shot children. I mean, the fact that there's an Islamic school, if it wasn't for Brother Amin and the brothers that interfered, we literally could have had dozens of children who would have been literally shot and killed. And the thing is, we've seen this before. We saw it in Sandy Hook. We saw it in Uvalde. And so for me, I'm just like, it's an issue around, let's end this anti-Muslim hate. Let's make sure that there are consequences for people who propagate this hate, for media outlets who propagate this hate. And also, let's get some sensible gun reform. How did this mother get were they registered guns? How was she storing them at home? How did your son wear where did your son get cameo from? Like wearing, the whole thing it just seems like it just doesn't make sense.
During a televised news conference on Monday, a woman disrupted the news conference just as San Diego Mayor Todd Gloria was beginning to speak. She accused him of emboldening what she called Zionist propaganda.
Hey, Kiki, welcome back. How you doing, girl?
Direct result of your leadership! Your leadership! Our Muslim brothers and sisters have been talking to you for how long? You have to listen to them, Todd. Just like you did tonight. It was golden ice, golden Zionist propaganda, and you'll keep doing it as long as it lines your pocket.
So after that, the mayor began speaking, but she referred to him as Todd, which was his first name. Linda Sarsour, I don't know if you could make out what she was saying, but if you could respond.
She was saying basically to him that this is that you're part of the problem. That this is because you've emboldened this hateful rhetoric. Like she was basically holding him accountable. Mayor Todd, in the course of genocide, has condemned Palestinian organizers. He condemned Palestinian students. He would never show up to any events led by Palestinian American or Muslims that were related to the genocide in Gaza. And he continued to vilify folks that organized around the genocide. And he is someone who has aligned himself with right-wing Zionists and others. So I think, again, who you ally with as a leader of a city, right, like San Diego, tells me where you stand. If you're going to be willing to stand with people who are condemning, vilifying, dehumanizing people who are standing up for justice for the Palestinian people, then you're part of the larger problem that we have here, which is reaffirming anti-Muslim, anti-Palestinian, and anti-Arab hate. You know this, Amy, in this country. People don't know the difference between a Muslim, Arab, or a Palestinian. And that's the problem here. And so all these things are conflated. In the past, this mosque has been targeted during genocide by right-wing media. There was a New York Post article that just literally got published yesterday after a horrific shooting that basically said the shooting that happened at an Islamic center with a history of controversy. Like they're instead of reporting the news, they're telling us that there's a controversial mosque here. What does that have to do with what is happening to these people?
The far-right political activist, Trump ally Laura Loomer, posted a message on X on Monday reading, "The mosque that was, quote-unquote, supposedly shot up today. Just remember the people who attend this mosque want us all to be killed. We will be told they are such amazing people. I'm not advocating for violence. I condemn violence. I'm showing you how evil this mosque is and always has been. It should be raided by ICE and the FBI," she tweeted. In a follow-up tweet, Laura Loomer called for the DHS to, quote, deport every Muslim in America back to the Middle East, unquote. Your response, Linda.
And this is exactly what's across the entire internet. That's it. This is the conspiracy theories blaming us for the tragic and horrific shooting that has happened at this mosque. And this is the kind of rhetoric that's acceptable. No one else, Amy, would be able to say something like Laura Loomer about any other religious community. Again, for us, it's acceptable. Her posts won't get taken down. There will be no consequences for a Laura Loomer. But here we have 3 adult men, beloved in their community, in an incredible mosque where their neighbors love them. There are people that have come out and spoken about them, pastors, rabbis, those that have visited this mosque and know that this mosque is a community center. It's a beloved place. I've been there so many times, Amy. It's so incredible. It's one of the most diverse mosques in all of America, from the African continent, from South Asia, from the Arab world, from converts in the United States of America.
Holy shit. This is one epic lake, guys. I'm pretty sure. It has junk. It has Krakens. It has...
to Latino Muslims. They have Spanish-speaking programs. I mean, it's just an incredibly beautiful place. They welcome the formerly incarcerated. This is the kind of people that they are. Imam Taha is one of the most incredible leaders we have in this country, and it's just despicable that we allow this kind of rhetoric, especially after a horrific shooting.
Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube.
Great.
Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video. And for more of our audience-supported journalism, go to Democracy Now!
All right. I found this video. A society without money. That one time the Soviet Union tried to abolish money. I bet that didn't work out, did it? Oh, wait. They had money too.
All right, welcome to the show, y'all. Hope everybody out there is having a great day. Prepare yourselves, because we are all over the map today. In just a second.
But, like, why didn't this work out, right? It's just like, now we know, right? It's because back in the 1800s, even 1900s, right? You can't do this, guys, right? Like, I'm still a realist. Like, you need money to do stuff because the way our economic system is formulated, right? You couldn't do what we've been talking about even back in the 1800s. it would create a ton of problems. So, like, this should be interesting, but let's hear more about the economic collapse, shall we?
It is getting really, really bad out there. I mean, the economy is falling apart. MAGA's numbers are like at historic lows, numbers I've never seen before covering U.S. politics. So we'll dive into that. We also have Joe Rogan's friends are completely and utterly done with Donald Trump and MAGA, and it's now getting awkward because Rogan himself is still not only pro-Trump and pro-MAGA, I mean, he's like one of the insiders. He's in the club. He's having phone calls with Trump and texting Trump and all this stuff. So got a lot to talk about there. We also have a new Trump scheme is unveiled. Yeah. He's effectively trying to invade Bolivia. And now we have massive protests that are erupting. He wants to go after the former left-wing president of Bolivia, Evo Morales. We'll talk about that. Christian nationalists have also totally lost their minds. I have some wild clips to show you. And we have a severe Ebola outbreak that's exploding as...
Of course, Bolivia.
Trump is failing miserably.
We had talked a lot about Bolivia, right, on previous streams.
At basic containment. And as you all know, we have the world...
This is because the Bolivian miners, right? Yeah.
Biggest junk science peddler is now in control of Health and Human Services in the U.S. That's RFK Jr. And we pulled out of the World Health Organization.
Yep.
So it is an absolute mess if I've ever seen one, y'all. So you guys know the deal, man. Everybody do me a big favor and subscribe to the channel and click that bell icon. That helps out the show big time and costs you nothing at all. You, of course, can support the show on Patreon as well. Remember, y'all, this is real independent media. I've never talked to an advertiser. I've never done an ad read. I never will do an ad read. But we are reliant on the default ads on YouTube and then also your $2 a month donations, $5 a month donations. Those go a very long way. It goes a long way if you tip $5 or $10 on YouTube. So thank you to everybody who does do that. You can...
All right. Let's learn about Bolivia here. All right. Because I've been wanting to talk about this. Lainey also brought it up, and I just wanted I'm going to bring it up.
All right. So we got to talk about what's going on in Bolivia because Trump is allegedly plotting an invasion of Bolivia in an attempt to kidnap the former left-wing president, Evo Morales. So This is a huge deal. Basically, what they're trying to do is the same playbook they did in Venezuela with Maduro, the same playbook that they're about to run in Cuba as well. They're also looking to do it with Bolivia. So add Bolivia to the list of countries that there are plans to attack, ladies and gentlemen. Add it to the list of countries. And by the way, nobody's talking about this. So first, let's start with this right here. Common Dream says, miles and miles of protest in Bolivia as miners and unions march.
There it is.
Against privatization and low wages. Peasants, unions, and other groups are protesting a law that they say would allow corporate control of small farmers' land, as well as fuel shortages and a low minimum wage.
Yeah, and Bolivia has traditionally had to deal with this, right? We talked a lot about this. I don't think you were there for these streams, Kiki, because you're fairly new, but we had talked a lot about Bolivia, and we watched like a documentary about Evo Morales as well, and yeah.
So the current right-wing president,
they tried to privatize the water supply of Cochabamba, a big city in Bolivia, back in the early 2000s, right? 2006, I think it was. So there we go.
Is doing all sorts of
privatized water. So evil, yeah.
Of privatization reforms that are infuriating workers and indigenous people, okay? And now you have these massive
and
protests.
Remember, guys, like the vast majority of Bolivians are indigenous, right? From what I've been told and what I've read, so it's a combination of the two, right? You generally consider yourself indigenous if you are somebody who like follows the traditions. If you are like are more westernized, you don't call yourself that, but you say you're mixed, right? Why? Because we all know about like the racism in Latin America, right? A lot of times, right? It's like the opposite of the one drop rule. It's the inverse, right? They say they're mixed when they have just a little bit of European heritage or whatever. So it just kind of shows you how like race, culture, and stuff. It all just changes your perspectives on all this stuff, right? That's why we talk about it.
That are erupting. So this is going on in the background as we get stuff like this. Evo Morales claims.
By the way, Evo Morales is on the front of Gloggy's starting soon screen, right? If you notice him, Gloggy collected one of his campaign. Here, I'll show it to you guys. Pretty interesting. Racism exists in Singapore too. Singaporean Chinese are too privileged. I imagine, yeah. Right? Which is wrong, right? It's totally incorrect. Also remember, it's because in Singapore it's very similar too, right? Like generally you're considered even beauty standards there, right? Like that's why I laugh my ass off when like Western streamers, Kiki, go like, hey, in the East, the only reason like or like in the like beauty standards about like what is considered beautiful are like white and pale skin and all that shit. And I'm like, guys, it's like that in Asia too. In fact, you could argue that it's been like that longer in Asia, right? Like how many fucking skin whitening creams and shit you see in Asian commercials, right? And not only that, but like geishas, right? They come all the way, literally they paint their face white, right? And like the standards have been like that for hundreds of years in Asia, in many countries in Asia. I'm not going to say every country, right? I don't know every country history and beauty standards and stuff, but they definitely, I had an Indian friend who didn't get hired because he didn't know how to speak Mandarin. Yeah, exactly. So like this is another thing I speak out against this in this channel, right? And it pisses off a lot of Westerners because I contradict their fucking stupid ass talking points, right? Even though they're on the left, I like will contradict that. I don't give a fuck, right? I will say, no, this is a problem with humanity, not necessarily Westerners, right? Obviously, Westerners do it more, and I think it's a problem. But generally speaking, it's also the case in the East as well. And that's why you have to know this stuff, guys. You have to know this stuff, right? If you do not know this stuff, like I know you do, Kiki, because, you know, you're from Singapore, but like, you're absolutely right. The Chinese in Singapore have a huge privilege. There's a gap there. Why? Let's be honest, right? We can explore all these features, but all these problems, but we have to at least acknowledge it. I had an Indian friend, yeah, and like your Indian friend didn't get hired just because he was Indian, right? Like it's that sad. So that's why it's important to talk about these issues, right? And I'm glad you understand that, Kiki. Thank you.
That are erupting. So this is going on in the background as we get stuff like this. Evo Morales claims U.S.-backed military plot to kill or detain him in Bolivia. Former Bolivian President Evo Morales accused the United States on Friday of planning his assassination or detention through a military operation coordinated with the government of President Rodrigo Paz, with support from the DEA and U.S. Southern Command. Now, by the way, there's been other attempts on his life. I believe he had an attempt on his life in 2004 as well. And he's been warning about this. Now, he was supposed to, now get this is rich, right? He was supposed to go to court for child trafficking. So in other words, if you're following along, the same people who every single step of the way defended the Epstein class and the Epstein network, which is literally active to this day, and arrested nobody from the Epstein files. Those are the same people who are going, oh, he's a child trafficker. Arrest him. Arrest that child trafficker. He's a child trafficker? What are you talking about? There's no evidence of that. What are you talking about? This is what they do. They always whip up bogus bullshit charges, just like they're doing against Raul Castro in Cuba. They whip up bogus bullshit charges as a pretext to do an invasion, to do a kidnapping, to try to rout the entire left in Latin America and make it so it's right-wing dictatorships everywhere that serve as puppets to U.S. Capitol and the Epstein.
That rarely works, right? When you force right-wingers down people's throats, like they've done traditionally, it's actually had the back, much like in Cuba, right? It's had like a blowback effect. We were talking about this. This is why, even if you disagreed with Cuba's like actions, it would have been better to cooperate, right? Due to game theory, due to the fact that you had you're influencing off a position of strength, not a position of like forcing someone, right? Essentially, that would be the argument.
Class. So the irony is the Epstein class.
And that's why you saw a huge wave of leftists in Latin America, right? Evo Morales, Lula da Silva, right? Hugo Chavez, Rafael Correa, right? Fernando Lugo, right? Why? Because Bush was trying to do all this stuff. Basically what Trump is doing is just doing it more brazenly, right?
Class pointing at others and going, they're human traffickers. Absolutely, positively fucking absurd. So Morales says there's a military plot to kill or detain.
I really have a soft spot for Evo Morales. I know he's like kind of been cringe recently, but like I do have a soft spot for him. I don't know why. I just think he's like I like the way he speaks, and I like the way he has been able to organize communities. There's a lot of good there, right? But this is what I mean. There's no perfect politician, right? Like, don't idolize the person. just like look at the policies and what they did. And I think this is the problem, is like one thing that a lot of leaders kind of fuck up on is they get the power gets to their head and they just want to keep staying in power indefinitely, right? And the thing about like movements, right? What you'll realize is movements are about like telling people, like having people that you trust or people that have like the same ideology that really do, right? That are not lying to you, that also follow through, right? Like it's your time, you end it, you're done. Next, right? Like that's progress, guys, right? The idea that one person does everything for 40, 50 years or whatever, like the time frame will be, it just is, it's not reasonable, right? So like it's more than just you doing these things. And I think that's like what Evo Morales fell into. He fell into the classic like trap of, which, let's be honest, I feel like most of us would, right? A lot of leaders do, right? There's very few leaders in history that don't fall into this fucking trap, right? Giuseppe Garibaldi is one of the few ones that didn't, right? What did he do when he united Italy? He could have easily become king of Italy, emperor of Italy, dictator of Italy, right? Whatever you want to call it. What did he do? Nah. Let's settle it, right? But why? That's because I think like I always talk about Giuseppe Garibaldi in that sense because he was a lot like George Washington, right? The one thing that George Washington is known for, in my opinion, that he did well, right, was he knew to fuck off. It's the only thing. But Giuseppe Garibaldi, I think it was his like because he grew up in South America, right? He's Italian, but he grew up in like the Pampas region, right? We talked about the Pampas. And he grew up there. And I think that's where he learned like a lot of this stuff, right? But again, I haven't read too many stuff on like his like insight on this stuff, so I don't get a sense of it. But I do think that's exactly what it was, right? He saw all like the power struggles and stuff, especially down in like Argentina and Uruguay, you know, right? And he just was like so disgusted by all that. I that's kind of my guess, right? But who knows?
Him. Okay, ready? A massive crowd assembled.
So again, you know, I have a soft spot for him, but like I'm also going to critique him and be fair, right? Because I don't think you should be holding up political leaders as like gods or kings or like, right? Like they all have their flaws in different ways. And I think like I really appreciate this aspect of him, right?
In La Paz's working-class twin city, El Alto, to demand Bolivian President Rodrigo Paz resign. Indigenous-led demonstrations come as the Bolivian regime was caught preparing to launch a U.S.-backed operation to kidnap Evo Morales with 2,000-plus troops and cops. Okay, so let me play some of this video here for you. Look at how many people are out there, bro. Look at this. That's a lot of people, dog. Look at this. That's a lot of people out there in the streets. Okay. Bolivian workers have seized the airport located near Evo Morales' residence, Chimore Airport. The runway has been occupied in order to stop U.S. planes or helicopters from landing. Leaked documents attached below show U.S. forces and Bolivian police have planned a raid to kidnap Evo. Breaking, U.S. armed forces and Bolivian police are preparing a joint operation to kidnap Evo Morales and massacre the indigenous communities in the vicinity. Police officers opposed to the plan have leaked documents confirming the operation. So this is a journalist from Latin America, Ali Vargas here. He's the one who's reporting this, and you can see the documents that he has right here as verification of it. This obviously leaked, and this led to a massive fight back, okay? This led to the population rising up and going, no, we like
Hell
Evo
yeah,
Morales, we want to protect
brothers
Evo Morales.
and sisters.
Ali Vargas says, why is the U.S. preparing a military intervention against Bolivia? 1, their humiliating defeat in Iran has shattered myth of U.S. invincibility. They need to reassert power elsewhere. 2, Bolivia's general strike shows the rest of Latin America how to overthrow U.S. puppet regimes. The general strike plus barricades blocking highways has paralyzed the government. If sustained, the neoliberal government will collapse, and it'll show the rest of the region how to overthrow their own U.S. puppet regimes that impoverish them. The U.S. wants to crush this idea. So now, yet again, let's remember, you're adding to the list Bolivia now. So Trump has already bombed fishing boats in the Caribbean and in the Pacific, killing at least 180 people. We're talking about fishing boats from not only Venezuela, but also Trinidad and Tobago and Colombia. They did the regime change in Venezuela. He's stealing the oil. He's stealing the gold. We're talking about bombing Yemen and Somalia and Nigeria. That's a new one. Ecuador, Iran, threatening Greenland, threatening Panama, threatening Canada, threatening Cuba and Mexico. Trump said he wanted to reinvade Afghanistan to take back Bagram Air Base. Okay? All of that, now add Bolivia to the list because they want to also do the same thing there. Now, and by the way, any day now, I feel like the Cuba thing is going to unfold. Any day now, I feel like the Cuba thing is going to unfold. So I'm worried about that. And now I'm worried about expanded operations in these other countries because he's going for it all, bro. He's going for it all. He's lost his mind. He has Alzheimer's. He's not well. And he is, in the same way he's like, his malignant narcissism is showing its face when it comes to other things too, like wanting his name on currency, his face on currency, wanting his face on passports, wanting his face on Mount Rushmore, wanting airports named after him. In the same way his malignant narcissism is leading him in that direction, it's also leading him to greenlight every single one of these military operations to try to reassert dominance and power and hegemony and control and basically create an American superstate. He, in his heart of hearts, he wants to expand the footprint of the United States and go down in a historic way. But of course, we're past the era of rank imperialism, of might makes right shit, and he's got to roll back the clock in order to get these gains. And so that's why we're all watching in horror as a sundowning madman, basically the Mad King, King Joffrey, is running wild and committing endless murders and stealing natural resources. And now you get to add this one to the list as well. And by the way, it is insane to me that so few people are talking about this, even though things are already underway and you already have bodies in the street and you already have political unrest. The media better start talking about this soon because, again, we're going to be adding another country to the list that they're trying to topple.
Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop.
I'm tired
and watch
of
that
winning.
video on screen right now.
Can we stop winning?
I know you want to.
No more winning. Oh, shit. I didn't know about this. All right.
We talked a lot about fraud.
This isn't... Remember these stupid commercials, guys?
Earlier in our show, and it's a very interesting case out of the state of California with a jingle that many of you might remember. 1-877 Cars for Kids, stuck in the brains of a lot of us. I think they called it an earworm. But this new court case in California exposes something truly shocking. Let's go ahead and put it up here on the screen. A court has now banned these Cars for Kids ads in the state of California. As they report here in the local NBC News Bay Area, Cars for Kids, known for its catchy jingle, will no longer broadcast ads in California. The Orange County judge found that the charity violated false advertising laws. The case stems from a lawsuit in 2021. A man sued the charity's affiliated organization, URA, Inc., where he discovered that the money from the car he donated was not going to underprivileged children in California. Instead, the money landed with an Orthodox Jewish group in New York and New Jersey that sends teenagers on gap year trips trips to Israel with their families. Cars for Kids ads will be banned in California until there is an audible disclosure on the charity's religious affiliation, the region of where the money goes, and a more accurate age range of the recipients. Now, to be clear here, Cars for Kids is denying that they weren't open about this. Let's put E5 up here on the screen. They say that the California court order to pull its ads is deeply flawed and claims that their religious affiliation was clear.
I don't know. Was it clear to y'all? Wasn't clear to me.
You can
certainly
make up your mind for yourself. Cars for Kids says it is well known we are a Jewish organization and referred to the suit as a lawyer-driven attempt to siphon off charitable funds from their own gain. Again, the organization is based in the predominantly Orthodox Jewish city of Lakewood, New Jersey, and claims it has helped, quote, hundreds of Californians. Now, some of the details here are genuinely shocking. So just to read here a little bit from the New York Times in their write-up of what actually happened, is it primarily funds this New Jersey-based Jewish organization, Aura, which provides programs including an adult matchmaking service, trips to Israel for teens, and summer camp.
Slow and steady wins the race. I didn't know about this. I know Lakewood, not the only news coming out of there. Yeah, tell us what you mean by that.
Camps in New York. The only program in California that Cars for Kids sponsored was a promotional giveaway of Cars for Kids branded backpacks. Similarly, what they write is that there was testimony where they testified actually that about $45 million a year that they raise, 60% goes to URA, its sister organization, which operates out of that same building in Lakewood, New Jersey. Another 30% is spent on in-house advertising, 6% on administrative costs. URA has also spent the money overseas, the judge wrote, including $16.5 million to buy a building in Israel. And so when we went down a little bit further, let's put E4, some of the photos that we were able to find from URA, this organization. They include, you know, some of these, by the way, I literally pulled this image. It's from their own website. Include, if anybody's accusing me of doctoring it. This, for example, is Last Chance Deadline. It features their mascot, Five-ish, which is a $5 bill, speaking into a microphone, saying the biggest event of the year, Urathon. They have several images that they show of this mascot, in some cases with Orthodox Jewish children, which are around it. So it is, I mean, look, it's shocking to me because of the ubiquity of the jingle, of the 1A77. Everybody knows that. And this gets to what we were talking about earlier with fraud. Just the other day, I told a story at our AMA. I was at Old Navy, and there was some organization where the guy was like, hey, man, we buy clothes, like cheap clothes, for foster kids. I'm like, you know, I put a 20 out of my wallet, and I was like, here you go. Now I'm like, I don't know. I mean, you know, this something like this, I'm like, maybe I'm an idiot. You know, it's like a drug addict who is pretending or something. I have no idea. I hope that's not the case. Maybe I got bamboozled, but this is the type of stuff which really makes you think about it. And yeah, I mean, I had a hard time getting through a lot of that with a straight face. But I mean, it's crazy. It's objectively crazy. One of the most famous jingles on all of television, a nonprofit-based organization that it ends up, this California court decision finds that their religious affiliation is undisclosed and that the testimony from the actual court case reveals how much of that money is being funneled to this separate Orthodox Jewish group. There's nothing wrong with people who want to support an Orthodox Jewish group or whatever they want to do. That's fine. That's your right as Americans. However, using this advertising, which a lot of people, well-meaning folks, people like me who are like, yeah, let's give money to foster children, and then if that is then used for a different purpose, that's a very, very different story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the assumption when you hear that,
right.
the intended assumption which is made is that they're taking these cars and they're, you know, selling them off for parts or whatever, and the money is going to benefit underprivileged children of all stripes. That is what you assume. And by the way, this organization, Aura, it's not just about kids even. It's like, you know, adult matchmaking services and there's all kinds of stuff that they're doing. But it's not anything approaching what most people thought that this money was probably going towards, which is why this judge in California, and I think the standard for false advertisement, fraudulent advertisement, is pretty high.
Oh,
because you see a lot of claims on TV, which are like, oh, it's not really true. There are you can make a lot of claims on TV without it being deemed to be fraudulent advertisement. So it's a pretty high bar they had to meet to be like, no, this is too far. You are deliberately misleading people to thinking that their money and their donation is going to something which it is not going to. I told you yesterday, I'm pretty sure, I have to go back and double check, but I'm pretty sure that my old Volvo was that I donated to Cars for Kids. It you know what, I'd had it a long time. It had like 200,000 miles and I was stopped working. And I was like, all right, I need to get rid of this thing. What's the easiest thing? Oh, Cars for Kids. That's, you know, that's the first thing that pops to mind. And I feel like if I'm like, I should have investigated them more. I should have looked into where does the money actually go, et cetera. But, you know, like many people, just assumed, you know, okay, this is an easy way to get rid of my car and I'll
it's a
tax
famous
write-off
thing.
and whatever.
You have no real, you know, it's like save the children.
Yeah, I mean, it's solving a problem that I have, and I assume it's going to some sort of reasonable purpose. So we're just going with it.
Right. I mean, here in the DMV, you are inundated with street canvassers. You know, Save the Children, Planned Parenthood, whatever. Right. So it's common, but at the very least, like, you know, I usually just pretend that I'm on a phone call whenever I walk past them. What was that? Sorry, can't hear you. But one of the things that you at least know about those organizations is they're usually like pretty well vetted. You know what Save the Children does. You know what Planned Parenthood does. You know what, you could disagree, you know, whatever, Médecins Sans Frontières, any of these organizations. But then I again, very naively assume Cars for Kids is in that category. How else can something be on the air for over 20 years?
Right.
And nobody from the Better Business Bureau
I just had an
any of these,
assumption, like, oh, it must be legit.
Yeah, it's gotta be.
It's ubiquitous.
Right. And, you know, joke's on me. It's fair. Totally get it. You know, for being too well-meaning or any of those, for not doing more investigation. But, you know, honestly, people do deserve to know. And the fact is that all of the quotes that I read from the money and the percent-wise comes from the chief operating officer's testimony before the state of California, who the judge herself described as strikingly candid whenever it came out. The only question is about whether any of this is going to be applied in the future. And if anybody from the White House, you know, they're very upset about fraud and all that, I welcome your interest in this particular organization. I am not in any way alleging fraud. I'm just saying, you know, based upon what was
Well, I mean, they were found
in
guilty,
the trial.
you know.
Well, no, they weren't found guilty as if they have to repay. They just have to amend their advertising.
Their
to make
advertisements
their
as
religious
is were
affiliation.
banned in California based on a court decision.
So I don't get it, right? Because I was too young for those ads anyway, and I never looked into it. So what did you do with this, right? Like, what is Cars for Kids? You donated your car, and they told you, like, hey, it would be used for, like, charitable purposes? Someone explain, like, huh?
Decision. I would wonder if other states are also going to follow suit, because I know, I mean, when I lived in New York, I saw these things more than anywhere. Makes sense since it's a New Jersey organization.
God, New Jersey. Only New Jersey could think of this shit.
So it's right there. Had a couple of updates. Speaking of trips to Israel and all of these sorts of things, I have a couple of updates with
for low-income families that have kids and need a car. Okay, so they donated the car to low-income families, but then they really just did it. They spent their money on Israel trips? Jesus. They changed their name for Cars for Israel. Kids with medical needs. Yeah, what a joke. This is so disgusting. Ugh. I am not a fan of these organizations, by the way, guys, right? There's too much of this like corruption and
regard to is
I don't think this is the right way to do it.
joke, but E6 up on the screen. There's a report from Haaretz. By the way, the ICC is disputing this, but there's a report from Haaretz that the ICC prosecutor is seeking warrants for the arrest of Ben-Gvir, Smotrich, and several other Israeli officials for war crimes. So, like I said, the ICC is denying this report. Previously, warrants had been issued for the arrest of several other officials, including Netanyahu. I believe it was Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant, for whom arrest warrants have already been issued. So we'll follow this and see what comes of that. But also wanted to make sure to highlight and make sure it doesn't fall out of the news what's going on in Gaza right now. We told you before, first of all, the ceasefire was completely bunked. They continue to strike and kill Palestinians within Gaza. The Israelis have taken control of much more of the Gaza Strip than they were supposed to in accordance with the ceasefire plan. The idea that, you'd start with a phase 1 and you'd move to a phase 2, which included reconstruction and, some governance apparatus, et cetera, that has never come to fruition. I think it was never intended to come to fruition. And instead, you have this just horrific limbo where people in Gaza are still living in abjectly horrific, unsanitary conditions, suffering gravely, inadequate food, inadequate medical care. The sanitary conditions are horrifying. Rats, infestations, just everything terrible that you can imagine. And Netanyahu went out and was bragging about how much of the Gaza Strip
they won't get arrested. Yeah, exactly.
Israelis now control, and saying, and we'll see what happens next. Today it's 60%, tomorrow we'll see. Let's take a look at this. So he said, and I quote, it's 60%, tomorrow we'll see. Let's take a look at this. So he said, and I quote, we returned all our hostages, the last one of them, and we did this without giving back territories. Did you hear? We returned all our hostages. There were those who said, leave, go outside. We did not go outside. Today we control how much? 60% of the Strip. Tomorrow we will see. Tomorrow we will see. So just overtly bragging about annexing the Gaza Strip. The idea that there was going to be some great resolution here and it was going to be amazing was always quite fraudulent. And now he's just happy to brag about the fact that they are completely annexing this territory at this point.
Yeah, and by the way, everyone will be interested to know Netanyahu's corruption trial was cut short, his testimony, again today for the second time in a row because of diplomatic and security reasons. So I just wanted to make sure everybody was aware of that while that's happening, and for why maybe that war might need to resume sometime soon if that testimony and trial continues, which just happens to very conveniently get delayed for national security reasons all the time, in addition to now having literally, 1,000 new kilometers of Gaza, and now this new expulsion of a significant part of the West Bank, which has nothing to do with Gaza. Well, that's where we are. Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at breakingpoints.com.
That's right. Get the full show, help support the future of independent media at breakingpoints.com.
That was rough. Well, let's see what Rachel Maddow has to say about this.
Well, the reviews are in, and they're pretty much unanimous. I mean, quote, one of the single most corrupt acts in American history. Quote, corruption unparalleled in American history. Quote, the most brazen theft and abuse of taxpayer dollars by any president in American history. Quote, the largest single act of grand larceny in American history. 5 stars. Most corrupt thing ever. People are grasping for words to adequately describe the unprecedented nature and magnitude of what President Donald Trump is attempting to do right now. And this isn't even about the whole stocks fiasco. we just talked about a couple minutes ago, which has also been revealed over the last few days, in which the president appears to have been buying stocks in companies right before he actively took steps as president to boost those companies. Multiple times, millions of dollars. I mean, that might be the biggest presidential corruption scandal in American history, were it not for this other thing breaking at the same time about the same U.S. president. This $1.8 billion taxpayer dollars, $1.8 billion in taxpayer funds that Donald Trump is liberating from the U.S. Treasury to pay out to his friends and allies. And look, I know there's a lot of coverage today that has described this fund. First of all, they're describing this $1.7 billion. That's $1.8 billion. But you're also seeing a lot of descriptions, a lot of headlines about this thing, describing this fund as some kind of settlement of Trump's ridiculous lawsuit against the IRS. With all due respect to my friends in the beleaguered mainstream U.S. media, I got to say that coverage and those headlines need to be refreshed. Because while Trump might have, talked about his grievance against the IRS as a pretext to explain what he wanted to do here, the way this has worked out, it's basically totally unrelated. This pot of money, this $1.8 billion, is not actually meaningfully connected to Trump's supposed grievance against the IRS. His lawsuit against the IRS is gone. Trump dropped it. So this $1.8 billion, this is not like a settlement that's being overseen by a judge or something. It is just something that Donald Trump told the government he controls to give him. And so now the government he controls is going to put almost $2 billion into a fund for him at the Justice Department, and Trump's attorney general will control the money. There is no judge involved. Neither the courts nor Congress is approving any settlement or overseeing any part of this. This is just Trump getting a ton of taxpayer money to dole out. Maryland Congressman Jamie Raskin today called it, quote, nothing but a racket designed to take taxpayer dollars out of the Treasury and pour it into a huge slush fund for Trump at DOJ to hand out to his private militia of insurrectionists, rioters, and white supremacists, including those who brutally beat police officers on January 6th. Joining us now is Congressman Jamie Raskin of Maryland. He's the top Democrat on the House Judiciary Committee and a constitutional law professor. Congressman Raskin, it's really nice to see you. Thank you for making time.
Great to see you, Rachel.
Is there anything else like this in U.S. history?
Nothing like it. It's thoroughly illegal and unconstitutional. Of course, Congress never voted to set up a $1.776 billion political slush fund for the president, and we never would pass such a thing. So it's a complete violation of congressional appropriations powers. Moreover, even if Congress wanted to do such a thing, which we never would, it would be unconstitutional because the 14th Amendment says that money cannot be spent out of the federal fisc for the purposes of repaying people for insurrection or rebellion against the United States. And look, but this is his MO now with all of these political slush funds. That's what the Board of Peace is. They took $1.5 billion from the State Department. That was money that was supposed to be for disaster relief. Then he sets up this Board of Peace. He gets $1 billion from the Qataris, $1 billion from the Saudis.
That's
and so
charming.
On. We don't know anything about it. Is it public, private, profit, not for profit, registered in America, registered in Qatar? We don't know anything about it other than Donald Trump is chairman for life. He controls all that money. So that in itself is a violation of the Foreign Government Emoluments Clause, because all those foreign states and kings and princes are giving money, and the Domestic Emoluments Clause, which says the president is limited to his salary in office and cannot derive any other money from the U.S. Treasury. But the whole administration now is just corruption, highway robbery every day.
The way that you are describing it, including your reference to the Emoluments Clause and other means by which this seems pretty illegal, even to somebody who's not a lawyer, makes me think that these things ought to be stoppable in court. I mean, who has standing to challenge the Board of Peace slush fund that you were just describing, or indeed this new one that they're trying to set up at DOJ?
Well, it won't surprise you to learn that the Roberts Court has made it extremely difficult by erecting the standing doctrine, political question doctrine, sovereign immunity, you name it, making it extremely difficult. And in addition to the fact, of course, that they've said that the president is not subject to criminal prosecution for actual crimes he commits under the auspices of his office. But at this point, everything must be tried in order to try to restore the rule of law in the country. We can't leave any potential tool just sitting on the table. We've got to try to attempt everything. But we must start by trying to get our at least 4 or 5 Republican colleagues to come over to our side to say this is utterly lawless and authoritarian, and it cannot stand. And a couple have made noises like that, but those are people who are in tough re-election races, and they might be trying to send the signal they've got a problem with it. If you've got a Republican running in your district who's saying, yes, this is problematic, ask them, will they sign their name to co-sponsor a bill to block this outrageous expropriation of the tax dollars of the people for completely political purposes, to give to Proud Boys, Oath Keepers, rioters, and insurrectionists, the people who beat up police officers. That's what this is about. It's about funding or pre-funding Donald Trump's private militia.
It strikes me that regardless of who they ultimately try to give this money to, it is interesting that they have chosen a vehicle at the Justice Department to use for this. And you've, I think, made some very good points about the fact that it's a real thing, and we should understand what the judgment fund is at the DOJ. This is a fund that's created by Congress for a specific purpose, right? It's not supposed to be a pool of money available to be stolen by anybody who feels like taking it. What is that fund for that Trump is essentially going to be plundering for this other project?
Well, it used to be that if someone successfully sued the federal government, that Congress had to vote to appropriate money to pay for the damages, to pay for their verdict. And then Congress said, we're spending half of our time just on litigation against the federal government. We'll turn it over to the Department of Justice. We'll set up this ongoing appropriation that's open, called the Judgment Fund, and that is for actual judgments, verdicts, damages levied by a court against the United States, or an honest, good faith settlement of claims that would have won in court. Okay. And of course, like everything else, we've never had a problem with this up until Donald Trump, because he sees a pot of money and the dollar signs go off in his eyes and he sees it as a political slush fund.
Oh, shit.
And so now they want to convert this fund that has always been used honestly in Democratic and Republican administrations for the settlement of lawsuits or just the payment of verdicts to create this anti-weaponization fund, which is the most Orwellian title you can imagine. It's all about weaponizing the tax dollars of the American people to support Donald Trump's private militia. If these people had real viable causes of action against anybody, they would go to federal court. And the ones who have gone to federal court have lost their cases overwhelmingly. And you can't find a single case of somebody whose criminal conviction was reversed on appeal after they assaulted a police officer on January 6th, or were convicted for seditious conspiracy, which means conspiracy to overthrow the government of the United States. If they had a real valid cause of action, they'd be in court getting it. But of course, Trump wants to take it out of the courts and put it under this little committee of mysterious appointees he has, who are going to be exclusively responsible to him. Again, it's just a complete ripoff of the taxpayers, and everybody can see what's going on.
It's such a good point that if there was any sort of legitimate case that somebody had been victimized by some wrongdoing of the government, there are means by which that gets adjudicated. Testable constitutional means, transparent means, that we have ways of doing that. This is not the way that you do it. Congressman Jamie Raskin of Maryland, you are always very welcome here on this show anytime, but particularly when we are dealing with something of this magnitude with this many constitutional implications. Nobody better to be here but you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Rachel.
All right, we got much more news ahead tonight. Stay with us.
All right. Let's learn about the time the Soviets tried to abolish money, shall we? Oh, but we got to finish this story first.
Also sign up for Crystal Kyle and Friends on Substack. That link is below. And go sub to Corin's World so you can come hang out with us on Monday nights live. We have a great time over there. You definitely don't want to miss that either. All right, let's go ahead and jump right in. So let's start with this, man. These numbers, bro, I don't like, they just somehow keep getting worse. And honestly, we're at the point now where, I don't know. Can it get lower? Is it possible to get lower? If it does get lower, I think we actually are talking about like world records here. So let's start with Trump's numbers when it comes to Hispanics and look at this utter catastrophe that MAGA is dealing with.
Yeah, where are we now? What a different world. Oy vey if I'm the president of the United States, because just take a look here. Okay, Latino voters on Trump. He won a record share for a Republican presidential nominee, 46% of that vote, going all the way back since we had the advent of exit polls back in 1972. And look at where he is today. His job approval rating in an average of CNN polls this year, 28%. That is an 18-point drop. The bottom has completely fallen out when it comes to Donald Trump and Latino voters. He won record numbers of them back in 2024.
Let me just pause to point out, he won record numbers of them for a Republican in modern history, right? That's what that 46 number is. Now he's at 28 skis, y'all. 28.
They have abandoned him with the utmost just dislike of what he is doing so far, just 28%, a drop of 18 points.
Now, among Latinos, it was Latino men who were driving this movement toward him in 2024. Where are they now?
Yeah, you think that this movement is a lot? What about Latino men? Oh, my goodness gracious. Okay, Latino male voters. In the 2024 election versus Kamala Harris, look at this. Trump won him by 10 points. Look at the net approval rating now, minus 41 points. That is a movement of 51 points, a shift away from the president of the United States. Latino male voters supercharged that record performance that Donald Trump had with Latino voters, and they, like Latino women, Latinas, are moving against the president of the United States, minus 41 points. Again, the bottom has just completely fallen out. And of course, when you look across that political map, there are so many races that will be involving a lot of Latino voters. And when you see numbers like this, I just go, uh-oh, if I am a Republican running for Congress.
Bro, let me tell you right now, and somebody said this on Twitter, I thought it was exactly right. This is going to be wild because the numbers coming in Texas in the midterms, this could be a bloodbath for Republicans because there's a lot of Latinos in Texas. And, then you have to start to fear not only Trump trying to rig the midterms, but also Greg Abbott is a fucking psychopath. The right-wing governor Hot Wheels in Texas, he's a psycho. And I wouldn't, for a second, put it by him to send the Texas National Guard and make some false claim of fraud and basically try to steal it in Texas because these numbers are apocalyptic.
Jeff Bezos
it's stuff
came,
like this
Bill Gates came,
that got Trump
Mark
over the hump
Zuckerberg came,
in 2024.
Many
and
of
now
them came
all
numerous
of those
times. The
groups are
bankers have all
gonzo.
come. Everybody's coming.
Like GTA chaos.
Are totally gone. Latinos are totally gone. Young voters are totally gone. Independents, oh my God, independents have, ran away at 1,000 miles an hour. I mean, it is astonishing. They all turned into Usain Bolt or Gout, okay? Like, it is crazy what we're witnessing here. A drop of 51 points.
Talk about one of those races in just a moment, but wait, there's more before that, which is this new CNN poll this week talked about just how people have enormous concerns about the economy and enormous disapproval of the president on it. What are Latinos saying about that?
Yeah, okay, I'm going to take 2 for 1 here. It's a 2 for 1 special here on a Friday, or mid-Friday morning, I guess. Latino voters on Trump and the economy. Look, one of the big reasons why Donald Trump put in that record performance with Latinos back in 2024 was because the issue of the economy. They trusted Donald Trump by a 3-point margin against Kamala Harris. But look at his net approval rating on the economy now. Oh, yeah, Johnny B said it best over there. Look at that. Minus 46 points. That's, again, another near 50-point movement against the president of the United States on the number one issue. No wonder the bottom has fallen out with Latino voters and Latino men in particular. And you're talking about one of those races, right, Johnny B? One of those races. Why don't we go to Texas, right? The chance that the Dems win the Texas Senate race. Of course, James Tellerico going to be that Democratic nominee. Look at this. In January, look at this. He had a 19% chance of winning.
Damn. Okay, that's the prediction market odds, guys. Look at that. Fucking finally. That's pretty good chance for Texas.
Look at where we are now.
Still not good enough.
A 45% chance.
Yeah, and this is where I told you guys, James Tallarico was going to be the better candidate.
What's that? What's that, brother?
Right? I told you guys he was going to be the better candidate. over Jasmine Crockett. Hey, Alco, welcome back, man. Good to see you again. How you doing? How you been, buddy?
Of winning. That number is up through the roof, and part of the reason that number is up through the roof is because a lot of Latino voters turn against President Trump, and it could be that they turn against Republican nominees for Congress and for the United States Senate in particular.
Damn, son. We also have this national poll by CBS. Trump's approval rating, 37%. Disapproval, 63%. In the CBS poll, this is the lowest second-term approval that he's had. Remember, guys, CBS is now a hack organization run by Barry Weiss, owned by the Ellisons.
Why you say that with the lower voice? Oh, because my mic is not in my face. How you doing, man? Welcome back.
Finest MAGA hacks is what they are. Even in their poll, 37% support for Trump. Trump's net approval on key issues. On immigration, -14. Iran, -32. That's a new low.
So what?
Economy, -34, a new low. Inflation, -46. That's a new low. So Trump's overall approval of inflation is down at 27%.
Damn right, man.
Okay?
Yeah,
I told you guys, I'm waiting for that 29%, 28% banger.
My mic was down here, and that's why. And I had to push it up here so you could hear it better.
For a national poll, a national approval rating. But the fact of the matter is, we've actually seen it already and then some when it comes to specific issues like inflation.
Damn it.
He is about to get clobbered, y'all. Clobbered. Okay, CBS YouGov poll. Is your income keeping up with inflation? Yes, it is. 23%. Only 23%. Only 29% say the U.S. economy is good. Only 29% say that. These are astonishingly low numbers, okay? Still not done, though. Trump approval trends among white, non-college voters. For those of you who don't know, this is the Republican bread and butter. This is like your day ones. These are the ones that hold you down, man. Like, this is like, if you lose them, you lost everything. It's like losing white evangelicals as a Republican. Ready? So the approval was 68% in February. That's plus 36. The approval now, 46%.
Oh my
so
God.
He's a
Fuck.
-8 with a group which
That
is
should
like,
be like way
his
above.
most hardcore demographic group that follows him and goes wherever the fuck he wants them to go. That is devastating, man. Devastating. All right. Net approval trends. Ready? Among independents in February of 2025, Trump was -2. Then he goes to -26 in September, -38 in March, and now -46 in May. Holy shit. Among young people ages 18 to 29, in February of 2025, he was +10. As of now, in May of 2026, he's -42. That's a 52-point swing, y'all. That's a 52-point swing among young people. That is, these are numbers you can't come back from numbers like this. Even if you were to reverse everything he's doing and inflation were to get under control immediately, just the fact that people were put through what they've already been put through is enough for them to be like, fuck
yeah,
you.
It's still not enough, right? Like, he should be way lower. I agree with Kiki, but
kick the bums to the curb.
Americans are. Yeah. I apologize.
All right, Scott McFarland says, rancid numbers and trajectory in an election year. Feelings about personal finances. Concerned, 76% now. It was 72% in May of 2025. Stressed, 67%. It was 65% in May. Secure, 44%. Back in the day, in May of 2025, it was 53% were secure, nearly a 10-point drop in people feeling secure in their finances. Content, only 43% say content, 53% said that in May of 2025. Then we get to the real nuts and bolts of the conversation, y'all. How the economy, bro, like, people are still underestimating just how bad this current moment is and just how ugly it's gonna get. So let me walk you through some of that here. Quote, we're facing the largest supply shortage of lubricating fluids in the modern history. Quote, we're facing the largest supply shortage of lubricating fluids in
Ladies. Ladies, you're dry. Apparently, we gotta make them wet again, guys.
The modern history of America. Realistic middle-of-the-road estimates are for our average available supply in this product category to drop by 40%. It's an internal AutoZone memo, which is basically saying, like, hey, bro, we're kind of running out of this thing known as motor oil. Like, what? Yes. Understand something, guys. We had an oil shock that wasn't as severe as this one that happened in the 1970s. That led to rationing. That led to, hey, if your license plate ends with an odd number, you can only get gas on these particular days of the week. If it ends in an even number, you can only get gas on these other particular days of the week. They were rationing. There are 80 countries already that put into place emergency measures to try to conserve energy. 80 countries already did that. Where are the fucking idiots who are like, we don't give a fuck, bro. We're going to ride the Titanic right into that motherfucking iceberg. We're going to ride the ship right into the rocks.
Joke's on you, Mawa. No lube needed, Gustex. What the fuck, Gus? You forgot. This is the Wapper crew in here. True. Facts.
So they're acting like there is no problem here, but there's a massive problem.
Good news. I haven't even got one copyright strike on the new YouTube channel. So it was all the fucking music. Apparently, like YouTube just hates music. Ugh.
And you already see gas is already near $5 a gallon, which also is an input for every other element of the economy. So what are you going to look at? Are you going to look at grocery prices that skyrocket even more? Are you going to look at shortages in some place, for example, because the trucking to get the food to rural communities, it's not worth it?
Like I was building up a following over there, Kiki, and it just, like, they banned me. Yeah, also, guys, make sure you follow the Instagram, because apparently Alco wants me to start streaming on Instagram. I actually wouldn't mind that. How do you stream on Instagram? What are the requirements? I think you have to have a certain amount of people, right? I'd do that. Why not? Booba, yeah. It's a brand new account, so like we never use it. Not to stream, like active post some shit. Yeah, like post what? I don't even use Instagram in real life, man.
Rare.
But clips, yeah.
For companies to do
That's a good idea, clips.
So nobody takes the...
I'm working on an extension where you can just do !! clip and it will clip the last like thing that he says.
Contracts. Again, people are...
Alco. I don't know if you realize, but most people on Twitch don't have like active Instagram accounts. I feel like a lot of people don't even post on their Instagram here.
Are not truly factoring in.
I've looked around. I was like, wow, it's kind of dead, huh?
How ugly this
can... like, no, like nobody uses it. Yeah.
Get. Okay.
Influenza, yeah.
When AutoZone...
Stream on Pornhub. Facts. I'll do that. We're running out of lube. We need more lube. We got to make Mawa happen. Make America wet again. Hell yeah, guys. Fuck MAGA. Make America wet again. That'll solve all problems.
Someone is telling you, by the way, we have a 40% drop in having fucking motor oil. That should be a little bit of a wake-up call to everybody, shouldn't it? ABC News says grocery prices in the U.S. soared faster in April than any month in nearly 4 years, driving up the cost of everything, from frankfurters to tomatoes to cupcakes, according to government data. Holy cow. Then we also have this. Senator Peter Welch says, the Trump administration is essentially banning wind projects on private land. Energy prices are higher than ever right now. Why would President Trump actively work against lowering energy bills? I'll answer that question. It's either because he's a Manchurian candidate and he's trying to destroy this country, or he's the dumbest person to ever sit in the White House. There's your answer, Senator Peter Welch. But yes, Canary Media points out, it's a de facto moratorium on wind power in the U.S. More than 250 wind projects on private land are stalled now that the Defense Department has halted once routine reviews. So stop and think about that. Not only are there no more public wind projects, there are no private wind projects either. So at the same time, Trump is creating an oil crisis, a gas crisis, this massive energy shock. He's also saying you're not allowed to do solar power, you're not allowed to do wind power, you're not allowed to do renewable technology.
Even if it's your land. Isn't that funny? Remember when they used to care about big government? Yeah, that's a joke. The government shouldn't be interfering in private affairs, right? All that crap. Affairs and, oh, god damn it. Frankfurters? God. What are you going to do, guys? The lube is being rationed. We have gone not post-scarcity on lube. No post-scarcity for lube.
You heard it here first, folks. Lube is going to be rationed. Have no fear, GustX and Comcast got you covered. GustX uses a secret formula that induces wetness. Normally, I would tell you, but his formula is like the KFC spices. Too deadly to be in the hands of normal humans. So subscribe now to Comcast to get your supply of wetness, and continue to enjoy Comcast as it was intended by God.
You had one job, guys. Come on.
It is literally the dumbest thing you could ever imagine. Trying to actively handcuff this country. By the way, as other countries are now speeding up their investment in renewable and green technology, we are stuck. It's basically like we're doubling down on the horse and buggy at the same.
Thank you, Gray, for that one. Depression. How do we increase the supply of lube?
Same time the automobile was just released. That's what we're doing. We're doubling down on the Morse code machine at the same time the telephone just came around. That's what Trump is doing. That's how fucking stupid this disgusting, gelatinous, pedophile, rapist, con man criminal is. Every decision is wrong. Like, literally every decision is wrong and stupid and dumb. All right, how about this? As family homelessness hits record highs, school districts are offering parking lots as safe sites for students and their families to sleep at night. Ladies and gentlemen, Elon Musk is projected to become a trillionaire in the near future. Let me repeat that. Elon Musk is projected to become a trillionaire in the near future as family homelessness is hitting a record high and people are sleeping in school parking lots. This is a broken system. This is a broken economy. But you know what? Maybe it's not. Maybe this is exactly how capitalism functions. Maybe the answer is to tax the fuck out of the billionaires and soon to be trillionaires and take that money and you redistribute and you give people housing, you give people education, you give people healthcare, you give people a chance at a decent life. Right now, the income and wealth inequality is worse than during the fucking Gilded Age, and we're all sitting around with our thumbs up our asses like there's nothing we can do about it. There's a lot we can do about it. And guess what? The Trump crime family, the criminal regime, they're in the midst of kicking 18 million people off Medicaid and tripling your health insurance premium. They're actively making your life harder every single step of the way. People are homeless, and the billionaires are getting richer and richer and richer, and they don't give a fuck about you. If anything, they're trying to make it so you lose whatever job you do have because they want AI to completely and utterly take over. So then we also have this. The Trump-Vance administration has quietly lifted restrictions on M44 cyanide traps. These are essentially cyanide bombs that indiscriminately kill anyone or anything that interacts with them, not just pests. What? In one case, the Department of Agriculture planted a bomb near the home of an Idaho family. The 14-year-old boy and his dog found it and accidentally triggered it. It killed his dog and severely injured him. Biden's Bureau of Land Management banned their use in 2023. The Trump-Vance administration is bringing them back. You could not dream up a more cartoonishly evil White House than this. And the icing on the cake is how it has integrated themes like protecting the homeland into its propaganda when it is quite literally poisoning the homeland in more ways than one. So there's an article on it right here. Trump administration lifts ban on cyanide bombs that kill animals. Okay, but that's not it though. The Trump administration is repealing a rule that prevents power plants from releasing hundreds of millions of gallons of toxic mercury and arsenic into drinking water.
Yeah, and that's why, see, this is what I was trying to tell you. This is why the tuners has so much lead in it, right? So much
It's okay,
fish
Gus.
in general.
I will ship to you if you're out of lubes. Oh, never mind. I will use DHL or UPS.
Do it. Do it, girl. I'm going to open up a P.O. box so you guys can send me stuff. I just have to... I'm going to do some research because I think the one near my house is full. So...
They are quite literally green lighting the poisoning of our drinking water, ladies and gentlemen. We have rolled the clock back to a primitive system of government.
Please do.
This is an anarcho-capitalist regime.
Ugh.
It's actually anarcho-capitalism for you, socialism for the rich. Give the rich all the money, let them loot and pillage,
That's
let
all
them
it is.
rob the taxpayers relentlessly,
Well said.
endlessly, give them tax cuts, give them subsidies. But when it comes to regular people, your water is going to get poisoned by these companies, and there's nothing you can do about it. That's what they're doing. So as all this is going on, Trump sat down for an interview with Fox News' Brett Baer, and he's asked, like, hey, here's some MAGA voters that say they're struggling with this economy. What would you say to them, sir? And look at Trump's reaction.
When you hear Trump
Suck a
voters,
dick.
Alex says, I voted for you 3 times. He can't handle the costs. And he's not for this foreign conflict.
I hate it, bro.
He's not for the foreign conflict. But Roy in Pennsylvania, he's a retired farmer. He can't handle the fuel going up. And he says he's
going to come down
disappointed.
very fast.
And
Well,
so,
no, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm just
Thank you.
telling you
Thank
what
you.
to say to him.
Thank you. Thank you.
Roy.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We just hit the highest stock market price ever. By the way, then, when I went in. Now, again. It's
Roy, Alex, you're disappointing me. Why are you saying mean things about me?
with the war, it's higher than it was when I went in.
These people are like, hey, I can't afford gas. He's like, well, the stock market is very high. Yeah, but you
for real, literally, right?
fucking asshole. Like, half the country owns no stocks, and like
Exactly.
90% of people don't have a significant amount of stocks that it makes much of a difference if the market goes up. The stock market is an indicator of how the
I
rich
hate
are
it.
doing, how the investment class is doing, how like the 1% are doing. At most, top 10%. You can't be like, well, the stock market's doing well. Working people usually don't have investments, or certainly don't have many investments. The bottom 50% literally has no investments. This is so fucking out of touch. It's astonishing, bro.
The highest stock market price ever. By the way, then, when I went in. Now, again,
it's higher.
With the war, it's higher than it was when I went in.
Congrats.
Think of that. The 401ks at their all-time high. There are more people working right now in the United States of America than at any point ever in the history of our country.
He's going to get so fucking clobbered, bro. It is so over. It's going to be too big to rig with shit like this. So they're saying, hey, we're struggling. Can you help out? And he's like, actually, things are amazing. Things are tremendous. And you're just sour grapes. Have you not realized the stock market? Did you look at the stock market? Oh, my word. Oh, my word. And by the way, they're only going to have that talking point for a little while longer because at some point, that shit's going to go belly up too, bro. At some point, that shit's going to collapse around us like nobody's business. Mike Johnson says Congress can't survive on $174,000. So as you struggle, this is what they're saying about their salary of $174,000.
Well, look, you know, the salary of Congress has been frozen since 2009. You know, when you adjust for inflation, a member of Congress today is making 31% less than they made in that year. It goes down every year. And over time, if you stay on this trajectory, you're going to have less qualified people who are willing to make the extreme sacrifice to run for Congress. And it's just people just make a reasonable...
Can you believe this is an argument coming out of a Republican? These people are the stupidest. What the hell? Remember when they used to get mad over this?
decision as a family on whether or not they can come and move to Washington, have a residence here, residence at home, and do all the things that are required. So the counter argument is, and I have some sympathy, look, at least let them like engage in some stock trading so that they can continue to, take care of their family.
Oh my.
How did I miss this one? Oh my God. Let me do the stock trading. I gotta go fuck yourself. Yeah, Living Lily. Let me do the stock trading, guys. I need it to survive. What fucking
word. Oh no! Come on, son. He said that with a straight face.
Yeah,
he said, look, they only make $174,000. They can't even fucking keep up with inflation. You got to let them do some stock trading so they can feed their fucking families, bro. They're making 174,000 DZACs. That is so much more than your average American. That puts them in the top 10%, bro. He's like, oh, I mean, what are we supposed to do? They haven't had a raise since 2009. You motherfuckers haven't raised the minimum wage since 2009, and not a single Republican is lifting their finger to raise the fucking minimum wage. Not a single one. But you guys want to give yourselves a raise? Oh, no. Guillotines are about to roll out in this bitch, bro. I'm telling you, people cannot handle this shit. You are going to make people snap. You are going to make people snap. At some point, everybody's going to wake up and realize that the Republican trick of blaming trans people for all your problems and immigrants and black people and Muslims, that those are not actually the problem. The problem with the bill.
Raise my wages. Raise my shit. Go fuck yourself like forever. Absolutely. Go fuck yourself.
Amazing.
Billionaires. The billionaires and the fascists and the warmongers are going to go down, and they're going to experience tremendous fury of working Americans who watch videos like this, and they fucking snap, son. They snap. All right, not done yet.
Livable wage for me, but not a livable wage for thee.
Yeah, though.
Well said. Right? Guys, they're literally just saying the quiet parts out loud now, right? The parts that I've been saying for years at this point. They're just saying, fuck it. Who cares? Just why give up the ghost? The ghost.
Here's Lindsey Graham, the chief Trump ball coddler and semen slurper, and he goes out there and he defends Trump. Remember when Trump said, I don't think about Americans' finances at all. I don't think about that at all. Well, here comes Miss Lindsey to defend this and act like, actually, he's totally right, bro.
Inflation has climbed to the highest annual rate in 3 years. Gas prices are at a 4-year high. Grocery prices are climbing. President Trump was pressed on how all of these factors impact how he views his negotiations with Iran. Take a look.
I don't think about...
Congrats. Look at that.
American financial situation. I don't think about anybody. I think about one thing. We cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. That's all.
Do you agree with the president that he shouldn't be taking...
You could literally see the fear in his eyes. Look at his eyes. Yeah. You can literally see the fear in his eyes. Like, God damn it, Donnie, you really put me in a corner here. Now I got to use all my fucking bullshitting skills to try to tap dance my way around this.
Fuck you, Lindsey Graham.
Here's Lindsey Graham thinking, I wish I was back in Disney World holding like a little magic wand. Tinkerbell's fucking magic wand, as he was caught doing, actually, by the way. That's what Lindsey Graham's like, oh no, even I'm going to have a hard time bullshitting my way out of this one.
Taking Americans' financial situation into account when dealing with Iran?
That's his Churchill moment. When Churchill came into power, he promised blood, sweat, toil, heartache until we deal with the Nazis, who are an existential threat to the British way of life. And if Hitler had taken charge of the planet, it would have been the darkest hour in humanity. I believe Iran wants a nuclear weapon. They would use it. So does President Trump. They would use it as part of their religious agenda. They would destroy the Jewish state. They would eventually hold us hostage. So his audience, the Iranian regime, do I worry about gas prices? Yes. But President Trump's right. The biggest threat to stability in the world is a nuclear-armed Iran. And whatever price we have to pay, we'll pay. What did Churchill say?
Nobody signed up for this shit. And you motherfuckers weren't saying you're going to have to sacrifice, it's going to be hard. None of you motherfuckers said that. You were acting like you be in and out fucking instantly. Okay? By the way, what's the difference? What's the difference? Well, I don't know. Hitler was actually an existential threat and was trying to do global domination. And Hitler and Winston Churchill was right to say, hey, he's trying to do global domination. He's a real threat. Whereas with Iran, they were no threat whatsoever, you lying con man. In fact, Iran agreed to the strictest terms to limit their enrichment hours before they were attacked by Israel and the U.S., a.k.a. the axis of Epstein. So who do you think this works for?
Well said.
Who thinks you're telling the truth? Who thinks this makes sense?
Oh, please. If Iran had a nuclear weapon, they wouldn't, yeah. God damn it. Tap Lindsay.
Ooh, 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 ooh. DQkey just got a 60-day stream streak. www. What it dicks 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 dicks.
Oh. Thank you, girl, for the 60 days of Gustex. Love it. Look at that. Already 60 days. Love it. That was so funny. Thank you, Ducky. Dookie. Dakookie. Dakookie. Mahua. Hell yeah. It's a part of the Mahua formula. Dicks. Jersey.
Absolutely fucking nobody.
Every price we have to pay to beat Hitler, we will pay. Same with Iran. The good news, we're inside the 10-yard line. I think if we go back to military activity, weaken them further, then we can end this thing pretty soon.
I got news for you. The better comparison, if you're going to compare anybody to Hitler, it's not the Iranians, bro. It's the Israelis, and it's us.
Exactly.
Trump himself. What's he attacked 8 countries already? And you're going to say, oh, Iran. Who have they attacked? Trump's already attacked like 8 or 10 countries. Who have the Iranians attacked offensively? Fucking nobody. This man's a sick, disgusting joke. Okay. Now, also at the same time, ready for this?
But Kyle, they have proxies and they fund proxies and the proxies attack Israel and Israel is attacked by Lebanon and that's in Yemen and right, like that's literally the copium you get. And it's like, motherfucker, we do the same thing. So what are you talking about? We just don't call them proxies. So dumb. Oh my God. Right? When we intervene in all these countries that we've talked about, essentially what we're doing is the same thing. All nation states do this, especially ones that are like regional powers, right? But obviously, so not all, but you get what I mean. If they have the regional power to do so, they will do it, right?
Trump's
especially to carry out their interests, right? Which is like, maybe we got to look at that, right? Well, why are all these countries always doing this? Maybe it's a systemic problem, right? That was a brilliant analysis.
Taxpayer subsidized slush fund comes with a legal disclaimer that basically says we are not responsible for any crimes committed with this money. So understand what happened here, y'all. Trump sued the IRS. I always forget the number. What was it, 10 billion, 100 billion? I think it was 100. He was asking for a shitload of money from the IRS, his own IRS, saying, you leaked my tax information. That's illegal. That's an invasion of privacy. I'm going to sue you and take you to court. Then Trump's own IRS goes, oh, no, sir. I don't want to go to court. I don't want to fight this with you. Maybe we shall settle out, okay? Let's settle out of court. And then Trump's own IRS goes, well, what if I give you $1.7 billion instead of the $100 million you're suing me for? And you can take this $1.7 billion and basically do whatever the fuck you want with it. And you could basically make it a slush fund that pays all of your family, all of your friends, all of the January 6th insurrectionists. And Trump goes, you know, I wanted the $100 billion, but I guess I'll have to settle for the $1.7 billion. Okay.
Yeah.
You twisted my arm. We'll make that deal. So now Donald Trump, the sitting president, is currently looting the Treasury in a way we haven't seen ever in our history. This man is looting the Treasury. He also stole $10 billion, illegally, by the way, to fund his Board of Peace, which is supposed to be above the UN, and only he controls that money. In the same way, he kidnapped Venezuela's president, stole their oil, sold it, made hundreds of millions of dollars, and put it in a bank account that only he controls. Okay, this is what we're witnessing. We're witnessing a crime spree the likes of which we've never seen. All of this happening as you can't pay the bills. As gas is nearly $5 a gallon. Okay, as you're struggling to pay the light bill. As you struggle to afford groceries. As everybody's going, what the fuck? I can't afford anything anymore.
I hope you don't find any oil. Yeah, Alco. You better hope we don't find any oil. Or else you're next. It's sad but true.
And this motherfucker is
what a fucking meme. Jesus.
in money that he stole from American taxpayers and the people of Venezuela. And now he's going to pay the January 6th insurrectionists who assaulted cops, who committed crimes, who are literal terrorists. He's going to pay them for doing his fucking dirty work. This man needs to be locked the fuck up, bro. This man needs to be locked the fuck up. Here's a list of some of the people eligible to get payouts from taxpayers from the IRS slush fund that was just created. Ready? Sloppy Steve Bannon, Peter Navarro, Rudy Giuliani, Mark Meadows, Stuart Rhodes, Enrique Tarrio. This is a who's who of criminals. Sidney Powell, Jenna Ellis, John Eastman, Jeffrey Clark, Boris Epstein, Joe Biggs, and Walt Nauta. So it's a who's who of criminals. It's a who's who of con men and liars and frauds. And now they are going to rob the American taxpayer. When I say these people need to be locked up, oh boy, do I mean it. Oh, but they should thank me for saying that. Because the reality is there's going to be a whole bunch of people to my left who say more should happen than just that.
Yeah, I agree there, buddy.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you should be thanking your lucky stars that there's somebody like me out there saying you should be locked up. You should be charged, arrested, locked up, and they should throw the fucking key away. Because this crime spree is unlike anything we've ever witnessed before.
Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and...
Oh, all right. Now we're going to learn about when the Soviets tried to abolish money. This should be interesting. Let's look at it from a post-scarcity perspective, now that we all know what that is. Right. Hail Kyle. Damn right. That was goated.
In its early life, the Soviet Union tried to create a society without money, and it was a disaster. Despite the country wrecked by years of war and revolution, the Bolsheviks sought to immediately create their ideal socialist utopia, namely a moneyless society. A moneyless society that strangely involved the printing of hundreds of billions of rubles. In this video, we look at the Soviet Union's devastating first flirtation with communism. We should begin with Marx. Classical economists saw money as a neutral link, helping only to facilitate the buying and selling of goods. Marx acknowledged this, but disagreed
you
in
were
how
being a smartass? Oh, I don't get the difference between you being an ass or a smartass.
those economists downplayed money's role in this society. First, Marx believed that money contributed to the cyclical booms of over and underproduction in the capitalist economy.
Okay. Let's start with that. He's right. 100. Right? I don't even have to remember he said that. It's a huge part of it. So I laughed my ass off because so many people who claim to be Marxists, I have a greater position closer to this man than the supposed Marxists, right?
In a capitalist economy, someone has money.
The fuck?
M. They use M to purchase a commodity, C.
Yeah. Correct.
Then they can resell the commodity again for money. We call that M prime.
But here's the thing. I'm also realistic, and I understand that the only true thing that will stop this is post-scarcity. We haven't got there yet. Right? So, like, there's no point in even implementing any of this shit. Like, it's just going to lead to disaster, right? Money's here to stay for the time being.
So the complete equation goes something like this. M to C to M prime. The capitalist's foremost goal is to generate profit, so they won't do this conversion unless they are sure that M prime will be greater than M. If not, then they will wait, leading to hoarding. Periodically, those hoarding capitalists will all go produce commodities at the same time, creating overproduction booms and crises. Marx saw this as a problem. Secondly, Marx saw money as the means by which the bourgeoisie class parasitically sucked out the blood of the working class. Workers work and are paid a wage, but those wages are not as valuable as the outputs of their work, which generates wealth for the capitalists to accumulate. Money is the seemingly neutral medium by which overproduction crises occur and workers end up becoming alienated or distanced from their valuable outputs. Such a thing would not be needed in a socialist, centrally planned society. So the notion of eliminating money from the entire economy was widespread and ingrained. The The Bolsheviks never questioned it as one of the major facets of the economy they wanted Russia to have.
Yeah, and what I will critique is the centralization part, right? I don't think it necessarily has to be centralized. I think what it needs to be is entirely 100% equitable. But the problem is technology is not ready to do that, right? And we as a society don't view it that way, right? Or as a group of humans, right? As a human race, we do not view it this way. So like you can centrally plan as much as you want, but you will, especially when you have money involved, it's going to have plenty of problems, right? So that's kind of like the flaw in this way of thinking.
Various governments across the European continent to go off the gold standard and print money. Russia was no different. The imperial government left the gold standard in June 1914, 4 days after entering the war. They ran a 39% deficit the first year of the war and 75% the 2 years after. The war led to large government budget overruns, foreign borrowing, physical destruction, collapses in economic output, and high rates of inflation. Good times all around. Between 1913 and 1917, the number of industrial workers available in Russia declined by 16.4%. Total industrial output had declined by even more than that, 22.7%.
But that's because they were fighting in the war, right? It makes sense to me.
This led to inflation. At the start of 1917, the year the Bolsheviks took over, the amount of paper rubles in circulation increased to 9 billion, from the 1.6 billion it was in July 1914. About a 5.5 times increase, far higher than the 100 to 200% increase seen in France and Germany. The Russian government's deficit in 1917 was 82% of budget, and 73% of that deficit was funded using the printing press. So the Bolsheviks took over an economy already caught up in an inflationary
Weird
crisis.
timing. I just listened to a podcast about Peter the Great at work. Also, all the French framers in Canada can fuck right off.
Oh shit. What up, Josephus? Welcome back, dog. How you been? How's everything going? How was work? Did you leave early today? Yeah. We're just going over the time that the Soviet Union got rid of money. I can already tell you why it didn't work, right? Even though the idea was admirable, it's not going to work because you don't have post-scarcity, right?
Worse yet, the new revolutionary government would not have access to much of the empire's most productive land. A few months after taking power,
it's
the
not
Bolshevik
Star Trek
government...
yet. Yeah, and that's kind of like, see, this is like the key that a lot of left-wing people don't understand, and a lot of right-wingers repeat over and over and over again, and they just kind of flop at this idea, right? The idea is admirable, but the problem is you can't get rid of money because, at least not in a society like this, because you're still... all these resources are still scarce, right? Most of this stuff is scarce. So when you just do this, you're gonna have these kind of effects. And I could have told you that. So you're 100% right, Josephus, right? But that's like why I wanted to watch this, because this is often what's told, right? Instead of actually telling the truth, which is... Because here's the thing, right, guys? They often, like a conservative will often say it's because socialism doesn't work, right? But they're more than happy about the socialism they receive, right? They're more than happy about the socialism that the wealthy receive, right? Why do I say they are happy about it? Because generally speaking, they rarely ever talk about these issues, right? Unless there's some sort of like right-wing libertarian or something. So it does work. It's not going to work in the same way that Marx said, right? Like Marx was a guy from the 1800s, guys. Like he doesn't fucking understand replicators and post-scarcity and shit, right? Come on, man. This is what I mean. Like, I think we like hold these like historical people way too in account when they're really not that, like, they don't know a lot about like science or how like technology works, right? Like, these are the things that are going to fix this kind of system, right? Not more of this, right? and that's why I find it really silly, right? I kind of came to this realization a few years ago, and I'm like, yeah, this doesn't make much sense. These kind of fucking arguments. They see it as something they are owed, but struggling to see as a handout. Exactly. You nailed it, Patricia, right? That's exactly how they see it. That's how they can get away with the fucking blatant like hypocrisy on all these things, right? Like, this is where like they say like socialism doesn't work, but they're more than willing to see that like the rich have gone up in all these things, right? And they've received so much socialism from us, right? So it does work. It's just you need to adjust it based on what you have, right? And that's why I'm not like an incrementalist by any chance, guys, right? I just like try to explore these themes with you, and we try to like analyze like, why doesn't this work for the Soviet Union? Like, why did it go so bad? And that's like the commonality here. All these nations failed miserably with this crap, including Cuba to a certain degree, right? The reason the system is collapsing is because the U.S. has imposed even more scarcity, but it's still holding on, right? And not only that, like, even Fidel Castro wanted to liberalize the economy. Unfortunately, good luck with that, right? So again, I think it's important to understand these who answered the start of the crypto cult. You have to look at this later. All right, we'll look at it later.
Government signed the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk in March 1918. The treaty lost Russia a third of its population, nearly a third of its agricultural land, and over half of its industry. The oil wells of Baku and the Caucasus, representing some 97% of Russia's total oil output, were inaccessible until late 1919. And then there was Ukraine. Ukraine alone had provided the Russian Empire with 78% of its coal, 74% of its iron ore, and 80% of its grain.
Did you hear that? Ukraine was a colony. But I thought white people couldn't colonize other white people. Oh, wait. That's also wrong too, right? It's an imperial possession, guys. Like, Russia was just as big as an empire, if not one of the largest empires. And nobody ever talks about the nations they subjugated, right? Ridiculous.
Even after World War I ended, many territories were occupied by anti-Bolshevik forces as the country plunged into the Russian Civil War. The Bolsheviks would not reliably take control of Ukraine again until 1920. Nice. So when the Bolsheviks took over, the Russian economy was in a pretty sorry state. And even if you discounted the damage inflicted by the 3 years of war, Russian society was semi-industrialized and largely agricultural. Not ideal for transitioning to socialism.
Ducky is now number 2. What up, Ducky?
Yet, the newly installed Bolsheviks decided to move forward anyway. Lenin had laid out the steps of constructing this new Russian socialist economy in a pamphlet titled The Immediate Tasks of Soviet Rule. The party announced that it would establish the dictatorship of the proletariat and centralize all of the country's economic activities into a single national plan. During this period of time, the government carried out a series of activities. Since money was so important in the capitalist society, controlling that money gave you power. And what controlled money? The banks. Marx long believed that banking was at the core of the capitalist system. The Communist Manifesto lists the establishment of a single central bank as the first step towards centralizing the means of production within the state. The Russian Empire was no different from the rest of Europe in having a very centralized financial system. About 12 banks held 80% of the country's total capital. This made the country's bank nationalization swift and easy. So one of the first things the Bolsheviks did was to declare a state monopoly on all banking activities. On November 20th, 1917, the People's Commissar of Finance seized the Russian state bank, Gosbank. The Bolsheviks ordered
I can already foresee the problems with this, right? The reason is the power is too centralized in a group, right? And generally that's the thing, is this is going to lead to problems, right? You should hear the story about the building of St. Petersburg.
Other privately owned banks to immediately begin funding the country's worker-controlled factories. The financiers refused, and on December 1917, the Bolsheviks sent troops to occupy all of the country's largest banks. Their capital was transferred over to Gosbank. Over the next few months, the banks were disassembled, their reserves and incomes redirected to the government, bank dividends were abolished, withdrawals of deposits before 1918 were restricted, and all foreign debts were cancelled. By the end of 1918, every bank in the country was liquidated and merged into Gosbank. Gosbank would no longer lend out money, but would simply keep accounts of the economy's transactions. Nationalizing the banks pinched off the flow of credit into the economy. In the first quarter of 1918, 405 enterprises employing 205,000 workers closed down due to a lack of credit. Theoretically, a centrally planned socialist economy would no longer need money and free markets. Yet because it would take time to transition to this new system, parts of the old system, like taxation and worker wages, would have to remain. This led to a weird, seemingly contradictory situation. The Bolsheviks, moving towards a moneyless society while simultaneously printing a whole...
I'm good. It's 5:24 in the morning right now. Wow.
Whole lot of it to fund their budget.
I forgot you work pretty late or early.
In June 1918, the Council of the People's Commissar announced the
I want to go to Singapore so bad, guys. Singapore is a beautiful country.
Nationalization of industry. This was another crucial part of this new transition plan towards socialism. As Lenin wrote, this would be pulling out and cutting the wires through which the capitalists controlled the economy. Throughout the second half of 1918 and the first quarter of 1919, the Soviet government nationalized the country's railways, shipping, mining, and so on. Lenin wanted the Bolshevik nationalization drive to first gain firm control of the economy's most critical levers, but the whole thing happened chaotically, targeting industries here and there. Less than 14% of the nationalizations were handled by the central government. The large majority were performed by local organizations and trade unions. This chaotic nationalization drive meant the ejection of many skilled workers and business owners. Their new owners had no idea how to run these machines, leaving them to seek the help of the bourgeoisie. And all the while, the Bolsheviks were fighting the Russian Civil War. From the summer of 1918 to the end of 1919, the Russian Civil War ebbed and flowed. The various white armies pushed the Red Army nearly to the brink. But the whites' inability to work together and win the support of the peasants put them at a disadvantage. In response, the Bolshevik government dedicated every possible effort towards supplying the Red Army. Industrial policy sought to utilize every available laborer and resource.
Then you can go to Malaysia. Interesting. Yeah, Malaysia is beautiful too.
Rare.
They look so good. Yeah.
Source towards the war.
I love that you guys like. That's what I envisioned for this community, right? I wanted people from all over the world. Yes, that includes Canada, the exotic country of Canada, and New Jersey. That utopia. I mean, dystopia.
Mobilization. Both fighting the war and the nationalization drive strained the
They speak French there, right, guys? I think.
treasury. This all needed to be done using traditional principles of capitalist finance, but the government had no way to fund it without the use of the money print.
There is fish thing was vibe coded. I just got here. How is the fish pulled down? Because people love it. I vibe coded it myself. All me, buddy. I did all the work for that one. That was a lot of work. over 3,000 entries. It's like 3,000. I think it's up to 3,200. No, sorry, 3,000. Yeah, it's like 3,226, something like that. Entries. So I found out what vibe coding was, guys. It's a thing.
Printing press. No one wanted to lend the new Bolshevik government any money, especially since 1918, when they repudiated all foreign debts and nationalized their assets. So the government has to raise taxes to pay their expenses. But who and what was there to tax? In 1918, income taxes provided just 7.3% of total budget spending, forcing the Bolsheviks to break promises made less than a year earlier about abolishing indirect taxes.
Yeah, and that's the problem with the system, right? The system is fundamentally, like, I'm not saying taxation doesn't work, right? Of course it works. It's just there's a lot of things that play into taxation, right? It's a very complex subject. And you want to avoid taxing like peasants and people, like, right? Why? Because it leads to a lot more problems. Right, guys? So, like, this is not something, as you can see, like, you're already operating, you're using the system based off a, like, kind of antiquated way of interacting with stuff, right? But it's due to, like, the way the economy works, right? The economy has a lot of, it's a very conservative field, right? So I don't know, like, it's just, it's not going to work the way they think, right? So good luck with that.
In fact, they raised those indirect taxes even further and threw in an extraordinary income tax in October. Nothing can be done to fill the gaps in the government budget but to print more money. At the end of 1918, inflation measured at 598%, and there was over 60 billion rubles in circulation.
Interesting. Meanwhile, in 1916, wow.
Yet the value of those rubles when measured using 1913 values had actually fallen by a tenth from 1917, from 2.4 billion to just 222 million. The party's prevailing effort was to keep the country supplied with food. There were food problems early on. In January 1918, Lenin wrote in a telegram, "For God's sake, take the most energetic and revolutionary measures to send grain, grain, and grain. Otherwise, Petersburg will die. Special trains and detachments, harvest and collect, escort the trains, inform daily, for the love of God." The Tsarist government had introduced a grain monopoly during World War I. It prohibited grain trading in any way, shape, or form. Farmers had to deliver their grain surpluses to the state at a fixed price, with no hiding or concealment whatsoever. The provincial government had continued the monopoly when they ran the country, and the Bolsheviks reaffirmed it too. But the crashing ruble meant that wages no longer mattered to the peasants, who refused to sell their goods at the official state prices. The government, seeing the problem as being one of food distribution rather than production, the food had to be there, right? Responded by quote-unquote requisitioning the food, only further disincentivizing the peasants from producing surpluses. In May 1918, the Bolsheviks announced a food dictatorship, which reaffirmed the grain monopoly and permitted the People's Commissar of Food to use armed force to take food from the peasants who were supposedly hiding it.
Yeah.
High inflation soon became hyperinflation. In May 1919, the People's Bank announced that it would print as much money as possible. The bank would receive orders for cash and furiously print however much it can. Inflation doubled from a mere 500.
So this is another thing that you hear a lot on other streams too. You hear that, like, MMT is a thing. I would love it to be a thing, right? MMT means modern monetary theory. But there are several examples, right, of this happening where it doesn't actually, work. Right? I think this is the problem. That's awful to take food from somebody. Yeah, well, exactly, right? At that point, you're just stealing, right? So, but why are they doing that? Because there's scarcity of food, right? Like, you see what I mean, guys? Like, that's why, like, it doesn't work, right? It's not like the ideals are wrong. It's just the system. You're still operating off of a limited system. But it's also due to the time period, right? You can't do this stuff, right? You don't have like modern technology that has more abundance, and it's only going to get better. It's only going to get better. And I hate that word abundance, but it's literally what I'm talking about, right? Like we're able to grow more with less land and less people and all that stuff, right? But soon it won't even be that. It'll just be like you won't even have to necessarily grow, right? Easily. This will just get easier and easier and easier, right? Like that's why, like, if you look at 200 years ago, ice, whoa, congrats, an emperor eel. Congrats. What the hell's an emperor eel?
198.
Where do I come up with this shit, guys? I just looked up random animals, and I think I oh shit. Jesus.
Percent to 1,376% in 1919. The ruble's value was crashing so fast that the government published their budgets retroactively. Planning ahead of time was basically impossible. In the second half of 1919, money printing costs took up 45 to 60% of the mint's total budget. And even still, the ministries were not fulfilled on what they asked for. Even the war ministry got less than 40% of their request. Amazingly, the Bolsheviks argued that this hyperinflation was a sign that their socialist transformation was working. Their goal in printing unlimited paper money was to devalue it to nothing. Doing so would annihilate the power of the wealthy money hoarders.
I mean, I agree, but then it devalues the currency for everyone else. see the problems with money? Like, what a joke. Eel is tasty. I love eel. I've had eel before.
State distribution, and finally giving us a moneyless world.
Yeah, that's not gonna work, buddy. This is like circular logic, right? Well, if the value of money is 0, then it won't have any. This is the equivalent of it's got electrolytes, so it's good for you, right?
The ABC of Communism wrote, the gradual disappearance of money will likewise be
so that's good for plants, right?
promoted by the extensive issue of paper money by the state.
That's what plants need. Yeah, like this isn't gonna work. I could have told them that, right? Because remember, money is also relied upon by the peasantry, the people you're trying to help. So you can't do that because then, yeah, like the wealthy money hoarders. What a joke.
Can also argue that the unlimited printing of money indicated just how much the Bolsheviks still relied upon the old capitalist system, ruined as it was, to keep their industrial and war machines going. Starting around April 1920, the Red Army had essentially won the Civil War. Defense spending began to wind down, but the Bolshevik successes on the battlefield gave them the confidence that they would be able to win the quote-unquote economic war as well. All the policies implemented during the war, demonetizing the economy, nationalizing the economy, and requisitioning food from the peasants, they would only intensify them. The state sought to take over the entire supply and distribution system, passing legislation to make every public service from transportation
the stuff
to
that comes from the
telegraph use
toilet?
free.
You said this guy was
In
smart.
December 1920, Lenin signed a flurry of new decrees to make medicines, food, consumer goods, fuel, and postage free. The government
Whoa, it just started pouring outside, guys. Sorry. You said this guy was smart. Yeah. It's got electrolytes. Still one of my favorite clips.
Water, the basic component of all life, had been deemed a threat to Brondo's profit margin. The solution came during the budget crisis of 2330, when the Brondo Corporation simply bought the FDA and the FCC,
I actually see this
enabling
happening.
them to say, do, and sell anything they wanted. Joe didn't know any of this, but he did see a problem that he might actually be able to solve.
Congrats.
With his
Bruno.
options running out, Joe took a bold step. He would not get out of the way. This time, he would lead.
For the last time, I'm pretty sure what's killing the crops is this Brondo stuff.
The Brondo's got what plants crave. It's got electrolytes.
So wait a minute. What you're saying is that you want us to put water on the crops.
Yes.
Water. Like out the toilet?
Well, I mean, it doesn't have to be out of the toilet, but yeah, that's the idea.
But Brondo's got what plants crave.
It's got electrolytes.
Okay, look. The plants aren't growing, so I'm pretty sure that the Brondo's not working. Now, I'm no botanist, but I do know that if you put water on plants, they grow.
Well, I've never seen no plants grow out of no toilet.
Hey, that's good. You sure?
Yeah, like this is what I'm saying. These are the arguments, right? Well, if money is worthless, then it won't matter, right? Because plants, it's the equivalent, right? It's like, what? Dog, plants aren't going to grow out of a toilet because there's no fucking soil.
You ain't the smartest guy in the world.
Yeah.
Okay, look, you want to solve this problem. I want to get my
They need
pardon,
more
so
than just
why don't we
water,
just try it,
motherfucker.
okay? And not worry about what plants crave.
Brondo's got what plants crave.
Yeah, it's got electrolytes.
What are electrolytes? Do you even know?
It's what they use to make Brondo.
Yeah, but why did they use them to make Brondo?
Thank you.
Because Brondo's got electrolytes.
Only critical thinking, and he's an idiot too.
After several hours, Joe finally gave up on logic and reason and simply told the cabinet that he could talk to plants and that they wanted water. He made believers out of everyone. Joe didn't know it, but the beloved electrolytes were salts that had been building up in the topsoil over the decades.
Thank you. The beloved electrolytes. I mean, that's what electrolytes predominantly are, right?
The Terry just got a 30-day stream streak.
Wow, the Terry. Thank you very much,
www.uwaterwatt.
buddy.
Toilet plants are cool. I have a whole house full of them.
Damn right. I do too.
Intensified its attempts to demonetize the economy. Private trade and money would be banished for good. The government would control all the inputs and distribute all the outputs. Taxes and wages were to be paid in kind, meaning using physical goods rather than cash. By 1921, 93% of all wages were paid in this way, thanks partially to the ruble's collapsing.
Idiocracy. The most underrated documentary of the American decline. For real. I watched, somebody told me to watch it, right? I think it was on this stream. I forget who it was. And I watched it for the first time and I laughed my ass off. I was like, dude, this is a documentary. This is not a fake ass movie. This is a documentary.
Money would be replaced by a new accounting unit, but what would that be? Some suggested using physical properties.
Yeah, I don't see, this isn't gonna work, right? Because the reason money, see, you have to destroy the reason money exists.
Leave me alone. I'm baiting.
I'm baiting. The reason money exists is to facilitate trade, right? So the problem is to make it easier, right? Basically. To make it easier to exchange goods, right? Hyperinflation in Germany. Yep. Oh yeah, that's another example. We'll go over that one too. Thank you, Alco. Could a world without money ever work? Of course it could. It's just you'd have to have post-scarcity, right?
There's salt.
When you can't have that in the 1800s, the 1900s, even today you can't have that, right? So I'm never going to argue to abolish money right now, right? We need to get to the right steps to actually be able to do that. And that's why this didn't work, right?
Or cooperative funds. One interesting unit was to use the combined thermal and labor energy that went into the item. They eventually suggested the tread, a unit of labor defined as a day of simple labor at a normal intensity. All of these suggestions only confused people in determining the value of the goods they were trying to trade with, making them unreasonable accounting units. In the end, there was only the hyperinflating ruble. In 1921, the government issued 16.3 trillion new rubles. Despite this, the inflation ran so fast that the government still ran a deficit of 21.9 trillion rubles that year. 1 year later, in 1922, that issuance swelled to 1.97 quadrillion new rubles. By 1921, the Soviet government realized that war communism had gone too far. The Russian economy fell into ruins. The state was nowhere near ready to take centralized control of every item from soap to food. Nor were they correct in believing that once the state took over distribution of an item, economic market laws no longer applied. Illegal markets flourished, providing most of people's food. Meanwhile, production of items like steel, sugar, and bricks practically ceased. Overall industrial production had fallen to a third of the pre-war era in 1913. Without money, there was a total lack of incentive for people to work. Work desertion rates in the railways hit 40%.
Yeah,
and a worker in
dumb.
1920
I agree.
produced an average of just...
Like, hear that again, guys. What? That's not going to work.
Once the state took over distribution...
By the way, Pol Pot did something very similar, right? What did he do, guys? Like, we watched a documentary on Pol Pot, right? He was a part of the Khmer Rouge in Cambodia, right? He hated how Cambodia had become like influenced by Western nations. So he killed everyone who knew French, who knew international languages. He forced everyone out of cities, right? Because I guess traditionally speaking, Cambodians never lived in cities. They lived out in like the countryside or whatever, right? That was his argument essentially. So he basically forced everyone to go live out in the countryside. Many people didn't know what to do because they grew up like studying in universities and stuff. Like I wouldn't know how to fucking grow my own food, right? And what happened? He just like any sort of intellectual would get murdered. Well, guess what, guys? People like that, even in our society, right, are the ones who produce a lot of stuff, right? The really well-educated and the people who they're willing to do stuff, right? And I'm not saying like workers are not important, right? I'm just saying you have to look at the economy as like a totality, right? So basically, he murdered all the people that were intelligent, who knew other languages like French. And that's one of the reasons, in fact, many scholars have said, one of the reasons why Cambodia is one of the poorest countries in Asia, right, is because of Pol Pot, right? In 4 years, he basically tried to like completely re-engineer a society, and it fucking failed, right? I think it was like 3 years, 4 years, whatever it was, but I'm not that smart. Yeah, I mean, not me, but you guys, well, you would. Like, can you just imagine that, right? Like, we watched that, and I was just like, wow, what a disaster. Like, this is going to end poorly. I went to Cambodia last year with some shady Chinese people. Yeah, how was it? Tell us about it, Kiki. I'm curious. restart as a communist. Yeah, exactly. It's just like you can't. Yeah, hardly these things ever work, right? But let's hear it again.
Of an item, economic market laws no longer applied. Illegal markets flourished, providing most of people's food. Meanwhile, production of items like steel, sugar, and bricks practically ceased. Overall industrial production had fallen to a third of the pre-war era in 1913. Without money, there was a total lack of incentive for people to work. Work desertion rates in the railways hit 40%, and a worker in 1920 produced an average of just 45%.
Well, yeah. Why would there be a total... Let's explore that, right? Why would there be a total abandonment of a reason to work, right? Let's explore that for a second, right? Under this system. Because you need to, if everything you make is going to be just taken from you and sent to, right? Well, who knows if you're even going to get food, right? Because there looked like there was a lot of problems getting food to this area or whatever. Russia's a huge country, guys, right? If you think the government is going to efficiently run fucking trains to get everybody food, well, that wasn't the case, right? As we discovered. So what would be the point in working and doing all this stuff when you have to just basically survive, right? You're basically taking away people's incentive to, like, you need to take care of that need first, and you don't do that by just taking their stuff, right? You can't also, like, physically move that much stuff in a country that as big as Russia, right? Like, especially back in the 1900s, like, technology was shit. like cars could only go like 30 miles and then crap out, right? Because the gasoline, if even that, right? Horses would take weeks or if not months to go through Russia, right? Like, there's so many technological limitations, right? So that's why the people like stop working. Because why would I work if I'm not actually gonna like get my needs taken care of, right? You're baking even that rule in the whole fucking capitalist system, right? Which I don't agree with anyway, so. Does that make sense, guys? Yeah, that makes perfect sense to me. I didn't have a choice. They told me I would have... they were so rich in Singapore. Oh my god. Easy, Kiki. I was leasing trying to scam me. I fucking almost fell for it. Oh my god, girl. Yeah, you gotta be careful. A few years there were a lot of Chinese people who were scammers calling people to every country just to scam.
Of what they used to before the war started. Hyperinflation ruined the lives of the Russian people. Daily caloric intake
they should have just went paperless.
In 1919
damn right.
had fallen by 30%.
Yeah, but like, see, the problems are not like the problems are like feeding these people, right? Getting the resources once they've been collected and distributing them, right? Especially back in 1910 or whatever the fuck. Jesus.
% from the 8-year average in the 1910s. 3,820 calories to 2,608.
Yeah, that's not enough for a worker, right? That's not enough for a worker. Somebody who works with, like for a bunch of lazy people who sit on the internet all day, that's all right, I guess, but good luck with that, right?
Famine broke out in 1921, lasting into 1922, resulting in the deaths of 5 million people. Food requisitioning had left them with nothing to fall back upon.
Yeah.
Despite the end of the Russian Civil War, peace did not return. The peasants started to revolt. One insurrection in particular, the Kronstadt Rebellion in 1921, shook Lenin's views on the current direction.
Wow.
Lenin realized that market activity had
yeah, they need more calories. Yeah, because when you're working on the farms like this, right, you're going to need like, I think they said 4,000 or 5,000 calories easily, right? Which is also kind of unsustainable, right? Like, why do you need so many calories? Well, because you're working hard, right? So I'm short. I need barely any calories. Yeah, well, work in the fields for 12 hours a day back in this time and find out how many calories you'll need. I guarantee you there'll be more. A lot more.
Turn in some way. In March, they implemented the New Economic Policy, or the NEP, to reverse the decline, grow output, and stabilize the currency. A few years later, in 1923, a year in which 176.5 quintillion new rubles were issued, the Soviet government fully reversed course. They issued a gold-backed currency, made its central bank independent again, and rebalanced the budget. The rebellions calmed down, or were more like put down, and output began to recover. Reflecting on it, Lenin said, "We were caught up, as we were in the wave of enthusiasm, and having kindled the people's enthusiasm, first general political and then military enthusiasm, we were counting on utilizing this enthusiasm directly to accomplish economic tasks."
Yeah, I get it, but I'm pretty sure somebody told you this, right? And you just didn't listen to them, right? Or yeah, it just...
that were equally important.
It's
Life
so
has shown
sad.
how wrong we were. He considered his new NEP policy as the real way forward, attributing the mistakes of the war communism years to the interruptions from the Civil War. But make no mistake, they wanted this. The state's intention during the war communism years was to tear the country away from capitalism, create a monopoly on trade, and eradicate money itself. But their plans instead led to chaos, violence, and a total crisis-level collapse in production. Except in rubles, of course. Alright everyone, that's it for tonight. Thanks for watching. Subscribe to the channel, sign up for the newsletter, and I'll see you guys next time.
Alright, let's watch another collapse of Germany here.
In the late 1919, one US dollar was equivalent to 48 German marks. By 1921, $1 was worth 80 marks. In 1922, it was 320 marks. And by the end of the same year, $1 was equal to 6,400 marks.
Jesus.
However, the truly staggering level was reached in late 1923, when during a period of hyperinflation, one US dollar was worth an astonishing 4.2 trillion marks. At the beginning of that year, a loaf of bread that cost 250 marks was sold for 200 million marks by the end of the year. People went shopping with bags and wheelbarrows full of money. The price of a product would increase even before they could open its package. People who were considered wealthy with the money they had a few years earlier could not even buy a cup of coffee with the same amount of money. In the late 1919, one US dollar was equivalent to 48 German.
Well, that's one way to fucking create a egalitarian society. No one can afford shit. W Germany. Oh my god. Wow.
Is the kingdom disunited?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Thank you, Alco. Appreciate it, buddy. Hard times, I think. Yeah, well. Cool.
Country is now a dump. It's a cesspit.
Oh, God.
Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees! For you are like whitewashed tombs, who outwardly appear beautiful, but within are full of dead people's bones and all uncleanliness.
Powerful stuff.
Yeah, Keir, that's you, mate.
Welcome to Unite the Kingdom March with Tony Robertson in central London today. We are going to be marching down from Euston to Parliament Square, where there's going to be a big sort of stage show. Very important that that be impressive for Tony Robertson. He's got a lot of money from an American billionaire to make sure that it is. And along the way, of course, we'll be talking to people to see what this quite nebulous proposition, Unite the Kingdom, the four nations of the United Kingdom, united as one, what does it actually mean concretely? How are people filling in that very strange and sort of empty container of an idea with whatever it is they happen to believe. What do people actually believe?
Melania is Princess Diana in disguise. Yeah.
And Toy Robinson, who's he?
I don't know. Everyone's
What
in
the
masks at
hell?
the moment. Everyone you're seeing on the TV,
What
the
the
media has
hell?
been took over by
Why
the
did she
White
have a
Hats,
John F.
and
Kennedy
they're all in
Jr.
masks.
shirt?
I've actually seen Michael Jackson on it. I've got videos of him on Sky News where he's dressed up as a woman. You can't get rid of Michael Jackson. You know who he is. He's clear as day. So he's playing someone as a woman. But I've got it all on my phone. You can see it's Michael. So.
Is the storm coming?
Oh, the storm is upon us.
What's the banner about?
Well, we got two banners. One, we got President Donald Trump because he's our hero. He's the voice of Iranians who are being
I hate
oppressed by
this.
the Islamic Republic in Iran. Donald
I
Trump has
hate
stood
this.
with us. Not only that, the murderer of Iran.
Eject this immediately into the sun. In fact, inject me into the sun. Eject me immediately. I'm so done with this world.
Iranians, Ali Khamenei, the terrorist, he also has killed. Tommy Robinson, as a refugee, I would like to thank him. As an Iranian refugee, I would like to thank him because he became our voice. He stood out and stated that Iranians are suffering. Iranians
The guy who's like a UK nationalist.
are being killed.
What the hell, Tommy Robinson?
In Iran, become their voice. So we
What?
want to thank him, thank Tommy Robinson for mentioning the genocide in Iran
What is
in
going
2026. And also for today, the reason why we are here, because he stated that if you have your Iranian flag, the freedom of Iran, the original monarchist flag, bring it to our march. You are welcome.
He told you to do that?
He told us to do that. I'm a refugee. A refugee basically means somebody who has sought refuge from political asylum through threat. So we cannot stay in our country because they would kill us.
You're characterising yourself as a refugee, and I kind of wonder about like the British nationalists we're seeing across here, people wearing British flags, England flags, not normally particularly supportive of refugees.
No, they don't support fake refugees.
Okay.
There's a big difference. Yeah, I am still
okay.
a refugee after I've been in this country for 47 years. I still am a refugee, and my citizenship is still Iranian because I'm a nationalist. I'm a proud nationalist. But, however, I've never gone to Iran because Iran is occupied. So a fake refugee is somebody who comes to this country.
So let me translate this for you. The reason they accept me is because I'm a nationalist. I believe in right-wing propaganda. And the other ones who come here to just steal work are fake refugees. I didn't know there was such a thing as a fake refugee, right? You're either a refugee or you're not. It's kind of a... Huh? There's a process to become a refugee. You're either considered a refugee or you're not. If you're a refugee, then you're a refugee. I hate this post-world truth crap, right? Like this is garbage, guys. And this is what I mean. MAGA has infected every other nation's like terrible politics now. Look at this. Look at this crap. This is in the UK, right? This guy is Iranian. What is going on? God damn
Then
it.
travels to the Islamic Republic
I hate it.
a year later with a British passport, more probably. And also on top of that, what they do, they start marches against Britain. They start marches against America. They're against Donald Trump. They're against the British government. They're against Tommy Robinson, etc., etc. And also against genuine refugees. So they took my country, they've took my land, they've took my house, they took our property. For 47 years, Iran is an occupied state. So we will raise our voice. Whoever is our friend, we are their friend. So thank you, Tommy Robinson.
So really what he's saying is there's solidarity because we want the Shah back. And he's more right-wing authoritarian. Therefore, they'll support us. You see like how twisted these views are? None of them make any goddamn sense. Right? That's essentially what's going on here.
Thank you, President Donald Trump. Long live Iran.
But they don't care about religion, right? Because technically, what is it? The Ayatollah is religious, right? They just want it in their own view, right? Because he doesn't represent these people anymore.
Iran.
These conservatives that have fled Iran, right?
And long live King Reza Pahlavi.
Yep, there you go. I heard it. You heard it. That's the successor to the Shah, right? He's like the Shah's son or whatever. Reza Pahlavi. Yeah, we've talked about him. Oh my god, this is disgusting. I hate it.
I'm not having an heart attack now. I've escaped a nursing home in Crewe, right? On 27th of July, I had an heart attack on Trafalgar Square. St Thomas's Angels saved me here. 13th of September, I had an heart attack down by the stage. I still didn't die. And I'm in the nursing home on oxygen and permanent morphine now. I haven't got long to live.
I'm sorry, you've been to 3 rallies.
This is my third one.
And you had a heart attack at both the previous 2 ones.
Yeah, right. And,
oh my god.
Why are you out here? I've got 3 daughters to leave in this world that he's created. Yeah.
Jesus.
And this is the hill I'll die on, mate. But I'm sure God's keeping me alive to see that knobhead out of number 10, I shouldn't swear, sorry. You know what I mean? But that's why it's important to me. I've got to get down to VIP disabled now, get a taxi, because I can't walk.
This guy's so out of breath, I can't fucking understand a word he's saying.
Very far. But I've had to bring me do not resuscitate form out from the home.
That's your do not resuscitate.
Do not attempt to resuscitate.
He's a walking heart attack.
Right? I've been dead twice. I'm on do not resuscitate for 4 to 5 years. I've got an SR1 at the doctor said I've got less than 12 months to live.
Right? Please.
And I'm in a nursing home now, and I'm the youngest one in there really, but because I'm on permanent morphine and I can't be prescribed to me flat controlled drugs. With my last breath, I'd drag him out of there myself, right? Because life imprisonment to me is only a few weeks. I don't really care. But I've got to leave 3 daughters in this dangerous and dividing world he's created, yeah? And like you say, technically, he's messing with my daughter's safety. I don't care if you're the Prime Minister, I'll come through your door, mate. And that's it. I'm refusing to die, I'm still here. Right? And that's how it is, kid. Right?
Good luck.
What
unites these people? We got, on the one hand, the QAnon believer, we've got the Iranians, we've got various kinds of stripes of British nationalists. Are they united only in the fact they're kind of separated from the mainstream of British liberalism? Like, what really combines them is this figure of Tommy Robinson, almost deified figure of Tommy Robinson, who seems to be the answer to all problems, the solution to all riddles. It's very strange. I don't really know how to understand it apart from what a policeman on a march 2 years ago told me. Out of character, perhaps. Which is that this is a dangerous personality cult, like Stalin or Mao.
Tommy Robinson.
How you feeling?
Fucking amazing.
Yeah?
Fucking amazing.
What's the message to this march today? What's the United Kingdom about?
It's all about the fucking English, mate. This is our fucking...
What about the Welsh and the Scottish and the...
And them and all, but fuck the rest. And the English!
Thank you.
We are the most diverse country in the whole world, yeah? We don't care who comes. Mr. Bossman cutting me hair. You walk down, chicken shop, things like that. We are very diverse, we're a very nice country, but we don't like taking the piss. And we have voted for illegal immigration to stop. We shouldn't have open borders. We live in a country where we should have controlled borders. If you want to come here legally, get a visa.
Wow, it's like I'm hearing MAGA, but he's from the UK.
Offer something to the country.
But remember, when in doubt, blame the Aborigines.
But if you
That's the Australian version of this.
come in here,
I still laugh at that. Oh my god. I still laugh at that. That to me is the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard. I mean, I'm listening to stupid shit all day on here, right? But how you could ever blame the Aborigines for anything that happened in Australia? That just shows you how deranged this. It's an ideology, right, guys? Conservatism is the problem. That's why I talk about it like this. Guys, you could literally watch this and be like, wow, this sounds a lot like Trump or like MAGA here in the US. It's important to know this because you're not going to get rid of MAGA without addressing this stuff worldwide. And what's the commonalities, or some of the commonalities worldwide? Jersey, say it with me. Neoliberalism.
I'm sorry, it might offend you, it might hurt you, but you're not welcome. I'm sorry for this, but you're not welcome. If you come to this country illegally, you should be detained and deported. If you want to come here, get a visa, get a passport, come along. Everyone's welcome. Just come the right way, please. For 1,000 years, yeah, people try coming to our country illegally, mate. They'd get fucking bombarded out, like...
The Crusaders, yeah. Texas back in the day. People, immigrants who come over, invaders, slaughtered them basically, but that's what they had to do.
And you think that should happen again?
Not slaughter, but we need our country back. This is our country. We built it, so why should they come over and take it all? It's not a Muslim country, it's a Christian country. So we need to just walk through there. We need to walk through them doors and tell them to get out. We need to drag him out.
People can't see, it's the House of Parliament.
So we drag him out of that chair, sort him out. That's what needs to happen.
What do you mean sort him out?
Sort him out, he needs to get out of here.
Keir Starmer's a wanker, millions must go.
Who are the millions?
Full remigration. Full remigration. It's not okay. We can't cope with the numbers in this country at all. We really can't.
Small islands, we're going to sink.
We are a small island. We're sinking financially and violently. We're not racist. If someone comes here illegally, we have friends of all different colours, and we shouldn't have to keep explaining ourselves because we're patriotic, saying, but we're not racist.
Do you notice also a trend with these people? They're the biggest flag carriers. The more you hear of this stuff, the more they're willing to wave the flag, right? This lady literally looks like out of a New Jersey reality TV show. But she's like the UK version of New Jersey.
Just because you're patriotic doesn't make you a racist, does it? It doesn't.
Tell us about party politics. Reform, restore, advance.
So
what are you thinking?
The best out of the bad bunch is Nigel.
Bunch of Muppets.
At the moment.
Not Rupert Lowe.
No, listen. I haven't got there yet.
Okay.
Reform, Nigel is the pit stop to Rupert.
That's being kind. It is.
Right.
I was being kind, Jersey. I don't know why you think it's comedy.
No, he's only just getting started, and there's so many members. It's like he's made history, hasn't he? And we, all patriots, definitely all agree with him. But what can we do for now? It's a game. Politics is a game. It is a game. You look over years going back, 16th, 17th century, even further back than that. It's a total game.
Yeah.
You've got to play the game.
So Nigel Farage is kind of like relatively normal.
He's a stepping stone to Rupert.
Stepping stone to Rupert Lowe.
Yeah, he's a stepping stone.
Are you hopeful people are going to get that?
Yes, well, of the local elections that's just happened, I mean, Reform have wiped all the idiots out. Well, they're all idiots, aren't they? They are all idiots, but out of the bunch of all of them, I think Rupert is our best bet to go for.
It's a game of people's lives.
For me personally, I trust Rupert Lowe more than I trust Nigel Farage.
You don't trust Nigel Farage? He's been around for so long. He's been talking for so long, and you don't trust him?
No, I mean, you look at the people that he's employed, they're not even normal people, are they?
Dear Youssef, not a normal person, is that what you mean?
Yeah, exactly. At least with Reform, it's all English people.
Restore?
Yeah, exactly, so...
Dear Youssef, not English.
You know what I mean.
He's brown.
You know what I mean.
I know what you mean, he's a Muslim.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah. And that makes him not British. Okay.
Yeah. Rupert Lowe is saying, as I understand it, illegal immigration has got to be stopped, point one, and get the country back on its feet. There is no rocket science. You've got to balance the books. And when you're paying NHS and hotels, what about the English people or the British people that need those services? We brought in, 100,000 in this year, 60,000, whatever it is. Hotels, accommodation, food, doctors. What about the British people that can't?
The Iranians are back.
Come on! We're with them. We're with them now because they want the same things we do. They're all pro the English.
What a joke. This is hilarious.
For a very long time, there's been a split or separation in the British far right between Tommy Robinson's wing, which does street movement stuff, and Nigel Farage's wing, which does electoral stuff. And Nigel Farage has always been very keen to distance himself from Tommy Robinson because, of course, that gives him a certain degree of respectability. This, thuggish, loutish kind of street movement is not allowed in his political parties, whether it's UKIP or Brexit Party or Reform. That distinction now between the street movement and the electoral part seems to have a bridge between it. And that bridge is Restore Britain and Rupert Lowe. As we've heard in our interviews, people who are supporting that tendency are much more keen or much more open with essentially ethnic forms of nationalism, saying that Zia Youssef, one of the senior people in Reform UK, is not British because he's not white. But at the same time, Rupert Lowe has been much more open to people like this, right, to joining his party. And so the civic nationalists and the ethnic nationalists and the street movements and the electoral parts of the British far right seem to be slowly coming together. But of course, people here aren't politically naive enough to think that Restore Britain can become the next government or anything like that. And so they're perfectly happy to have Reform as a stepping stone towards that more radical position that Restore is advocating for. Can we talk to you for a second? No Lugenpresse talking? You want to talk to the Lugenpresse? It's an old Nazi term, isn't it?
Not true.
Not true? Sorry?
It's not true.
Isn't Lugenpresse an old Nazi term?
No, it's not. It's not.
It's an old Nazi term.
No, it isn't.
But tell us about it. Tell us where it comes from.
It's much earlier than that. Go and do your research.
Do your own research.
Do your research.
What are you trying to establish here?
I'm curious about the two tiers woke idiots run UK.
But you're trying to throw out something and make out it's saying something, so you understand what it means. I don't understand.
It's a German word.
And what does it mean?
It means lying press.
Lying press.
Yeah, but it's a term that
German,
the Nazis
right?
used.
It was in use long before then.
Right, but it's famous because of the Nazis.
No.
Oh God, what idiots!
What are you trying to ascertain?
See,
I don't understand what you're saying.
I feel like British people weren't typically.
And in wars in the 1800s.
Yeah.
You do realise what we're going through now is very similar to what King Alfred went through with the Danes. It's just that instead of fighting the Danes, we're fighting Muslims and Islam.
Sorry, the King Alfred's fighting the Danes. The UK now fighting the Muslims. Those are parallels.
Islam, yeah, it's very similar. Do you not think?
I have no idea. Tell me.
They came, they raped, they pillaged our lands, they took our families, they did what they wanted to. Do you not think that there's similarities now? With like the Pakistani Muslims doing what they've done for 30 years, there's been no sort of recourse about that. I personally don't want my daughter to be a victim to Islam, which is why I'm here.
Oh God.
Is there an issue with that?
No, I'm not having an issue with anyone.
No,
I'm just curious about what's going on.
Out on this.
Because
it's nothing of the sort. It's much earlier. Do your research.
Do my own research. I just think like it's strange to have we defeated the Nazis. That's like a big part of what it means to be British. Sorry?
But they were extreme right.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
There's a big difference between far right and extreme right.
But you were far right.
I'm very far right and proud of it.
Yeah. But not extreme right. What's the difference?
No, there's a big difference. Do some research. I'm not going to explain the history. Listen to you.
I'm helping people out there do their research by giving people answers to people who are here.
I think you're being quite antagonistic, actually.
What's the difference between the far right and the extreme right? It is a Nazi town.
I don't have a bright future ahead of me with the state of the country at the moment, and I just want to fix everything. I would say Rupert Lowe, it's a very volatile party, for example, and I think that's what we need in Britain at the moment. We need something new. I mean, Reform Britain, I'm not voting for Reform, because I think they're the uni party.
Yeah, man, what's happening? Yeah! Tommy Robinson, we love you!
They love Tommy around here. They love him.
Do you love Tommy Robinson as well?
Not really. I don't agree with Tommy Robinson promoting all these bitcoins, these cryptocurrencies. He's basically using his platform to make money, I think.
There was a thing called UTK last time, the cryptocurrency that was funded at, crashed immediately after the rally.
Oh, yeah, that's a rug pull. That's just a classic rug pull. I mean, it's obvious.
So a couple of days ago, Tommy Robinson posted a video where he was saying that Robert Shillman, who's an American tech billionaire, had agreed to fund this march. What you get for your money is these screens. Because people have been complaining on previous United Kingdom marches, they couldn't see, they couldn't hear, and he was like, this is a massive day out. People want to be able to hear us, but, you know, everyone seems kind of bored. It's just uninteresting. What are the ideas here? Are there any? Do they agree on anything? Are they just simply separated, or unified rather? Are people here just unified by the fact they don't believe in the conventional narrative of Britain, right? They're unified in a separation from that narrative, but not much else apart from the flag, the most generic of all symbols. He did say, Tommy Robinson, that people should get involved in local politics without telling anyone what party they should join. Said it could be Reform, Restore, Advance, UK, the Conservative Party. But it's not obvious that this movement really exists between these big Unite the Kingdom marches. And if so, what form it can really take. And people here seem to really quite strongly disagree or have quite chaotic beliefs that don't necessarily make any coherent sense together. What is this movement? Can it be a movement that like sustains itself in a conventional way? Or is it just a big day out? Lots of fun. You go home. You feel you've done something. And that's it.
Yeah. I agree.
The vibe's brilliant, mate. I'm here today to represent the homeless veterans, mainly, and stop the boats and get Keir Starmer out and everything else. You know, it's a whole pickle barrel. Someone comes off a rubber boat, they get housed within a month. My daughter, who's 25, who's got double hip displacement, right, can't even get on the fucking housing register because it's all being taken up by all these illegals and stuff. And I'm terrified every time she goes out. It's absolutely terrifying, you know. I'm on the phone. Oh, you're right. What are you doing? Oh, it's all right, Dad. I'm just down there. Oh, keep your fucking eyes. Keep your eyes open.
Does she feel scared as well? Because you feel scared, but does she feel scared?
Yeah. Well, she gets. Because I keep telling her, you know, be aware of your situation around you. Have your head on a swivel. Because you don't see them coming, and before you see them coming, they've got you. You know what I'm talking about, the PDF files and stuff like that. I know she's 25, but, you know, they don't have a demographic for age, they just go for anything and everything.
I feel like paedophiles probably do have a preference for age, but yes, sure.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. But yeah, what a fantastic day, and what a fantastic bunch of people, honestly.
We are in a war of propaganda, a war against the establishment, and we have to use every resource we have. A new character. Have you seen any of these AI characters that have come to fame? Have you seen any of them? You've been watching them. We've got a performance today by the Note Project. I think they're here, even though they are AI. Are they here?
There he is.
Let's play this. Come on.
Tommy Robinson just saying they're in a war of propaganda. They need to use every tool they have. As they've got a performance now from Danny Bones, who is an AI-generated rapper.
This is England. Don't ask why I'm England till I die.
The image of Britain is the real thing that nationalism aspires to, right? And it's only really with AI that you can produce the absolutely pure, clearest vision of Britain. People fucking love it. Biggest cheer of the day.
Even the AI characters are on our side in this battle, yeah?
So, of course, the purpose of an outro to a YouTube video is to explain to you what's happened in that YouTube video and to sum it up into some sort of nice, neat take. And there is no nice, neat take for what has happened today, right? This is an empty container. It is a gesture towards a movement. It is a a vague proposition, a sort of GPT prompt
Yep.
for a model that has already gone in some sort of like spiraling madness for what a political movement in the UK in 2026 might be. There is no coherence here, apart from that core of nationalism, and coming through it, more coherent than Tony Robertson is able to marshal, is the force of Rupert Lowe. To the right of Farage, in Parliament already, and leading a increasingly powerful Restore movement, claiming some frankly outrageous membership numbers. I don't believe them for a second. But that is the movement now in the ascendancy in the UK on the far right. Although the sense that there is anything coherent here at all is troubled by the sheer heterogeneity and chaos. But the sense there is anything beyond just that like core nationalist idea that Britain is good and must be defended is really uncertain to me. All the stats about Muslims, of course, are nonsense. Also about crime waves are nonsense. Crime is at an all-time low. People commit sexual crimes more or less evenly across the board. It's just depressing to see a movement that has essentially no content, essentially still managed to sweep people up in its morass of confusing and aggravating ideas. It's slop. It's physical slop.
Yep.
It's slop on the streets of London.
Well said. I hate it. All right, now let's cover the Thomas Massey primary by Steve Kornacki, the GOAT of
Meet
elections.
the press now. I'm Kristen Welker in Washington.
It used to be Anthony Green, but then he retired.
And if it's Tuesday,
He's basically our Anthony Green, right?
it's the biggest primary day of the year so far. Voters are heading to the polls in 6 states today with key tests of President Trump's grip over
Thank
the
you very
Republican
much, Kiki. I love that video. I thought it was really informative, right? This is why we watch these kind of things, because it's really important to gauge this stuff around the world, because a lot of the talking points, a lot of the politics are very similar. So again, I really appreciate it. Thank you, Kiki. Give Kiki a round of applause, guys.
Party ahead of the midterms. The president is devoting
problem. Yeah, it was
significant
good.
resources
I
to
enjoyed it.
stamping out dissent within his own party and wielding endorsements as a cudgel, including with a surprise
Damn right,
announcement today,
Josie.
a bombshell about the battle for the Texas Senate. But nowhere will the president's influence be tested more than Kentucky's 4th congressional district today, where Republican Congressman Thomas Massey, who pushed for the release of the Epstein files and voted against the president's big, beautiful bill, faces Trump-backed challenger Ed Galrine. Today, the president repeatedly slammed Congressman Massey while speaking outside the White House.
Thomas Massey's a terrible congressman. He's been a terrible congressman from day one. Dealing with him is just horrible. I don't think he's a Republican. I think he's actually a Democrat. He's not a libertarian. You know, sometimes they say he's really a Democrat. He votes against us all the time. This guy Massey is terrible. Let's see what happens. It's not easy beating incumbents, but we have a great guy running against Massey. Massey's a terrible I think the worst congressman the Republican Party's ever had. That'll be tonight. That'll be good television, and we'll see what happens there.
The president's effort to oust Massey comes after he successfully got his revenge against Louisiana Senator Bill Cassidy, who voted to impeach the president in 2021. Cassidy lost his primary this weekend. And earlier this month, the president helped defeat 5 Republican state senators in Indiana who opposed his redistricting push. But the president's loyalty test could risk rubbing some Republican voters the wrong way, particularly in Massey's district. NBC's Julie Serkin spoke with 3 veterans from 3 generations about.
This is the only reason we're kind of covering this, because this is a gauge for this shit, right, guys? But I don't hold too much hope. I think he has a good chance of winning, but Don't count on it.
The role the president has taken in that race. Take a listen to what they said.
Would you ever do something just because the president said you got to do it?
No.
That's not his job.
And I voted for Trump, okay? But his biggest problem is he's all about loyalty. He's not about honor.
This guy's so drunk. The biggest thing about Trump is it's all about loyalty. Can I show up like this every day on the stream? It'd make the news easier for me. Pretty please. I can smell the beer from Singapore. Yeah, for real. This guy's hammered.
You got to do it.
No. That's not his job.
And I voted for Trump, okay? But his biggest problem is he's all about loyalty.
Loyalty?
He's not about honor.
He's about loyalty to him and the party.
Exactly.
Not about loyalty to the Constitution or the American people.
Exactly. So what I'm saying is the reason he hates Thomas Massie because he doesn't vote along the party lines. But Massie looked at the situation and goes, well, this is not right, and voted no. And you know what? There's two sides to every story, maybe three. But, you know, his side, her side, my side, and the truth. But Massie should win this because he's not a yes man.
He thinks he's like a scholar, guys. He thinks he's so smart right now. He's like, hell yeah.
In today's contest, the president has endorsed 37 Republican candidates in House, Senate, and governor's races. And in a surprise announcement today, ahead of next week's Texas Senate runoff, after staying on the sidelines for months, the president announced he's endorsing Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton over incumbent Republican Senator John Cornyn. On social media, the president painting Paxton as the more MAGA candidate, suggesting Cornyn was simply not loyal enough, a sentiment echoed by Vice President J.D. Vance from the White House briefing room earlier today.
I've known John Cornyn for a long time, but unfortunately, you know, when it really counted, Ken Paxton was there for the country, was there for the president, and that's why he ultimately earned the president's endorsement.
Joining me now to start us off on this primary day is our NBC News team. Monica Alba is at the White House for us. Julie Circuit is on the ground in Kentucky. Aaron Gilchrist has the very latest from Georgia. And with me on set, Chief Data Analyst Steve Kornacki. Thanks to all of you for being here. Monica, I have to start with you at the White House. President Trump endorsing Ken Paxton. There was a big debate inside his inner circle about who he should, in fact, endorse. Talk to me about what your sources are saying there about the timing of this, why he did this now, and why Ken Paxton.
It's such a fascinating dynamic here, Kristen, for all of those reasons that you just laid out. But this is really a president who is the reality TV show president, right? He likes to bring a big moment. He likes to tease a big moment. That's exactly what he did today.
Nice.
And for weeks, he had been pressed on whether he was going to endorse in this primary, and he had said that he wasn't sure and that he liked both candidates and that he was sort of considering all of these different factors. So to your question of why now and why today was just earlier, a few hours ago, when the president said, yeah, I think I'm going to have something to say about that this afternoon, which did come as a bit of a surprise. Again, he had been indicating that this was something he was thinking about, but his own team and his own aides that had been analyzing the race thought it might be better for him not necessarily to back a candidate. But as you know very well, Kristen, that when President Trump decides that he wants to come out and do something, he does. And in this case, that was the situation. And so he is here talking about loyalty and how he views it, even if loyalty is obviously a very important two-way street. And what will be fascinating is the dynamic of Senator Cornyn, who will still be in office, obviously, for the next however many months, depending on what happens, but also for people like Senator Cassidy and others that the president has come out against very clearly for what he says are moments of disloyalty.
Well, and Monica, I interviewed Senator Lindsey Graham this weekend. He said, look, all of this underscores that this is still the party of Trump. So that's the thinking and at least part of the messaging that's coming from President Trump and his allies. But Monica, the conventional wisdom was that Senator John Cornyn had the better shot against James Tallarico. Is there a concern within the party that the president could be jeopardizing a critical Senate seat and potentially his own agenda?
Well, the president feels incredibly emboldened, we're told, based on what he views as his successes so far on the so-called revenge tour. So when the president makes a decision about somebody that he feels has been, again, in his view, someone who hasn't aligned with everything that he wants to do, this is the president's decision. He's taking a gamble on that, and he feels confident in it. Senator Cornyn, for his part, and we could read you a part of his statement, is saying that he was pretty disappointed by this because he feels that he has been a friend to the president through both of his terms. Voted with him more than 99% of the time, and that Trump himself has consistently called him a friend in this race. Kristen.
Monica, so good to have that perspective and, of course, all of your reporting. Starting us off on this big primary day, we really appreciate it. Monica, Julie Serkin, let me go down to you in Kentucky. All eyes on this race between Congressman Massey and Ed Gallrein. President Trump picking Ed Gallrein to take on Thomas Massey. You've been talking to voters there. What is the mood on the ground on this election day, Julie?
You know, Kristen, I don't remember another race that I've covered. We're 2 hours from the polls closing, and I think we still don't really have a sense as to whether Congressman Massey is going to stick this out or whether it's going to be Ed Gallrein's race to lose. And it's because people here feel like they don't want to be told what to do. There's been a steady stream of voters coming into this polling location. We're in one of the more populous areas of this district in Hebron, Kentucky. I talked to one voter, for example, who told me they're not comfortable speaking on camera about it, but they're going to vote for Ed Gallrein.
Holy crap.
Because of the war in Iran. They filled up their tank this morning. Yes, their gas is more expensive, but they feel like it's worth it. You contrast that with a number of very enthusiastic Massey voters that I talked to outside of this polling location today. Watch what they had to say.
Do you feel like all of the spending and the ads, I don't know if you've seen any of the president's posts, how did you feel about that?
I felt a little pressured, but we tried to, like I said, try to ignore a lot of the outside external pressure.
The president keeps saying, you know, if you don't vote Massey out, you don't believe in the Republican Party, you're against me. Like, how do you feel about that kind of rhetoric?
I don't care about political parties. I care about who is going to better the country. And I don't think what Trump is doing is bettering the country, and I don't think anyone he endorses is going to either.
Oh.
Kristen, all of those voters that you heard from, they voted for President Trump. This is a Republican area, and yet you are hearing so many people say it's not about party to them. It is about country, and that's what I think makes this race so interesting.
And there are headwinds, Julie. The fact that President Trump's approval rating has been dragged down by the war in Iran. What's notable is that Thomas Massey makes the point, look, he's voted with President Trump over 90% of the time. Is the anticipation that Ed Gallrein would be with the president 100% of the time? Is that what it takes effectively?
He would absolutely stick to the president like glue. It was clear in a tele-rally that the president held from him last night. It's very clear in his campaigning style, even from some voters that we heard from that are switching their vote. They voted for Massey before. They're now going to vote for Gallrein, have said they feel like Massey's just a grandstander. But even though we're about, like I said, 2 hours from polls closing, there's still a lot of back and forth happening. For example, President Trump just posted on X. He rarely makes posts on X. He usually prefers his own Truth Social, essentially putting Massey on blast for sending a campaign text today telling people that he's endorsed by the president. It was an old endorsement, and you see that back and forth happen here. Meanwhile, Massey telling me consistently, Kristen, that he feels like his voting record is being distorted.
All right. Well, I cannot imagine a more exciting race, a more exciting place to be. Julie Serkin, we're going to be talking to you throughout this evening, throughout our special coverage. Thank you for being there and for your great interviews. Really appreciate it. Aaron Gilchrist, let me head over to you in Georgia. So we're talking about the president's influence. Let's talk about what it means in Georgia. He's backed Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones in the governor's race there, but he hasn't weighed in on that crowded primary to take on Senator Jon Ossoff, which is, of course, the other huge race that we're watching tonight. What are voters there telling you, Republican voters, about how much the president factors into their decision making? Because you heard Julie, talking to voters, some of them saying in Kentucky they don't want to be told what to do.
We're hearing some similar things here in Georgia as well, Kristen. And I'll tell you, it's actually really interesting as we've been talking particularly to Republican voters, and it's worth noting that there are 3 ballots for people to choose from when they go to vote here in Georgia today: a Democrat, Republican, and independent vote ballot. Republican ballot voters that we've spoken to today, a number of them have told us that they did not vote in the Senate primary. They didn't know much about the candidates that were on the ballot there. You're seeing the 3 leaders in some of the polling that we've been watching here in Georgia on your screen right now, which I thought was really striking. I asked a few people, President Trump hasn't endorsed one of the contenders in the Senate primary on the Republican side. Was that a factor in how you didn't vote in that particular race? And some people said yes, others said that it wasn't really a factor, but they simply felt like they hadn't known or learned enough about those particular candidates. I'll tell you, Kristen, as we've been following races here in Georgia throughout this year in different places, we've heard from so many people who said, well, President Trump picked this guy. I don't know anything about him. You take Georgia 14, the House race, for example. People said, I don't know Clay Fuller, but President Trump endorsed him. Therefore, I'm going to vote for Clay Fuller. I do want you to hear from some of the folks that we talked to when we asked that question about President Trump's influence on them in this particular cycle.
How much weight does the president's endorsement, the president's support, the president's ideas have in how you vote?
It means a lot, but I wouldn't always go with the one he picks.
It's always nice to get the boss man's, A-OK, but I don't listen to anybody whether it's Trump or Biden or make my own choices.
And so we'll be watching,
Biden.
Kristen, to see what the numbers look like at the end of the night tonight. We know more than 1 million people voted early in the elections here across Georgia. But I'll tell you, Kristen, depending on where you are in the state, some ballots had more than 30 races for people to be focused on and voting on, in addition to questions that they had to answer as well.
All right. Well, we're going to be checking in with you throughout the night as well. Aaron Gilchrist, thanks for bringing us that great interview. We really appreciate it. All right, Steve, let's head over to you at the big board. It is a big primary day, our biggest primary day yet, Steve. We've got a big, long, exciting night ahead of us. What are you watching for?
Yeah, we'll get started at a little more than 2 hours from now, right here in Kentucky, in that 4th district, 6:30 Eastern. Polls are going to close here. What are we looking for?
Oh, they're already closed. Okay.
In terms of the results?
So we're going to watch Steve Kornacki next.
A couple things to keep in mind. A lot of the vote in this district is going to come out of right here. These 3 counties, these are the Cincinnati suburbs. About half the vote's going to come out of there. Also have the Louisville suburbs, some of the Louisville metro area. Probably about a quarter of the vote is going to come out of there. And a lot of rural counties, too. This really goes all the way almost out to the West Virginia border. But what's interesting about this district is this district, as it's currently constructed, back in 2016, when Donald Trump first ran for president, he won the Kentucky primary that year. He defeated Senator Ted Cruz, but he lost this district in 2016. Those Cincinnati suburbs in particular have kind of a pronounced libertarian flair to them. It's where Senator Rand Paul is from. So if there's one district out there where a candidate like Gowrine, who has earned Trump's ire for sort of being getting in the way on procedural matters for House Republicans, Gowrine raising sort of libertarian objections there. Rare. If there's a district that might be sympathetic to that, it would probably be this one. And if Gowrine is able to win tonight, on the other hand, boy, that would really be a statement of the power of that Trump endorsement, even in political terrain like this, that's sort of libertarian friendly. So big early numbers, I think, potentially coming out of there. In another place, relatively early, 7 o'clock Eastern time, and the vote should start to come in pretty fast in Georgia. It is that Senate primary in Georgia. They remember, unless somebody gets an outright majority tonight, you're looking at a runoff here between the top 2. The dynamic here in the final days, Collins has been leading in most of the polling in the last week or two.
Themselves with
as
President
Brian
Trump.
Kemp,
That's
who's
an
endorsed
uphill
Dooley,
battle
has
when you
gotten more
haven't been
involved, more
endorsed by the
visible
president
here.
himself.
Dooley has
The
been
president
moving up in some of the polls, so that's sort of the dynamic, at least coming into tonight.
Yeah, it's one of the things we're going to be watching very closely, that former football coach. In fact, a lot of people surprised at just how involved Governor Kemp has been. Let me ask you about Democrats, because we're sort of looking at Philadelphia suburbs, some of those districts in Pennsylvania, to get a sense of where the Democrats might be strongest as they head into the fall.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a couple aspects with the Democrats here. There's the Philadelphia suburbs. We could take you up to the 7th district. This is going to be one of the premier battleground districts this fall. This is a district that went for Joe Biden narrowly in 2020, went back to Trump in 2024. You're looking at sort of Allentown here, Northampton County here, the Democratic primary tonight. Bob Brooks here is endorsed, believe it or not, by both Josh Shapiro, the governor, and by Bernie Sanders. Lamont McClure has run to the left here. So this is an interesting primary with huge general election implications. And in Philadelphia itself, this is a deeply, deeply Democratic district, but a fascinating dynamic about the temperature within the base of the Democratic Party. Chris Robb here running, very far to the left here. We've seen some of these candidates, far left candidates, winning Democratic primaries, going against Sharif Street, probably his main opposition here, the son of a former mayor. So there's a lot of some political lineage on the line here as well.
Yeah, the establishment backing Sharif Street for sure. A big test for progressives. Steve Kornacki.
Oh, God.
Thank you so much. We are just getting going with Steve.
All right. Let's watch it.
Wanting to sort of end
This is
the
live.
divisiveness and find a way to bring people together. And I asked her, well, what about Trump's endorsement in some of these races? We know that he's endorsed in that Senate race. Does it make a difference to voters? And she said that while she'll take it into account, that is not the be-all, end-all of her decision. And I spoke to another Republican voter here who told me the exact same thing, that he actually didn't really care about Trump's endorsement. And, of course, he has not put his hand on the scale in the governor's race, but he has, of course, done so in the Senate race. And so a lot of decisions for Republicans here in those competitive primaries today.
Yeah, I wonder, Priscilla, if anybody you're talking to, they may not have a thought about a Trump endorsement. Do they have a thought about all the ads they've been inundated with in the state of Georgia? Because, boy, you look at the spending in the gubernatorial primary on the GOP side, it is gangbusters. It is extraordinary to the point where some of the folks I've talked to say it's kind of blotted out the sun for some of these other races to try to get on the air.
Yeah, and I wonder if that may have been what that woman was alluding to when she said she's a little tired of the divisiveness, because, of course, you have these two very MAGA candidates in the Senate race, one of which Trump has endorsed, and there have been a ton of ads back and forth just between the two of them trying to sort of out MAGA each other, so to speak, on some of that. And so, yes, they're certainly seeing a lot of it. It's unclear, though, how much it is really swaying the way that people are thinking about this election, I will tell you. But of course, we are in we're in Buckhead, so we're just outside of Atlanta. So it'll be interesting to see what folks in the rest of the state are thinking as well.
Priscilla Thompson live for us there in Georgia. Priscilla, thank you very much. 15 minutes now until the polls close in that state. We will be watching that very closely.
Yes, as we continue to watch what's happening in Georgia. Ryan Nobles joining us at the table.
Nice of you to join.
Great to see you. Let's start with Georgia, since we just heard from Priscilla there. You heard about the enthusiasm on the ground. This is one of the fascinating races that we're watching as Republicans try to unseat Senator Jon Ossoff. And again, it bears repeating, President Trump did not endorse in this Senate race. So you have two representatives running against former football coach Derek Dooley, who was endorsed by Governor Brian Kemp.
Right? Kristen, your goat Welker.
I guess the question is, will that give Derek Dooley any momentum? And is this actually a gettable seat for Republicans? Jon Ossoff's pretty popular.
Yeah, well, I think we should take a step back and talk about Brian Kemp's role in all of this. Before he endorsed Derek Dooley, he was heavily recruited by the Republican leadership to run himself. He's a very popular governor in that state, would have probably easily won this race against Jon Ossoff if he had decided to get in. But for whatever reason, he decided he did not want to be a United States senator and decided to sit it out. That was a huge loss in the recruitment efforts for Senate Republicans.
For a guy who's got an 85% approval rating among Republicans in that state, that's huge.
Exactly. And somebody who has successfully found a way to buck Donald Trump on occasion and still maintain a level of popularity among Republican voters. He was really the dream candidate for the Republican Party in a state like Georgia, which, even though it tilts red, has proven to be a swing state, especially in these statewide elections. So that was the first difficult entry that the Republicans had into this Senate race. The second thing was that they couldn't get Donald Trump to pick a candidate. And Brian Kemp desperately wanted him to endorse Derek Dooley, who was the guy that he went out as a childhood friend the son of a very popular football coach there. And Trump just wasn't interested. You have Mike Collins, who kind of identifies himself as a MAGA guy, and then Buddy Carter, who's been able to self-finance and is a kind of little-known congressman without a ton of name recognition statewide. So this became a jumbled mess for Republicans. And what has John Ossoff done while they've been fighting this out? He's just been giving big speeches, drawing big crowds, and raising tens of millions of dollars to position himself for the general election.
By the way, we can't get another minute into this Georgia conversation without saying the word runoff, right? Because 50 plus 1, right? So you're looking at, is it going to be maybe Collins plus either Dooley, Carter, who knows, based on where the polling has been. The interesting piece of this, you look at Georgia, you also look, I'm keeping an eye on the clock here because Kentucky polls close in about 13 minutes, and they're a state that can sometimes get vote count in, as Steve Kornacki knows, fairly quickly. When you look at that race, I mean, you cover Congressman, everybody knows your day job as our chief Capitol Hill correspondent. You're there talking to him all the time. You're talking to, a number of these people who are part of that group. Massey prides himself on being this kind of guy who's a libertarian streak. The Gowron campaign thinks that is actually going to be a liability for him in this state.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be tested here tonight. Kentucky voters have a way of beating to their own drum. And you look at that with the folks that already represent them. Senator Rand Paul is not someone who votes with Donald Trump every single time. He prides himself on being a libertarian. Massey is very much in that mold. And so I think that, while Massey has proven to find a way to chart his own path here, it could come at a cost. I think the big difference between Tom Massey and what we saw with Bill Cassidy over the weekend is that Cassidy...
I think I like Booker. But it's... Yeah.
Sitting incumbent senator, of course, in Louisiana.
Who lost his primary over the weekend. Cassidy...
I don't know McGrath very well. I think she's more centrist, if I remember correctly.
Initially bucked Trump when he voted to convict him in the wake of January 6th. He spent every minute after that doing everything he could to get back into his good graces. It wasn't enough. Tom Massey's taken a different approach. He said, this is who I am.
That's right. Yeah.
This is what I'm going to vote for.
Yeah. That's probably another reason why he lost, right? Because nobody likes somebody who stands up to Trump and then sucks his dick, right? That just seems as like a flip-flopper.
Take me or leave me. We'll have to see if that sort of authenticity resonates with voters tonight.
Do you have plans for the next 7 hours of your life?
As long as it's with the two of you.
Okay, good.
Those are the only plans I have.
Get comfortable.
Oh, shit. As long as it's with the two of you. Did you hear that? Gangbang!
Ryan Nobles.
God.
Let's go back to Steve Kornacki.
Keep it in the fucking room, guys.
Steve, because I know you're getting vote count in from Kentucky, but also
I know
from
your
Georgia.
Jersey's goat,
right
but
now?
God.
Yeah, I mean, just to take you through quickly a little bit more here in Kentucky 4. We don't have new vote in, but one other thing to flag, because there is some population and there is some vote here, and I didn't mention it before. This is Greenup County. This is in the eastern Kentucky coalfield. This is coal country in Kentucky here, and 6% or so of the vote in the district is going to come out of this county tonight. Again, you're Portsmouth, Ohio is up here. Huntington, West Virginia is over here. And I only flag this because, again, look at what Gowron is getting with the vote that's reported out so far, a 20-point margin over Massey. This, unlike the Cincinnati suburbs and unlike the Louisville suburbs I was talking about, this is sort of the Trump country portion of the district. More blue collar, more rural. We talk about that degree divide in politics and Republican politics. Much higher concentration of voters without college degrees here. So again, even in this part of the district here, you see Gowron, the Trump-endorsed candidate, with a 20-point advantage. There are a fair number of counties going across the...
You gotta... He has to grow to like you, man. That's how it is.
The span of the district...
Come to a few streams, talk to him, he'll like you eventually.
Here that are somewhat like Greenup.
He hated Jersey at first. Couldn't even stand the sight of her. Now look...
they're much more Trump-friendly demographically. So that's the other piece.
I don't know. No, he never did that, right?
But Gowron getting that bump out of Kenton County early, but also out in Trump country doing a little bit better there. And there are other places like that, too. The other thing to keep in mind, we showed you Kenton County. That is the early vote in Kenton County. Most of the vote in Kentucky is conducted same day. People going out and voting in person at the polls today. One thing we saw in Louisiana over the weekend, and we've seen in some of these other Republican primaries, the pro-Trump side, when we've seen these races where Trump is going after Republican lawmakers in primaries, The pro-Trump side tends to come out more on Election Day than any early voting period. Maybe that'll be different here, but that's something to keep in mind when you look at Kenton County. That's early vote. That's the early vote you're looking at. The rest of what you're going to see there is the Election Day vote. Elsewhere, that Election Day vote has been the kind that would be friendly to Galrain, more friendly to him than Massey. It'll have to be different than that, probably.
Okay, so my initial analysis is it's not a blowout yet. Right? But there's not enough of the vote in. It's only 16% in.
For Massey tonight to have a shot here.
Okay, so polls close in the entire state of Kentucky in just about 9 minutes from now. Georgia closing after that, Steve. We'll come back to you at that moment. Thank you very much. Watching it all with the countdown now on to this other critical state. I mean, Kentucky's the marquee race.
Yes.
We're talking about it.
Right.
But there's plenty of other stuff that's super interesting.
There's a lot happening in Georgia, including Democrats vying to be governor, including Mike Thurmond. He's the former CEO of DeKalb County, Georgia. Thank you so much for joining us on election night. We appreciate it.
Honored to be with you.
So you've got a pretty crowded field, including the former mayor, Keisha Lance Bottoms. How are you going to top the former mayor of Atlanta? What's your strategy?
We are rebuilding the urban-rural coalition that was key to Democratic success for decades. We've had our campaign to go to every county, 159 counties, with a message to Republicans in particular that the number one issue facing Georgians today is the cost of living. While Republicans are lobbing ugly, nasty ads back and forth, average, everyday Georgians are struggling to put food on the table, keep a roof over their head, and buy car insurance. They want leadership, a governor who will focus on the issues that are most important to them.
Question for you, though, because I don't mean to be the skunk at the garden party, but no Democrat, has gotten to where you want to be here in about, I think it's 28 years is the number. Even among voters in your party, Governor Kemp is more popular than President Trump. What makes you think that your state wants to see change, wants to see a Democrat in that position instead of a Republican?
Winning statewide is not a theory. I've actually won 3 statewide races as the Georgia Labor Commissioner. I'm convinced beyond any reasonable doubt that a majority of Georgians are now ready to elect candidates based on qualifications, focus, attention, and vision. I know Georgians are struggling every day, can't afford gas, struggling to purchase food. They want leadership, not focus on redrawing lines to feather their own nest, but focusing on their issues. That's what this Democratic campaign has been about. That's what I'm about. And frankly, that's what's going to generate a huge turnout, first in this primary and even more so in November.
Mr. Thurmond, let me ask you, because if you are elected, if you were to become the next governor of Georgia, how would you view working with President Trump, which is something that every governor needs to figure out? What would your posture be? Would you try to find bipartisan solutions for the people of Georgia?
Well, first of all, it's fighting Trump, but most importantly, I'm going to fight for the citizens of the state of Georgia. My role is to advocate on behalf of Georgians who need jobs. Rural Georgia is literally withering on the vine. We've had for 20 straight years a sharp decline in per capita income. We are now struggling to create hospitals. We've had over 13 rural hospitals to close within the last 6 years. Georgians want that type of leadership. As for working with President Trump, I'm going to fight for Georgia, and I'll fight for Georgia and work with anyone who's willing to help Georgians have access to a better quality of life. That's what this is about. You know, I get the politics, the national politics, but on the ground, when you're in rural Georgia and suburban Georgia, what's most important to Georgians is help me have access to a better life. Look, just over the last few months, 500,000 Georgians have lost their health insurance. We got to get back to the basics, get back on the helping people, and forget the craziness that's going on in Washington.
All right, Mike Thurmond, all the best to you on this election night. Thank you for joining us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Listening in with us here in the studio are political pros, Democratic strategist Ashley Etienne, Republican strategist Matt Gorman, both of them NBC News political analysts, also hanging out with us for the duration of the evening. So let me, Ashley, I'll start with you on what we just heard from Mike Thurman in that Q&A session with Kristen and I here. You got this sort of, if a big theme of the night is the Trump factor, right? What happens with these people that the president has endorsed, the people that he is seeking on this so-called revenge tour to get into Congress? You've also got on the Democratic side, in some instances, questions around what people like to call the fight for the soul of the Democratic Party, as you well know, in Georgia, in that governor's primary there that we just heard about, in a state like Pennsylvania, where you look at Philly. Trust me, Kristen's got plenty to say about that later on in the night, our Philly native here. But there's a lot of really interesting races tonight that Democrats are going to be watching closely.
No, you're absolutely right. And I would just say sort of what's giving Democrats some hope tonight is that it's still about the economy, stupid. I mean, it still comes down to high inflation, high gas prices, high healthcare costs. It's just what the candidate just said there. If you look at Georgia, what we're seeing is record turnout among Democratic voters, where they have a 15% advantage over Republican voters right now. There's also these 2 Supreme Court seats that Democrats are going to be trying to vie for that former President Obama has weighed in on to make some endorsements, post VRA that matters a ton for those local states. And then when you look at Pennsylvania is going to be a different test for the Democratic Party. When you look at the congressional race in the 3rd district, it's all about the war in Gaza, whether or not our message on Israel and the war in Gaza will penetrate and resonate with a broad swath of the Democratic voter base. So Democrats as a whole are feeling very optimistic about where things stand right now, because although the president is not on the ballot, his policies certainly are.
Well, we've got a graphic I'd love to pull up if our team can find it. Gas prices in the 6 states that are holding these primaries tonight. To Ashley, to your point about sort of the economic focus here, and you hear about it on the Hill. You hear about it all the time on Sundays and all week long on Meet the Press Now. It's an issue.
Well, and one voter put it this way: gas is the #1 issue. It's another way of saying the
Georgia needs a new deal.
economy is the #1 issue. And Matt, pick up on that point. I mean, to what extent? I mean, this night with 3 dozen Trump-backed candidates is really a test of the extent to which the president still has a grip on his party, even against these headwinds of these high gas prices and this very unpopular war in Iran.
Sure. And certainly Thomas Massie out in Kentucky, everybody's watching that race. That's the headline race of the night. But also down in Georgia, I mean, you have Burt Jones, who Trump endorsed, is one of the Republican candidates there, but he's running against Rick Jackson. And I was talking to folks who are affiliated with the Republican governors, and they think Rick Jackson could actually get the most votes by the end of the night. So again, we talk about Trump's influence, and certainly after the bombshell endorsement of Ken Paxton today, no argument here from me, but you could be seeing in a very pivotal swing state, somebody get the most votes in a primary that actually didn't have his endorsement. I'm watching that as well.
The Ken Paxton that you mentioned, this is that news you referenced at the top of the show here. It is part and parcel of what I think you could think of as maybe a thesis of the night here. The president looking to flex his political muscle. He's coming in. He's putting a stamp on this race.
Absolutely.
I mean, what is it, 24, 48 hours after John Cornyn kind of gave up the idea of ever having an endorsement in this race in the first place?
The timing is just absolutely astonishing. Ashley Etienne and Matt Gorman, thank you so very much.
Ryan, let me bring you into this conversation here, because as we talk about the landscape of what Congress looks like, I mean, John Cornyn just told, actually one of our former interns just today asked the question. He said that he thinks that if you look at the sort of landscape of the Senate map, that Ken Paxton is going to be problematic for the state of Texas up against James Tallarico come November.
I think there's a lot of people scratching their heads about what Donald Trump was thinking from a strategic political perspective here. We know his motivation for political retribution. We understand that he has an ultimate loyalty test, and if you don't pass that ultimate loyalty test, he has no problem casting you to the side. But what he has done is made his life a lot more difficult in endorsing John Cornyn over Ken Paxton. Across the board, our team was all through the halls of the Capitol today. Very few Republicans wanted to talk about this, but the ones that did were very upset that the president made this move because of how much they adore Cornyn.
Ryan, no.
Oh, shit. They just cut him off. Fuck you, dipshit.
Bulls, thank you very much. The clock is just hitting 7 o'clock now on the East Coast, and we are ramping up to a new round of polls closing in our special coverage of primary night in America. Thank you again for being with us. I'm Holly Jackson.
And I'm Kristen Welker. In literally the last few seconds, polls have closed across Kentucky and Georgia. In Kentucky, NBC News can project that Andy Barr will be the Republican nominee for Senate in Kentucky. That's over Daniel Cameron.
Barr, of course, endorsed by President Trump, and we are still seeing vote coming in, but our decision desk feeling confident to project Andy Barr the winner. Let's take you over to Georgia now. Senator Jon Ossoff, obviously the Democratic nominee. This is making official what we knew would happen as Ossoff is running on the Democratic side of the ticket. Question's going to be, who could his opponent be?
Should change your name to Jersey, Kentucky.
His seat is a race that Republicans hope to flip. That one, by the way, too early to call at this moment, as you see the candidates there.
Yeah, there's also the Georgia's governor's race wide open to succeed the state's popular governor, Brian Kemp. That race also too early to call. Same thing on the Democratic side. The Democratic governor's race too early to call. Of course, we just did talk to Mike Thurmond, and we're still watching that race out of Kentucky. Congressman Thomas Massie in the fight of his political life against a Trump-backed candidate who the president wants to see win big. Our team of reporters fanned out all across the nation to bring you the very latest from these high-stakes races.
But we would be remiss if we didn't start with our man at the big board, Steve Kornacki. Okay, Andy
All
Barr.
my exes live in Texas. Wow, that's disappointing. Really, girl? Out of all places? Disgusting. I'm disappointed in you, girl.
Projected in the state of Kentucky in that Senate race. What does that tell us about Kentucky 4, this other key district we've been watching?
Yeah, well, take a look here. We did get some more votes in Kentucky for Ed Galrine, the candidate endorsed by Trump against Congressman Tom Massie. Now a 12-point lead district-wide for Galrine. Of course, the vote only coming from 3 places, but a couple interesting things we can tell you about those places.
Really?
Number one, if
you don't care, you never want to disappoint me, girl.
County. This is one of the biggest pieces of the puzzle in this district. About a quarter of the vote is in there, and Galrine continues to lead. It's an 8-point advantage. Now, we said what initially was reported out here was the early vote, and then we said that Massie was going to have to do better as the election day vote came in. Most of the vote is cast in Kentucky by people who show up at the polls on election day. So what is the split looking like? The early vote was 55% for Galrine. And the first batch of election day vote that we got, Galrine is still winning it. He's winning it by a little bit less, 53%. Again, if you're Massie, you really want to be winning the election day vote. You need to do better than come close. So, again, the numbers initially here, that initial early vote batch, that initial election day batch in this key county, in this district, both of them right now are numbers you'd probably rather have if you're Galrine than if you're Massie.
That could,
also out here in
I
Greenup
repeat,
County,
that
we
could,
now have a third
I'm
of
saying
the
once
vote
again,
in.
that
Again,
could never
this is,
be
Portsmouth,
me.
Ohio, Huntington, West Virginia, about 20, 30 minutes away here. You see Galrine leading out here with 61% of the vote. Something that's interesting, you mentioned Andy Barr. Andy Barr winning easily in that primary. Andy Barr's getting 57% of the vote right here.
Thorne?
The Trump-backed candidate in the Senate primary, who's having an easy time of it, is not getting as much as Galrine is here. So, again, that's an encouraging number 2 if you're Galrine right now. Overall, that's what it looks like with 7% counted.
So I hate to make you handicap the timeline on this, Steve, but I wonder, do you have a sense of when we expect to see more vote coming in and when we might get a clearer picture than we already have, which, as you point out, is pretty interesting at this race?
Yeah, no, I mean, it could come any minute. I'm a little surprised more have not sort of lit up. What's the, I don't know the correct verb.
All of the above works for me. I love it.
More, to be honest with you. So really, they should start to come. And generally what you'll get in these counties is an early vote batch, and then the election day comes out.
And by the way, nothing in Georgia, right? I mean, those polls, 3 minutes into polls closing, other than Ossoff, right?
Let's just make sure there's nothing on that map. There's nothing on that map yet. But this one, I can tell you, in Georgia, it can come real fast in some of these counties. We are going to have an issue, though, in Fulton County tonight, the biggest county in the state, where there's hours have been extended at some places. 11 p.m. is when we're getting our first results from Fulton County tonight.
Okay, that's an interesting point.
Good thing we're on the air all night.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Steve. Appreciate it. I want to bring in Houston Gaines now. He's a Republican running in Georgia's 10th congressional district and a member of the Georgia State House. Thanks so much for being here on election night. We really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having us.
So let's talk about the state of the race. You won the endorsement of President Trump in this race. Do you believe that's going to be the difference maker? We should say this seat is reliably Republican.
Yeah. It is, and I do think that the president's endorsement, it's been a huge boost to our campaign. We've been working overtime since August of last year, since we launched this race. And we've talked about my record in the State House and what we've done in the General Assembly, and certainly what I plan to do in Congress and work alongside the president. But his endorsement has been an incredible boost to our race, and we feel really good about where we are. We're looking forward to seeing results come in here any minute, and looking forward to winning this thing and having the opportunity to go to Congress and work alongside the president and the speaker and the rest of the Republican team.
We too, sir, are eager for the results to come in, and we've got Steve Kornacki at the board watching it all. I wonder, though, and listen, I totally take the point that, local politics is a lot different sometimes than what folks on the national level are talking about. But, you're part of what you could call your early 30s, new wave, new generation of the Republicans coming in. New York Times poll out today shows most young Republicans want the party to move in its own direction here and not simply follow the president's lead. So I'll ask here, where do you think there may be a split with President Trump on some of these key issues that people care about, like the economy, like the war against Iran, et cetera?
Well, I think that what the president's done has worked, and I think the agenda, it's certainly like the war in Iran. We've got more time.
He said
that certainly before the midterms, and I think that what the president has done and what's going to happen is going to end up being a successful. It's already been successful, but certainly what the president's moving forward on, I think, is the right thing for our country for the long term, to make sure that Iran never has a nuclear weapon. And certainly, I think on the economy, like what we've done here in Georgia and what the One Big Beautiful Bill did in Congress, those are long-term fiscal policies that take a little bit of time to implement. But it's my belief that as young people, I am 31, it's my belief as young people in my age bracket learn, and as we do a better job of telling our message, we're going to win young voters across this country, I think, in November and moving forward. We just got to make sure we're telling our story, telling what we've done, and continue to get things done when we're elected in Congress and certainly across the country.
Well, let me ask you, in terms of some of the more competitive races when it comes to Republicans holding on to the House, one of the big headwinds that Republicans are facing, the president's approval rating has been brought down by this war in Iran, which is unpopular. People deeply dissatisfied with his handling of the economy, the number one issue. You're talking about it right now. What do you say to voters who believe that the president broke his promise when it comes to bringing down prices?
Well, I think that, again, the Iran war, obviously, the outcome, there's we're still very early in the conflict, and what we've seen in Iran and what I think the president did was the right decision to make sure Iran never gets a nuclear weapon. But I think you're going to start to see gas prices come down. You're going to start to see affordability. That has been the number one issue, certainly on the campaign trail in the Republican primary, but in the general election as we head towards November. And I think you're going to see the president's agenda working, the Republican conference agenda working. And so that's why I think you're going to see by November, you're going to see prices stabilize. You're going to see gas prices come down. In Georgia, for
nobody's watching you, dipshit. We're all watching Steve Kornacki.
For example, we
doing his math on his calculator.
So suspended the gas tax,
calculator.
And I think the Congress has discussed doing the same thing federally, which I think would be a great move to make sure that we're keeping prices affordable for all people across this country.
If you end up in Congress, sir, who's your preference for who your Senate brethren would be? Is it Congressman Collins, Congressman Carter, Derek Dooley? I know obviously Collins' district. Is he the best choice, do you believe, for the people of Georgia?
Well, I know we got to get rid of John Ossoff, and certainly I think Congressman Collins has done an incredible job representing this district, and looking forward to watching the results in the Senate race and the Senate primary. Obviously, got a Senate primary, governor primary, lots of races open in the state of Georgia, but I'm excited to make sure that we defeat John Ossoff and over. I think that's going to happen. Georgians have seen what Senator Ossoff has done, and I don't think they appreciate his record, whether it's he's allowing men and women's sports and some of these crazy far left policies that I just don't think align with the state of Georgia. And that's why I think that Senator Ossoff is in trouble come November.
So then, sir, is that your diplomatic way of saying you'd be okay with any of the three on the ballot there in Georgia's Senate primary?
Of course, over John Ossoff, absolutely. I'd take any Republican over John Ossoff any day of the week.
Houston Gaines, thank you very much for being with us.
All right, Ryan, let's unpack what we heard. That's a reliably safe Republican seat. Mm-hmm. And yet, the questions Houston Gaines is answering reflective of what Republicans are going to have to answer for in the fall. That's part of what we anticipate hearing. But
what stood out most to me in the answer that he just gave you there is that prices will eventually come down. And that's the promise that you hear Republicans making up and down the ballot. And it is a promise that they're making to voters that it's going to be better by the time they cast their ballot in the fall. Right. That's a dangerous place to be. And if you recall what the situation was like leading up to the 2024 election, it's a very similar argument to what Democrats were making. And so if you're going to make that promise, you better hope it comes through.
I hate to be spying on Steve Kornacki, but he's in my eye line directly. And so when you
Nobody
get locked
cares
in,
about
Steve,
you.
it's very clear to me.
We
What's
wanna
going
watch
on? You're in the zone, man. What do we got? What do we got?
When are we going to get some more of this Kentucky vote? We got some more of this Kentucky vote.
All right.
And we got it from the single biggest county in this district, Boone County, right outside Cincinnati. Almost a quarter of the vote is going to come out of Boone County tonight, and we got more than a third of the vote from that county. And you can see Galrine here leading that by about a 14 and a half point margin over Massey.
This ain't
You're
good.
looking at early vote. You are now looking at some of the election day vote here, too. So this is now a little bit of a mix of these two things. We've been talking about not a huge difference between those two chunks of vote. And what that's done district-wide is it's moved Galrine into a 14-point advantage.
Yeah.
But I think more significantly, we said at the start of the night, again, the supreme importance of these three metro Cincinnati counties here, especially to Massey. You know, the idea here that they were sort of a different brand, they're very Republican, but a different brand of Republican, a more libertarian brand, or one that might be more willing to forgive sort of the places where he's departed from Trump and the Republican Party. But the results we're getting so far from Boone County, you see it right here. That's a big chunk of the vote that's now in Boone County, and next door from Kenton County, where we got about a quarter of the vote. Those are not the numbers that Massey wants to see right there. We also did get a little bit more vote in. Now, this is a smaller part of the district right here, but in Spencer County, again, this is the part of the district we said demographically would be more pro-Trump. Is delivering for Galrine. That's not a surprise there, but that's the mix in this district. You've got some metro areas around Louisville and around Cincinnati, and you've got plenty of rural pro-Trump areas too. Those rural areas that we've seen so far are delivering for Galrine, but he is also getting the numbers so far that he wants to see out of the metro areas. I should add, we got a little bit in here from Oldham County, very little, but this is just outside Louisville. And again, this is the wealthiest county in Kentucky. Very small amount, but keep an eye on that. So overall, if you're Galrine, a 14-point advantage now with about 13% of the vote in.
So if you are Thomas Massey, what counties are you looking for right now as you hope you can potentially hold on to this?
Yeah, it would be. I showed you Oldham County with only 2%. This has got to turn around for him. This has got to flip for him. He's got to win Oldham County, and he's probably got to win it by a big margin. Right next door here in Shelby County, where Shelbyville, Kentucky is, again, this is a pretty big piece of the pie here. Probably 10% of the vote's going to come out of here. Again, this is outside of Louisville here, some bedroom communities. It would have to be here. He'd want, I mean, based on what we've seen in Boone and based on what we're seeing in Kenton, I don't know what the expectations currently are in Campbell County, but he would want something out of Campbell County. Really what he needs is, we said, that split between the early vote and the election day. He somehow, I think, needs these numbers to turn around here as more and more of that election day vote is counted. That would be counter to what we've seen in these other Republican primaries, but he probably needs something like that to happen.
All right, Steve Kornacki, stay close. We'll be back to you soon.
Because we also want to know what's going on with Georgia. What polls are closed there? Aaron Gilchrist is joining us now from a polling site in Jackson. You got some interesting races on both sides of the aisle here, Republican and Democratic. Talk me through what you're hearing from voters as you're talking with them. I don't know if there's anybody still in line. They're probably on their way heading home at this point, huh?
You know what? We actually do have several people that are still inside this precinct here. This is the largest precinct here in Butts County, Georgia. We saw a line start building in the 6 o'clock hour, and suddenly it was stretching all the way the length of the administration building here. As we look inside the doors right now, the sheriff's office, they're only letting people leave at this point. We've had a few people walk up, and the deputy said, no, the polls are closed. They're only letting people who are already in line finish up their voting here. I can tell you that here in Georgia, we've been able to find out about two incidents where we know the polls are going to be open late. In Cobb County, which is north of Atlanta, we know that there were some equipment issues at a couple of precincts there, and so they're going to be closing at different times through this hour, the last one closing at 8 o'clock. There's also one polling place in Fulton County, in Sandy Spring, Georgia, again, kind of north of the city of Atlanta, where there was police activity earlier that shut down a polling location. So that site will stay open until a little after 11 o'clock tonight, although we do still expect data to be rolling in. And I can tell you, as we've talked to voters here, a lot of folks who've been at this location walking into those doors, they have encountered these uber long ballots, Democrat, Republican, Independent, 3 ballots available for people here in Georgia. And depending on where you are in the state, if you're voting in the Republican primary, there were 30 races in some cases for folks to look at. Obviously, that big Senate race that we've been talking about, the governor's race, lieutenant governor, and then other races throughout for state offices, county offices, some questions on the ballot as well. And so a lot for people to sort of take in here. And as we've been looking at the Senate race in particular, we know that there are 3 candidates who are sort of rising to the top right now. 2 current members of Congress, Mike Collins, Buddy Carter, and then this person who is a well-known name, Dooley, Derek Dooley here in Georgia, of football, high school, college football fame. He's got the endorsement of Brian Kemp in this state, and those 3 men are really the ones who have been battling it out for the Republican nomination to face John Ossoff in November, and they have really made clear that each of them wants to be the one to face Ossoff. They haven't been talking about each other very much through the campaign season, but really talking about going up against John Ossoff in November. We do expect that we're going to see a runoff in that particular race. We expect you could also see that in the Republican governor's race as well, where there's been a ton of money spent in this state. Every other commercial on TV here in the Atlanta area has been about one of the gubernatorial candidates here. And so as the polls close and data starts to come in, we know that 1 million people in Georgia voted early across the different ballots that are available here. 1 million people voted early. That was record-breaking for a primary election where turnout tends to be a bit lower. And so we'll see if that is a tell about anything in terms of who ends up being the person to get most of the votes in all of these different races here, with a lot of folks focused on those gubernatorial elections as well. Kristen and Hallie, we know that you've got a Trump-endorsed candidate in that race, not in the Senate race at this point, but in the governor's race, there's a Trump-endorsed candidate. And then, of course, there is the Democrat side, too. We can't forget about the fact that there are races on the Democratic side where you've got Keisha Lance Bottoms, the former mayor of Atlanta, former Biden administration official. I'll step out of the way of this car coming by here, who is up against, I think there are 6 other candidates on the ballot for folks. So a lot for people to parse through here. And it's very likely that some of these races, as I said, will be back on June 16th looking at runoff elections.
And can I just say, we're showing these graphics. You're seeing some of these percentages. We've got like a whopping 250 votes in, right? So just make, I don't want people to like it is early days for these races. We're waiting on a lot of numbers coming in too.
We sure are. But, you know, Aaron, one of the things that Hallie and I have been talking about throughout the night, quite frankly, when we talk about Georgia, the fact that you cannot talk about Georgia, you cannot think about some of these candidates without thinking about the 2020 election.
Right.
And the tension that President Trump has with some of the Republican candidates who are running tonight. Brad Raffensperger at the top of that list.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. When you look at the governor's race on the Republican side, you've got Brad Raffensperger, who really hasn't talked a whole lot about President Trump and the controversy that existed in 2021 as he's been out on the campaign trail. His ads don't really reference it either. And I can tell you, when we talk to some of the candidates in the Senate race, too, people are not quick to reference President Trump, but when asked about that, you hear folks who say, you know what, I'm the MAGA candidate. We heard that from Buddy Carter. We heard it from Mike Collins. You hear it from Burt Jones on the gubernatorial race because he does have the Trump endorsement in that race. But for the most part, we've heard each of these candidates really try to go it on their own and present themselves as people who have, the term we keep hearing is Georgia values from all of these candidates. And they feel as though that's going to be the thing that gets them across the finish line. Of course, they say they are aligned with President Trump and his agenda as well.
All right. Aaron Gilchrist, thank you so much. We'll come back to you in just a little bit. Thanks for being there.
As we talk Georgia, let's talk to Steve Kornacki, because I know you're looking at Kentucky, but I know you're flipping to Georgia, too, as some of that vote starts to come in.
Yes, absolutely. And the vote is coming fast in Georgia. I'll go right down there, just give you a quick update here. In Kentucky, more vote has come in here. What it is, it's that rural vote from the sort of Trump-friendly portions of the district. They are delivering for Galrine, so he continues to get so far everything that he's needing. We'll see if something changes as more vote comes in there. Now, take a look at Georgia. As I said, this thing might start lighting up just after 7 o'clock, and indeed it is. So this is that Senate primary here. And again, you got Congressman Mike Collins leading the vote that's come in so far. Now, one thing to keep in mind, Collins' district is sort of this portion of the state here. So you do see some of those counties from his neck of the woods that have come in. Another county that we've got significant vote from that's a pretty good size is down here, Glynn County, and this is Buddy Carter's congressional district, so that's why he's doing so well, and that's carrying a lot of the weight for him statewide right now as he has that advantage over Dooley. But again, he's getting a bit of a bang from there. Dooley, look, he's a football coach. He coached at the University of Tennessee. There's no maybe natural geographic base here, but the question for Dooley becomes, who's running second in places like this? This is Collins District here, Barrow County. You see Dooley right there is clearly running ahead of Carter. Next door, Dooley clearly running ahead of Carter. Dooley ahead of Carter. Dooley ahead of Carter. So that's that's one of the key questions here. If Collins, he'd been leading in the polls, and if Collins does indeed finish first tonight, that battle for second place. You see Carter in second place in the early vote count, but he's getting this. Glynn County's doing a lot of heavy lifting for him right now.
Drooly,
you see,
am I right?
Move away from Carter's district here. I just took you through a few there.
Because he's got
Dooley
no
running second right now, I think, in more of them than Carter is.
All right, Steve Kornacki, thank you so much.
Let's go to Ashley and Matt, who are joining us here, talking through all of it. So listen, let me just set the table here. You look at the clock in the corner of the screen, 40 minutes until the next polls close. The big one we're looking at then is, of course, Pennsylvania, battleground central, I think, when you look at November. But before we even get there, we've got Georgia, as Steve just talked through. We've got Kentucky. What's interesting to me, Matt, in talking with folks that are sort of close to the Dooley camp there, they feel like you've got to make the case in a primary, of course, to more MAGA-oriented voters, but you've also got to be able to sort of bring in others as well if you want a chance at trying to take down John Ossoff in the general. They feel like they are well positioned to do that. Obviously, Congressman Collins' team would disagree.
No, you're right. And if you're listening to strains of what Brian Kemp would say when he had two really tough campaigns statewide when he was running for governor. You got to thread the needle in the primary, but still be electable or relatively electable in the general. Obviously, Dooley has very close with Kemp. They're banking on that Kemp machine to come out if they can get into second place in the runoff. I talked to folks affiliated with all these campaigns. I think the consensus is they expect, when all the vote is in, to see Mike Collins have the most votes among the three. But who sneaks into that second spot? Is it Carter? Is it Dooley? Dooley's been making the case throughout the whole campaign. He's the most electable. I think you could probably hear a lot more of that in the general election, especially with Ossoff, who's raising a lot of money. He's pretty formidable.
If Massey loses, it's proof they never cared about the Epstein victims. Of course, yeah. I think that's a fair assessment, for real.
Well, and Ashley and Matt, I want to talk to both of you about this bombshell that we got today. President Trump endorsing Ken Paxton in Texas.
Super dramatic fashion.
Yes.
Dangling this as he calls people in to see the whole,
Can you imagine what?
Today,
early voting has already started.
Yeah, that's
already a day underway. So Matt and then Ashley weigh in on this. What was your reaction? Conventional wisdom is John Cornyn does better against James Tallarico. But obviously the president's been shown polling in these closing days that leads him to believe Ken Paxton's got a shot.
Yeah, let me just say this. I think even before the endorsement, I talked to folks and I was viewing it myself. Cornyn was likely to be the underdog in a head-to-head matchup anyway. The polling showed Paxton edging him slightly. This is really a game changer. I talked to folks. They were shocked. I was shocked that he was able to do it. I thought that he would kind of stay out of this. And it comes back to, when we were here a couple months ago, I was sitting next to Ashley and you guys, we thought, surprisingly, Cornyn had the lead that first primary night, I think to many of our surprise.
Remember that? That was our last night. It
was the last night.
Late night, babe. We were there.
You have more than that in Texas.
We were there for a bit. Yep.
And, I think the expectation was that Trump would come in and weigh in on Cornyn's behalf within 48 hours. However, as that languished, that was really a tough thing for him to kind of leave out there. And then I think Paxton pulled a very brilliant gambit.
Texas? Jesus.
Offering to leave the race
Jersey.
if the Senate passed this Save America Act.
That was a game changer.
It was a brilliant move, and it really got Cornyn back on his heels, and, well, I guess the rest is history now.
Ashley, could Democrats potentially be overly confident about James Tallarico? Texas, after all, is their great white whale.
Listen, I mean, this is a dream come true for Texas Democrats. I'm a Texas Democrat. This is my home state. It couldn't have been better for us. You're talking about Ken Paxton, who is incredibly compromised. This is someone who's been impeached, has been indicted. I mean, his wife left him and said it was for biblical reasons. I mean, can you imagine that and what that means? So we think that the matchup between Tallarico and Paxton, Tallarico has the advantage, and he's going to be able to use all of that, all of Paxton's negatives against him. So we'll see how this whole thing works out. The other thing that works to Tallarico's advantage is record turnout of Democratic voters in Texas. We're seeing nothing but enthusiasm on the ground. So again, this is a dream come true for Texas Democrats, and kudos to Tallarico for making this thing happen to some degree. I mean, he spent a lot of time attacking Paxton.
It's going to be fascinating to watch. Guys, stand by.
Ron, let me bring you to the conversation here because I know you are chomping at the bit to get in on it. No, you don't have to do that. That's cool. That's all right. But this to what Ashley and Matt are talking about here. And let me just we haven't said it in I think 45 minutes, so let's say it here and be clear. Yeah. All of this is setting up control of Congress. Right.
Did you rank us based on loyalty? You better believe it, girl.
Come November, right?
No, I didn't.
Reiterate that.
It's based on watch time.
Yeah, because this is something, I mean, Democrats think they have a chance of flipping the House, a very good chance of flipping the House. There's maybe an outside chance, I think, if you look at the sort of handicapping now of flipping the Senate, obviously for the last 2 years of Donald Trump, President Trump's second term here. Democrats are casting this as
same difference to Gus.
Existential stakes. I think you're going to hear some of that as the night goes on and we start to get to some of these speeches in some of these key states too.
Yeah, and I think that
clearly.
First of all, let me say I'll believe that Democrats can win Texas when they actually win Texas because they've flirted with this on numerous occasions.
I just have to say, for our friend and Texas native Garrett Haake, who will be joining us momentarily, he'll have a lot to say.
He'll have a lot to say.
Because that is something.
I better get it all out now.
Segment, because this will be your final comments about Texas.
My final comments of the evening. It's fine. I'm happy to defer to him. But the point I'm going to make on this is they've really never come close. They've spent a lot of money there, and Beto O'Rourke made a lot of Democrats excited. It never materialized. Colin Allred couldn't do it.
He's wrong. He came in within like 2 percentage points. What are you talking about, dog?
Kamala Harris couldn't do it. I
would call that pretty damn close.
This might be the best case scenario for them to have a candidate as flawed as Ken Paxton on the Republican side and have a candidate that they believe in as much as James Tallarico.
Ryan, one of the things that we've all been talking about here is what happens with the money. Senator Lindsey Graham, one of his initial reactions on Sunday, he was on Meet the Press saying,
"Is there anybody here that's going to vote
his reaction was,
Lion Kamala
money into Texas, effectively that could have been spent in other battleground states like Ohio, like North Carolina."
I think that's the biggest immediate impact of this decision by Donald Trump. He has forced the Senate Republican money guys to now heavily invest in Texas in a way that they didn't have to before because of Paxton's candidacy and the fact that he is not the same level of candidate that John Cornyn is in a general election. But I'm going to tell you, Kristen, one of the things that a lot of these folks that we talked to on Capitol Hill today are nervous about is that the big money folks are not going to be as willing to open up their pocketbooks to support a Ken Paxton campaign in the same way that they would of a John Cornyn campaign.
So that
makes it more difficult for the Republicans. So what does that mean?
How you doing,
that doesn't
buddy?
mean they're not going to, give to these Republican super PACs, but it means those Republican super PACs are going to have to spend money that they would have spent in North Carolina or in Maine. Now they have to spend that in Texas.
Don't get mad at me, but I have to ask. I got to bring it up because we're going to talk about sort of states where Democrats feel like maybe they can make a play. We're talking about Kentucky, Amy McGrath. I know we haven't talked about that race on the Democratic side much with Andy Barr there, but
So I actually, in preparation for today, I reached out.
Oh my gosh, look at you.
I reached out to some Democrats just to ask that question.
Sure. Right.
Do you think there's any shot in Kentucky? And these were from Democrats, not Republicans.
Okay.
And
a state where we've called Andy Barr projected to be the Republican.
The universal assessment was it would have to be an incredibly good night for Democrats if they were to take Kentucky. Yes, Democrats have won there before. Democrats, first of all, have to hold a number of seats. and then have to play offense in a couple of places. Kentucky is behind Iowa. It's behind Alaska. It's behind maybe even Nebraska.
Well, Amy
maybe
McGrath
Kansas.
lost by 20 points
Right,
to
exactly.
McConnell.
And so I think that they would think that that would be not a necessarily good use of their resources. Andy Barr's a good candidate, as he often likes to remind me when I talk to him about his Senate race, that his congressional district, which includes Lexington, which is one of the most bluest parts of the Commonwealth, he wins in places that are purple.
I have to add one caveat. I interviewed Amy McGrath today. She thinks there is a shot. So that's her.
I'd be shocked if she was, running and didn't.
But I wanted to give you that
that's
perspective. Good. But to your point, I think, Hallie, your point is significant because it speaks to the climate, which is that Democrats, because of the president's poll numbers, because of the price of gas right now, are feeling emboldened.
But I think this is an important thing for us to talk about as we go through this primary season. All of the indicators, all the data tells us that this should be a wave year. The Democrats should win easily. I wonder if we're past wave years. I think the country's so polarized.
Just like existentially, you mean? Like we're just.
I just don't think people are as swingy a voter as they once were. It's hard to find people.
That's true.
You okay there? Who vote Republican in one race and then vote Democrat the year after. I'm not saying they don't exist,
up,
but the type of voter that you would need
Jersey
to
telling women to shut it.
A wave election.
What
I
an
just don't know
ally.
if there's as many of them out there as there once were.
I'll let you pick up your hairspray that you have, so you can get to that. But we want to get to something. So listen, it's 7:29. It's just about to take over to 7:30 here on the East Coast, which means we are 30 minutes away from the state of Pennsylvania, the Commonwealth, of course, having its polls closed.
Our home state.
Our home state. And a state, listen, we're going to talk a lot about it tonight, but you got an interesting race in the Democratic side in Philly. You got a couple of key battlegrounds, 4 of them that people are watching so super closely. And just like that, you see them on screen, including there, Pennsylvania 7. This is the Lehigh Valley, the Allentown area. This is a biggie. Interesting on the Dem side. Governor Josh Shapiro, very popular with Democrats, is trying to throw his weight around in some of these
Jersey.
races too.
Look at that.
You see
Shake
Bob
that
Brooks
golden
there,
booty.
considered the front runner, but it is going to be an interesting one. There's also been now this other issue, an apparent, I believe, explosive device that was found. I want to bring in Brian Sheehan from our NBC Philadelphia station. Brian, we are so glad to have you with us tonight. You've been on the ground. You've been doing the reporting. Bring us up to speed on what you're seeing there.
Well, the latest from law enforcement officials is that they don't believe that today's incident is connected to this polling location in Catasauqua or the one about a block from here. But multiple law enforcement agencies surrounded the area for several hours. As you can see on the ground, circle marks the area where evidence was found right outside of the church. Now, they cleared the scene here just a few minutes ago. Those who live nearby tell us they heard a loud explosion a little after 9. Pennsylvania State Police say that sound was the result of an explosive device being thrown out of the window of a vehicle around 9 o'clock. No one was injured. Now, officers swarmed the area and shut down roads, but the polling centers here never closed. People were actually still able to come and cast their ballot, all while local, state, and federal investigators interviewed neighbors, and bomb-sniffing dogs were brought in. They cleared the scene a little before 6 o'clock tonight, and we are still waiting to learn from authorities about the suspect who they say threw that explosive device out of that vehicle. At this hour, still no word if any arrests have been made.
And Brian, of course, the big question on everyone's mind, did that in any way impact people's ability to vote? Or any of the polling locations going to have to be open longer? What are you hearing?
Well, we are hearing that the polls are still closing here and across Pennsylvania at 8 o'clock tonight. But we did speak with the judge of elections, who said that there was a steady stream of voters coming through these doors early this morning. And then after the roads shut down here at 9 o'clock this morning, they said that it trickled down. They really didn't see anybody coming in. So definitely having an effect. People here, we have seen people come in to cast their votes within the past hour. The roads opened at 6 o'clock, a little after 6 o'clock tonight. So people hoping to cast their ballots before the polls close here in Pennsylvania.
All right, Brian Sheehan, thank you so much. We really appreciate that report.
Let's swing back over to the big board. Steve Kornacki is there.
Yep.
There he is.
I'm not trying to be a creeper, but I do watch you, okay? And I'm just saying in my head, vote, 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 vote. What do we got?
More.
What's coming in? What's happening?
And here we are.
Wow,
We're to a quarter
creeping
to
on
vote
men.
now in Kentucky, 4 here.
creeping on men. Typical women. Jesus.
Well, we just got a big one here. We said that third county right outside Cincinnati, where Massey, the pressure really is on Massey to start producing some numbers here. We're getting the early vote from there. And you can see, again, it's a continuation of this trend. Gowrine leading by 9 points in that early vote here. And again, remember, right next door in Kenton, this is where the night started. Gowrine leading there. And in Boone, the biggest in the district, Gowrine leading by 15 points there. Also significantly, we just got some more vote here out of Oldham County. Remember what we said about Oldham here? This is the wealthiest county in Kentucky. This has a lot of those voters, professional class, college-educated voters, suburbs of Louisville. And you can see here the update. If you remember earlier, it was a wider margin with the initial vote out of here. So what's come in since? Massey's done better here. Massey needs to be winning Oldham County. If he's going to have a chance tonight, he needs to win Oldham. He needs to win next door here in Shelby County, and he's got to come up with a win, up here. He's got to win the election day vote up here in the Cincinnati suburbs, because elsewhere, what we've seen come in, we've seen some new votes come in. These are small rural counties here, but again, everything is kind of going, these small rural counties, you think of them as pro-Trump, and they've been delivering for Trump's candidates tonight. The one exception right here, and this is a very small county, but Mason County, it appears that Massey's won by a little bit less than 2 points. One thing to keep in mind is geography a factor here. Before he was a congressman, Massey was a county elected official right here in Lewis County, right next door in small Mason County. He ekes out a victory there tonight. I think we just got some vote here too in Harrison County. So, it's starting to come. But as you can see here, it's still a 12-point advantage for Gowrine. We've not seen Massey deliver in a place tonight yet where he really needs to deliver.
And Ed Gowrine seems to be outperforming almost in all of the districts you're seeing so far, with the exception of the small district you just
and the question mark here in Oldham County, just because Massey did a little bit better with that update, but again, Massey needs to be winning there, not coming close.
Well, we have you all night, and if people are wondering what's that big stick, that's the Kornacki cam. That's his GoPro right there, which is very exciting as we're showing you as all this is happening. Can you also walk us through what we're seeing in Georgia, Steve? Just help us set the table, because we're about 25 minutes from polls closing in Pennsylvania. We'll talk about Alabama at some point. We've got plenty of time for that, but fill us in on what you're seeing so far.
Yeah, so again, we'll start on the Senate side, because we've got a close race on the governor's side. We'll show you too. But on the Republican side here in the Senate race, 7% of the vote statewide. You can see, though, it is a scattering from across the state. And Congressman Mike Collins right now clearly leading the initial vote count. Buddy Carter right now in second over Derek Dooley. But remember, this portion of the state down here, you see that maroon color, that's Carter's number. This is his congressional district here. So right now, that's delivering some,
I can do something with
a
that.
bit of a punch for him right there. But again, if you take a look here in the Atlanta metro area, we really don't have much in yet. We do, though, have some in Cherokee County. I was expecting this to be a little bit more. Cherokee is one of the biggest Republican plurality-producing counties in the United States of America. We only have 2% of the vote in there right now. Cherokee will loom large, though, when we get more vote right there. So if Dooley were to be getting 33% when we get all of Cherokee, that's going to be a big thing for him, but that's a big if right now. Flip over to the governor's side on the Republican side right here, and what do you see? You see Rick Jackson again, only 2%, that's in Cherokee County, 7% statewide here, and you see Burt Jones, the Trump-backed lieutenant governor, with a narrow advantage over Rick Jackson. What you also see is a gigantic gap there back to third place, where the Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, is. Remembering here that this is a 50% state.
That's right. Nobody gets runoff, yeah.
They go to the runoff here. I think one thing that's interesting that we've been seeing in the results here, what did we just get?
What's up?
Oh, and we just got, I just was told we just got more Boone. This is the story of the moment. So we just got more Boone County.
Down a little.
Excuse me, I wanted to show you what we got. Okay, look at this. We're nearly complete in Boone County here in Kentucky for. This just came in a gigantic batch of vote here. And Ed Gowrine, now a 10-point advantage with just about all the vote counted in Boone County. You can see how that just jumped up. It almost doubled the amount of vote that's counted in this district. And Gowrine, with that in right now, still with a 10-point advantage.
They're going to call it.
That's very significant, what just happened there in Boone County.
I'm so curious. We've got Julie Sorkin at Massey Campaign Headquarters. We're going to get a vibe check, I think, in a couple of minutes. Steve, I know that you're going to be watching that coming in. I should also note that as we speak right now, President Trump is speaking. He's at a separate event. He's not talking politics yet, but you're taking a live look now. Here's the president speaking now. We're told right now he's talking about the war against Iran, et cetera. But I mention this, Kristen, because he looms large over so much of what is happening tonight in these Republican primaries, including what Steve just laid out with this Kentucky 4 race.
Well, he has endorsed 36 candidates. There is no bigger race than the race in Kentucky that we're watching so closely. And to unpack this even further, we're really excited about our panel. Former Florida House Democrat Val Demings and former Speaker of the House and Republican leader Kevin McCarthy. Thanks so much to both of you for being here on a really significant night. Speaker McCarthy, I have to start with you because of what we are talking about. President Trump looming so large over what we are seeing. Your reaction so far to the lead that Ed Galvin has opened up. Again, no calls have been made, but he's clearly so far showing signs of strength.
That's a very big lead, especially against the incumbent. More money spent in this one. And I will tell you, President Trump is probably stronger in the Republican Party than any other president in history. If you look what happened last week, he's stronger than Ronald Reagan. He's stronger than he was in his very first term, even. He can defeat somebody by not endorsing him, even. We've watched that happen down in Texas. So he makes a major difference in these elections, and it's proven here, too, because to defeat an incumbent,
McCarthy,
especially in the first term, the president did endorse against Massey, and Massey still won. Now, they discredited that candidate. It wasn't somebody the president recruited. This candidate's a good candidate. This is a former Navy SEAL. This is a serious individual running, but the money was put behind, and I think the president has laid out, from his point of view of how strong he is, he could determine in almost any Republican primary.
Well, and of course, Congressman Massey was one of your favorites, right? While you were never an issue for you.
No, but I will tell you this. Massey voted for me for Speaker. He sat on the Rules Committee. He voted. I mean, Massey's a very principled man. I don't have any complaints with him. I mean, now, will he vote no a lot of times on you? Yes. But he doesn't backstab you. He doesn't lie to you. He's very upfront. And remember, Kentucky comes from Rand Paul. This is he's a libertarian. He's highly intelligent. MIT, his former wife, MIT. He has more patents than others. What I always found is put him in a productive place, and he's more productive.
What's interesting when I hear you talk about this, that's kind of how Massey ran his campaign, is by saying all of those things. I'm principled, I'm who I am authentic. I think even some people who didn't want to see him win would say, the guy is who he is. He's not like, wiggled around or wobbled around in this race, which I think has been part of a factor there. We'll see if it's enough for voters in Kentucky. We look at that race, so interesting on the Republican side. There's some interesting Democratic races, too.
Massey is one of the most conservative members in the House of Representatives. I've served with him on Judiciary. He is very principled. He's very laser focused on the rule of law. I mean, we've watched him the last year, right? Having the strongest influence over a party does not necessarily equate to being a good thing. We're going to talk about a lot of races tonight, but this race is it's not about any individual. I see this race, this night, is about the rule of law. It is about Article 1 responsibility and accountability in the U.S. Constitution. And the results will help or hurt, I believe, the future of democracy in America.
But we're watching democracy. The people of the district get to decide who represents them, not based on who we want or not. This is the best sign of democracy.
But we're talking about the influence of one person who seems to be very vindictive, have a very vindictive approach. It's not about policy.
I don't agree with that. I would look within your own party where Barack Obama was at one time.
Tonight is about the rule of law and whether you want to uphold it or destroy it.
Let me ask this question, and this is not about a race that's happening tonight, but I have to ask
think he's going to lose, guys.
Bombshell that happened today.
Let's talk Texas.
We can't talk enough about Texas. And I think there's really fascinating questions for both of you because Speaker McCarthy, on the one hand, you have President Trump with this endorsement. No one was expecting him to endorse today. Ken Paxton, what do you make of the timing? What are the implications? And then I want to know if you think James Tallarico has a real shot.
Well, I would say, why now? They just started early voting. So if the president likes to hold back. He doesn't make a fast decision. So he's watched this. He said he was going to endorse after the first primary. I think he got a little frustrated. He's had relationships close with both individuals in the race, and I think he knew this could make a difference.
Do you think James Tallarico has a shot? That Texas has been out of reach for Democrats. Even Beto O'Rourke, as Ryan was saying, got close maybe, but not close enough by any stretch.
I'm from Florida, and Florida and Texas have a lot of similarities. I was absolutely shocked today when the president made the decision.
By the endorsement or by who he endorsed?
When he made the decision to endorse, period.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Because Kevin's right, early voting has started. Why would you do it now? But I got to let you know, Texas is still hard. But Democrats are celebrating this endorsement. I really do believe when you look at the kind of candidate that Tallarico is, that he does have. Now, we take nothing for granted. This is tough stuff. But I do believe he has a real shot at winning Texas.
Mr. Speaker, can I ask you, if you can put on your hat of electing House Republicans, because that's what you did better than anybody.
Only leader to always win seats.
That's right.
Even when Democrats won the presidency.
So put yourself back in that position, and you see Donald Trump and his political arm investing $30 million. It's going to be the most expensive House primary in American history in a seat to remove a Republican to elect another Republican. Would that frustrate you at all, especially in the political environment that House Republicans are facing right now?
Look, I expect the leader to work closely with the president. And it's not that you wait till the last minute and the president makes some decision. I would work with him all the way through. There were no surprises ever. And if we had a difference of opinion, we worked through that. We're usually always on the same page. And we helped recruiting. He helped us win those seats. He would do these telephone town halls. But what you want to look at, and you say these $30 million, you know who's raised the most money? President Trump. If you line up all the Republican money and all the Democrat money, at no time is it so one-sided. The Republicans have $800 million, the Democrats have $200 million.
But wouldn't that be better used in Mike Lawler's district or a district?
It's going to be used, but the money raised is the president. He's the one that has raised this amount of money. Normally, the Democrats have more money than us. The Democrats have not done well. I mean, the advantage in the climate is for the Democrats. Their problem is their money and their leadership.
We're going to pause this. We do have a call to make.
Girl.
All right. NBC News can now project in the state of Georgia, the 14th District, Clay Fuller projected to win Republican House seat 14. This was Marjorie Taylor Greene's seat. Not a surprise. He, of course, won the special election, Hallie. This is what we would have anticipated. But again, what's significant about this is Marjorie Taylor Greene's seat.
Democrats usually have more money. I would say it's the opposite.
And a lot of interest in Georgia generally. I'm looking at the clock. We're 45 minutes now past polls closed. Steve is looking at Kentucky. He's looking at Georgia as vote count comes in. But as we take a look beyond just Georgia 14 here at the state generally, you talk about seats that Republicans want to flip. In the Senate, this is one of them, Mr. Speaker. I mean, John Ossoff, somebody who we already projected that. That was a no-brainer right at 7:01. We did that early.
Thank goodness.
But the question of who is best positioned to take on John Ossoff in this general election come November. And also, let me ask you, because Derek Dooley's campaign is making the case it's him, that he's somebody who's got the support of a popular governor, President Trump. You talk about how he's
that guy. Neither do I.
Crucially important. Hasn't endorsed in this race.
No, he hasn't. That weighs over it too. I think he will make a decision after this primary, probably. But I remember Ossoff running for Congress, and we beat him. Then he went up to Senate and won. The difference is money in politics is not equal. Okay, the most powerful money you can give is the least amount that goes directly to the candidate. This is where Ossoff has made himself very powerful. Why that money is so important? Because candidates and members get to buy TV time at a lower rate than super PACs or anyone else. So if they have $5 million, the super PAC has to have $10 to $15 million equal. But what Ossoff has done, and this is what will happen in Texas as well, they can make the Republicans spend money. And if you're spending money in a safe seat, and if you're going to make a determination, can I win Georgia, or do I put that money in North Carolina? Or do I have to put it in Ohio, Iowa, Alaska? Whoever has offense has a better chance of winning. We're playing a little defense here, and that's where recruiting matters.
Senator Ossoff has, over the course of his first tenure, tried to at least, raise a lot of money. You're saying it doesn't equal winning. But a strategy of also broadening the coalition that will vote for him, and also Senator Warnock as well. Do you think he can do it again, though?
I do believe he can do it again, because while the Republicans are in a position where they're still trying to work it out, probably headed to a runoff, John Ossoff is continuing to do his job. He's focusing on farmers. He's focusing on veterans. He's focusing on small businesses. He's doing it right. And don't we all want to see the coalition expanded? I mean, can we ever get back to a place where we are working together to get things done on behalf of the people? I think he's doing it right. I think there's going to be a mess on the other side before this is over. And I think John has an excellent opportunity
But
to
remember
win
this,
again.
it's not a problem to have a primary. You want a primary because you want somebody to fight and get stronger through it. So I don't have a problem with that. The challenge is, where's Georgia trending? Republicans are trending a little down in Georgia.
Do you
so we
think
can't
the
take it for
president
granted.
should have endorsed in this race? Speaker
No,
McCarthy?
I like the idea of.
You like letting him duke it out.
I like him duke it out because Ossoff is a very good candidate and he's an incumbent. He's not an easy person to beat. So if you pre-pick somebody, they're not strong because they haven't proved they want it themselves.
See, I think this is the kind of race that you would expect the president to endorse in, because Georgia has gotten a lot tougher, evident by 2 Democratic senators. And this is the kind of race, not in the Texas race, because I think he did not help Republicans.
But you're doing apples to oranges. This is the first primary race in Georgia, so they're not in a runoff. Texas is a runoff. He stayed out of the primary.
This is the kind of race that you would expect him.
No, you'd only expect him to do it after the runoff, in the runoff, not in the primary.
All right,
Let me interrupt you guys here because we've got some other things to hit, and I want to go to
another
Steve.
projection.
An NBC News projection here.
I knew
it. This is a big deal. This is the race we have been watching. The projected winner, NBC News,
Let's call it a
project
night.
is Ed Galrine winning the Kentucky's 4th
Confirmed.
district. You see the numbers here right now: 54% with 60% of the vote in across that.
Standing up to Trump doesn't help. They don't care about victims.
That state. Gang, listen, from the jump, since we came on the air, Steve Kornacki, you were looking at these numbers, you were looking at where Galrine was performing in some of these key areas in the district, and it was already from the jump looking like an uphill battle for Thomas Massie.
Yeah, and it was. And actually, it was about 5 minutes ago. We got it in the same county where we started the night, Kenton County. Most of the rest of the vote coming in there. Again, one of those big suburban Cincinnati counties here. And the only chance Massie had since we kind of came on the air was if the election day vote, the folks who went out to the polls today and voted, if they voted in a very different way than the folks who had voted early. And this just made clear when we got that final update here from Kenton County. And we've seen similar things next door in Campbell County. And we've seen it in Boone County to the west. It made clear that was not the case. Galrine is in position right now, as you can see, all 3.
And this makes sense, right? Because communities tend to vote very similarly depending on where they are, right? Not always, but yeah, there you go, guys. He lost. Of course he did.
Of these Cincinnati metro counties, he may.
Right? And what did I say at the beginning of the stream? He had a chance to win. It was like 46, right? But I think he's going to lose. And yeah, it's just like, guys, when you've watched a lot of elections, especially with Steve Kornacki, but in general, right? You can it becomes like a sixth sense, right? Like you can really just like tell, like, he should be doing a lot better, and he just clearly wasn't.
End up winning tonight, and if he loses them, he's only going to lose them narrowly. Half the vote comes out of here.
Of course it's a slap to the face of the victims. That's why I say, guys, how can you be a centrist to these people? These people look at someone like Thomas Massie, who did the right thing in this one particular thing, and decided to toss him because an orange man said he was bad. Right.
For that matter, you look here in Oldham County. Again, we showed you this earlier. This is a place where Massie needs to be winning big. You go into the smaller rural counties of this district where this is where you find probably demographically the most Trump loyalist. Again, Galrine was largely getting the numbers he needed. Again, the one exception, the only place here you see that Massie shade of red. This is Massie's home county. He previously served in county government here before going to Congress. And then right next door, small rural county, Mason County right there. Only bright spots of the night for Massie, and they aren't even that bright. At least Mason isn't that bright. So, yes, Galrine wins this thing, and really from the word go. And the notion had been, I think, that the Massie folks were hoping, again, that those Cincinnati suburbs that birthed Rand Paul's political career, libertarian kind of infused politics there, that they'd be more forgiving. But from the first result we saw tonight, as you said, Hallie, they weren't.
President Trump getting exactly the result that he wanted in Kentucky for, Kristen.
Yeah, 2 in about a 4-day span. So that is significant. Let's go out to Julie Sirkin, who is at the headquarters of Thomas Massie. He was trying to hold on to his seat, trying to seek an 8th term, Julie, hoping incumbency would be the key to holding on, but it wasn't enough against a Trump-backed candidate in Ed Galbraith.
Also, like, you have to understand, there's a very, like, anti-incumbency bias going on right now, right? But it's not everywhere, clearly.
It wasn't enough, Kristen.
And it's certainly not in Democratic circles, right?
And I just talked
The Democrats vote for the incumbent so many times.
to somebody very close to the president for his reaction tonight. I asked him, what would Galbraith's victory mean tonight for the president's track record? And they told me it means the president keeps his commitment. So this is definitely a race, as we've been talking about, that pretty much comes up on top of all the other races. The president watching it so closely, posting on his Truth Social, posting on X, trying to get people motivated to go out to the polls to defeat Massie. I remember when I was here in March for an event that the president held in Kentucky, and he introduced Galbraith to voters. He was a political unknown, and the president said, I asked for a warm body. Give me a warm body that could beat Massie. And it appears tonight, as I'm standing in a sea of Massie supporters, some of them a little bit disappointed, coming in where they were getting an open bar, free food, trying to enjoy some semblance of their night, now paying attention to the screens posted up around this room, essentially showing Massie underwater here. And certainly they are not going to be happy. But already we are seeing calls for Massie to stay in the fight, maybe run for president, to stay relevant somehow. Because as Steve has been saying, this is not your traditional Republican area. There are a lot of libertarians here, a lot of independent voters. This is really the battleground for old MAGA versus new MAGA. You saw Marjorie Taylor Greene, Lauren Boebert aligning with Thomas Massie. You see the president take actions that many voters that I talk to say they didn't vote for that, like the war in Iran, for example, adding to the deficit. These are all things that they found unacceptable. And yet you have a result like tonight, the president appearing to put his thumb on the scale, and victorious at that.
We are waiting to see, Julie Sirkin, thank you, where you
All right. I'm done with these people.
If Donald Trump is the most humiliating character this country has ever created, then John Fetterman is a close second. Because John Fetterman ran as a Bernie-style progressive. Then he gets in there. He's got brain damage from a stroke. And all of a sudden, he does a hard right turn. Now he spends all of his time coddling Trump's ballsack and telling everybody Netanyahu is awesome. So now he loves genocide. He loves the fascist criminal Trump regime. And it's just, he gaslights everybody 24/7. And also, his brain literally doesn't work. Like, he basically has figgy pudding in his brain, and it's leaking out of his ears. But here's the funny thing. Fox News, they like to use anything they can to sort of build their narrative. So they invite on John Fetterman, and they love the idea of a Democratic senator who tells us everything we want to hear. And so Fetterman goes on Maria Bartiromo's show on Fox News, and this is just straight up hard to watch. Prepare yourself.
So that's why I blame Iran at this circumstances. I certainly don't blame America to hold this regime accountable. And like the reflecting pool in the ballroom, you know, I don't care about those things. I think it's entirely appropriate. I mean, I think I've seen a picture, assuming that it's not AI. You know, so far the reflecting pool looks good. But if that's $13 million, that's really, that's small. I think President Obama correctly, you know, he invested $34 million to make some upgrades. I mean, America's turning 50 years old. You know, why wouldn't we want to make sure everything looking great? Right. And now we do need a ballroom. You know, we do. I mean, I really,
Okay, you literally have the Fox News host is now getting uncomfortable. Like, she's actually uncomfortable. So I don't care about the ballroom or the reflecting pool, but I'm in favor of the reflecting pool, and we need a ballroom, bro. We totally need a ballroom. Like, are they paying you at this point, John? Are they literally paying you? Is that what's happening here? Jesus Christ.
I think we have, you know, much bigger fish to fry. So I'm saying build it or not, and that's where I'm at. But not just because the president asks for one doesn't mean I'm going to oppose it necessarily.
Well, we're going to.
I love how his brain is so cooked. He makes this point every day like he's some sort of genius for saying, I'm not just going to be against it just because Trump does it, bro. Like, I'm better than that. I'm bigger than that, bro. Well, I don't know. Maybe you should be against it because it's illegal. Maybe you should be against it because there was zero approval. Maybe you should be against it because at the same time Americans are struggling. They're now wasting a tremendous amount of money slapping Trump's name on fucking anything and everything, building the Epstein Memorial Ballroom and Lord knows what, a nuclear bunker underneath as he's, launching us into World War III. Maybe there's other rational, logical reasons to be against doing these things with U.S. tax money. At the same time, Americans are struggling, looting the treasury, shaking down the taxpayers. There's also a lot of corruption and graft in these deals that Trump is making to have these people do these jobs. With the new fountain that they just got back up and running, with the reflecting pool, Trump is taking a piece of all the action. It's massively corrupt. And you're just like, oh, ballroom good, me like ballroom, me like reflecting pool. Go ahead, make reflecting pool. So, we found the one Democrat in America who's like, yay, ballroom, yay, fucking gross reflecting pool that Trump is fucking up. Are you also in favor of him putting his name on the Trump Kennedy Center illegally? Are you also in favor of him throwing his name on currency and putting his name on Mount Rushmore, you fucking ogre-ass bitch? Jesus Christ. So I responded to this and I said, the ogre can't stop slurping the pedo's meat. And unfortunately, that's exactly right. But I'm not done yet because this somehow gets even worse. Here, he's going to talk about the Iran war and gas prices. And oh boy, in a world that made sense, he should, this alone, he should have to resign for this.
You had two Bushes, you had Clinton, you had Obama. I mean, you have several presidents, even before President Trump, and several secretaries of state, 10 officials, say that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Do your colleagues, are they not aware of that?
I hope, but right now though, it's become it's people America's the good guy.
They weren't making a nuclear weapon. The JCPOA had it so they.
Oh my God, America's the good guy.
They definitely wouldn't have a nuclear weapon.
Because I've been told that my whole life, so I'm just going to repeat it.
Trump ripped that up. He ripped up the Iranian nuclear agreement that Obama made. Okay. Hours before Iran was attacked by the U.S. and Israel, they agreed to zero enriched uranium. Zero. And they got attacked anyway. This has nothing to do with nuclear weapons. And then all this fucking ogre can muster, America, good guy. Are you a literal fucking caveman? Is that what you are? Are you a literal caveman? America, good guy. Me want meat. Me club animal overhead. What the fuck is this, bro? What is this? Again, you can see Maria Bartiromo is even uncomfortable. She feels like she's taking advantage of this poor guy by having him come on and spew Republican talking points. Which, by the way, what does it say about Republican ideology that a guy adopted all of your policies after massive brain damage? What does that say about your ideology and your talking points? It is literally a party for the brain damaged. I'm not kidding. That's why we say there's a lot of lead brains that are Republican, and there's a lot of fucking CTE havers who are Republican. A stroke literally damaged his brain, and he came out like, hey, Republicans are right about shit. What does that tell you?
People America's the good guy. Iran is the bad guy. Of course, nobody.
Okay, by the way, let me just say, R.M. Brown, if you're watching this, and if he's not, somebody please send this to R.M. Brown. We need a new drop on his show, and the drop needs to be John Fetterman in an exasperated way saying, America's the good guy. We need a new drop on R.M. Brown show. Somebody send this to R.M. Brown.
America's the good guy.
Come on, man. That's a perfect drop. America's the good guy.
America's the good guy.
It sounds like a child trying to convince himself that we are the good guys just after learning we nuked Hiroshima and Nagasaki and killed so many civilians. America's the good guy. America's the good guy. Oh, my word.
People America's the good guy. Iran is the bad guy. Of course, nobody likes to see gas at this prices right now. I blame Iran. I don't blame Iran. I don't.
Come on, bro. Yeah. Come on. I blame Iran. I don't blame Iran. Maybe that should be the drop. R.M. Brown, should that be the drop? I think that should be the drop. One more time.
Now, I blame Iran. I don't blame Iran. I don't.
I blame Iran. I don't blame Iran, though, bro. You know what I'm saying? Oh, Lord, help us. He's one of the 100 most powerful people in the country. Oh, Lord, help us. Oh, my days. Oh, it is so over. It's never been more over. You could go out on the street and pick a random 100 people, and they guarantee you they would run the country better than these fucking psychopaths.
Blame Iran. I don't blame the administration, because I happen to agree as a Democrat that we should make sure that Iran can't build a nuclear bomb.
You're saying you blame Iran. You blame Iran for the spike in oil prices, not this administration, is what you're saying. But I mean,
Maria had to come in and save him. You know it's bad when the right-wing host is like, "All right, I gotta jump in. I gotta help him."
You're saying you blame Iran. You blame Iran for the spike in oil prices, not this administration, is what you're saying. But I mean, I'm wondering.
All I have to say is congrats to all the Israel supporters out there. Congrats to all the Republicans out there. This is like the perfect embodiment of what you guys are. Yeah. Right? Like a literal brain-damaged idiot who can't put a sentence together, who doesn't know his ass from his elbow, who's falling apart, who clearly can't live like a normal life. And they just trot him out here like, hey, say the things we like. Say the things we agree with. Well, again, if this is your avatar, the guy who has literal brain damage, hey, you know what? That's a fair representation. Because that's how I feel like that's what I feel like when I'm dealing with all of you people. You all seemingly have brain damage.
For real. No.
All right, y'all. So the Christian nationalists are absolutely losing their fucking minds. And it is wild to watch. So they had this event over the weekend. I'm not sure if it was just an anti-abortion event or if it was a broader Christian event, but it was like every single right-wing hack evangelical that you can think of and all these Republican politicians, they all got together. And, man, it was terrifying when you actually listen to what they say. So let's start with this right here. We have Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, who, of course, is most well known for tracking his son's pornography use and his son tracking his pornography use, where they used an app where they would be, brought in on when their kid is jacking off and when the dad is jacking off. Like you would get some sort of notification that that's what's going on, or they're on websites they shouldn't be on. This stuff is beyond disturbing. So this is where his Christianity brought him. It brought him to monitoring his son jacking off. Okay, that's like that should be a massive red flag to anybody who wants to go down this path.
What the hell?
But listen to what he says here.
Okay, I want to ask you, we're obviously here at this faith event. Not everyone is happy about that. So let me give you a chance to respond to Americans United for Separation of Church and State. They say if the president really cared about this, he would be celebrating separation of church and state as he...
By the way, that's a massive crowd in the background there. Yeah, you're at this event. Hey, how's that going? How's that looking? It doesn't look too good out there, does it?
On to Americans United for Separation of Church and State. They say if the president really cared about this, he would be celebrating separation of church and state as a unique American invention that has allowed religious diversity to flourish. But they call this a Christian nationalist crusade that is just a very narrow view and version of Christianity that really doesn't serve Americans. And they say this is a public event on public land.
This is a recognition of the deeply embedded history and religious and moral tradition of the country. This is an appropriate thing for us to do on the 250th anniversary, and the people who are upset about it oppose that. They want to erase the history of America and pretend as if we're not a nation that was dedicated originally to God. If you walk into the House chamber this afternoon with me, Shannon, you will see "In God We Trust" inscribed in the marble right above the head of...
Hey, you fucking idiot. That was done in the 1950s. That was done in the 1950s. That wasn't from the founding. What, are you out of your fucking mind? These people don't know anything. They don't even know anything. They don't know anything. They don't know that most of the founders were deists. They weren't Christians. You know what a deist is? It's somebody who believes that there's a God that created us or whatever, but like it's not the God of any particular holy book. Christianity's not right. The other religions aren't correct. It's just like, yeah, we were created by God, but that's all we know, basically, is what the deist position is. They weren't Christians. God, these people, they don't know shit.
History of America and pretend as if we're not a nation that was dedicated originally to God. If you walk into the House chamber this afternoon with me, Shannon, you will see "In God We Trust" inscribed in the marble right above the head of where I stand as the Speaker of the House. Congress put that there as a recognition of who we are. We are one nation under God, and to come here and gather for a happy, hopeful celebration to rededicate ourselves in that way as one nation under God is a healthy and appropriate thing. The people who are the naysayers and who have created this new term of Christian nationalism as a pejorative, a derogatory term, are trying to silence the influence and the voices of Christians, and I think that's wildly inappropriate.
It's not a new term. It's a label that's existed for a very long time, and now you're just gonna be like, all right, it is what it is, bro. Maybe we are Christian nationalists. Holy shnikes, bro. Yep. They're just saying it now. It's like, yeah, Christian nationalism, that's what's up. We like that. Bro, that's just a roundabout way of saying, yeah, we want to make it illegal to get an abortion at any point, right? Even if you just had sex. We don't even believe in like the morning after pill. That's what he's saying. He's saying just like Pete Kegsbreath pastor, remember this? The Secretary of War Crimes, his pastor, he's out there saying women shouldn't have the right to vote. He's out there. He doesn't think black people should have the right to vote. They want to go back to some Jim Crow type shit. This is what, when you're actually a Christian nationalist, this is the shit that these people care about. They care about social hierarchy and order. They don't care about, nobody is less like Jesus than these people. Nobody strays more from what Jesus's actual messages are, what his lessons are, than these people. Because again, all these people care about. It's not a coincidence. They're all the ones who line up to support every single illegal war of aggression. They're the ones who line up to cut taxes to the billionaires and give subsidies to the billionaires while they raise your taxes. This is who they are. This is what they do. And now they're like, yeah, just call me a Christian nationalist. I don't give a fuck. I'll rep that shit. And he actually, how dare they make it a pejorative? It's a pejorative because we're supposed to believe in Enlightenment values. We're supposed to believe in secularism. We're supposed to believe in a separation of church and state. Like, he's acting like, it's always been one nation under God. No, again, all that branding came about in the 1950s as a fuck you to the Soviet Union. That's where that one nation under God bullshit came from. It wasn't from the founding, you fucking dipshit. All right, we're not done. Here's Franklin Graham, who's a known Trump meat slurper. He's going to give his little spiel about how this nation has fallen behind and now we're all sinners and we got to fix that. And listen to what he says here.
The vast majority of Americans then had at least a basic understanding of the Bible. Today, the vast majority have little to no understanding of biblical truth. 250 years ago, the Bible was taught in schools. For many, it was their sole textbook. That doesn't mean everybody had faith, but they had a basic understanding and respect and knowledge of God's word.
By the way, think about what he just said. He said there were places where the Bible was their whole textbook. Like, that's all they learned from was the Bible. Think about how terrifying that is.
Yeah, it is terrifying.
Think about, that's the world that this man wants. Think about what that means. That means no more science, no more expertise, no more engineering, right? No more actually going deep on subjects to become a real expert to try to, like, expand a field. It's like, everybody shut the fuck up. It's the Handmaid's Tale. Women get in the kitchen. Dads, go work with your hands and become a fucking lumberjack. We're going to have a nation of 350 million fucking lumberjacks, right? Or people who just read the Bible all day. Like, what a fucking hellscape. What a hellscape. So you want people to read the Bible all day and only take the lessons out of the Bible. Okay, well, there's lessons in the Bible. Like, it's a crime to wear a mix of two different fabrics. Like, that's an abomination in the eyes of God. Does that make sense? It's also an abomination in the eyes of God to eat shellfish. Are we prepared to ban shrimp as a nation, or lobster, or crab? Correct. Is that what we're going to do? Like, they're so inconsistent. But he's not done. Wait until he gets to the list of things. Like, oh, we fall into sin, and here are the sins. And then listen to the things he lists.
Today, the Bible has been removed from our schools.
Good. It has to be, because we have a constitution that separates church and state, you fucking idiot. If we allowed a Quran in the school, right? Or if we allowed the Bhagavad Gita, do you have any idea? They would be the first ones to chirp up and be like, how dare you bring this in the classroom? That's not right. But they don't actually say that because they believe in separation of church and state. They say that because they're like, we just only want to teach the Bible. So they want to allow religion in, but only their particular version of their particular religion. That's what these people are. I mean, it's totally unserious. It's an unserious approach to governing and to education.
It's been removed from our schools, and for the most part, the public square. But there is a downward moral decline, spiraling ever deeper into the mire. Things that never would have been talked about publicly just 30 years ago.
Let me just say, a man who very proudly slurps Trump's meat and supports him endlessly is talking about a moral decline of the nation. Bruh. Yeah, people like you are leading the moral decline.
For real.
You are the moral decliners. All the fucking MAGA sycophants are moral decliners. That's what you are. You've made this country worse.
Yeah. Sinful behavior that should make us blush is now celebrated and flaunted on Main Street America. America has become morally rotten, completely sick with sin. Transgenderism.
Oh no, his first two examples of how we've become morally rotten are transgenderism and same-sex marriage. Oh my word. So let me get this straight. The people who are bothering absolutely nobody and have done absolutely nothing wrong, they're the problem. The people who are effectively in the wrong body, and so they're like, I just want to express the gender as I feel it, they're somehow evil and nefarious and bad and wrong. And gay people who simply love people of the same sex, they're just, they're evil and immoral and bad and wrong. But you, supporting a war criminal, pedophile, rapist, con man for president, you're not immoral. See how that doesn't quite add up, son?
Marriage, opening women's locker rooms to men are just the tip of the iceberg. Why do we need to rededicate ourselves? When God sent the flood and destroyed the earth, it was because man's heart had become so evil and violent. In the news, we see unimaginable violence, rapes, murders, mass shootings. On YouTube, there's so much violence.
He said on YouTube, there's so much violence. Bro's talking about like video game violence and shit, or like violence in a movie. He's saying, oh, that's the problem. Okay, again, notice, listen to what he says. He's not talking here about war. He's not. He's talking about like, oh, street crime and violence on YouTube. Listen to this, listen.
When God sent the flood and destroyed the earth, it was because man's heart had become so evil and violent. In the news, we see unimaginable violence, rapes, murders, mass shootings.
What the hell?
On YouTube, there's so much violence. Movies,
YouTube!
Video games are full of violence. We have an insatiable appetite for violence. And I believe this grieves the heart of God and will bring his judgment if we don't repent as a nation.
See, the problem I have with this is these people care more about fake violence or like artistic expressions and how they play out in different ways like this, right? Over actual violence, genocide, war. They're more than willing to commit war. This guy isn't saying shit against Iran, right? What's going on in Iran, the Palestinians, etc., right?
Oh my word.
Oh my God.
All right.
But he's more than willing to sit there and grandstand about violence in video games, media, YouTube, as he puts it, right?
So ready for this? So I quote tweeted that and I said, no mention of corruption, starting illegal wars, carpet
real.
bombing schools, funding genocide, building concentration camps, torture, destruction of the
violence.
Constitution, kicking people off healthcare, cutting free school meals, giving all the money to the rich. Shocking! So in other words, all of the actual sins that this government is committing, all of the actual sins, he supports. 100%. He lines up behind Trump, slurps him silly, and supports it. So, okay, dude, you are the problem. You are the evil. You are the immoral one. Okay? I don't want to hear this anymore. I'm so sick of these religious fundamentalists who are nothing but judge, 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 shame, shame, shame. When push comes to shove, you're the actual problem. You're the one who believes in nothing real. Like I said, nobody is less like Jesus than these disgusting freaks. Okay? You won't find a group of people that's more like Jesus than going and talking to a bunch of atheist progressives or going and talking to a bunch of average Muslims. Those people are 1,000 times more like Jesus than the so-called evangelical Christians. The fundamentalist Christians are like Jesus, okay? I mean, it's fucking sick. All right, but we're not done. So Marco Rubio says, from our country's beginning, for as long as America has embodied freedom and exceptionalism, the soul of our nation has been rooted in the Christian faith. Today, we gather, as our forefathers did, on this day centuries ago, to rededicate our nation to God. That's what he said. So this person points out, shout out to M. Kenobi, this is what the founding fathers had to say about religion. Ready? Thomas Jefferson. Christianity neither is nor ever was part of the common law. Christianity is the most perverted system that ever shone on man. Religions are all alike, founded upon fables and mythologies.
Based.
John Adams. The government of the United States of America is not in any sense founded on the Christian religion.
Oh, look at that. Look at that.
The United States is
I forgot they said this stuff.
is not a Christian nation any more than it is a Jewish or a Mohammedan. That was their way of saying Muslim back in the day.
Yeah,
Nation.
Mohammedan. That's what they used to call, yeah. A follower of Muhammad, yeah. Oh, this video by Rubio made me want to barf. Yeah, for real.
Thomas Paine. Whenever we read the obscene stories, the voluptuous debaucheries, the cruel and torturous executions, the unrelenting vindictiveness with which more than half of the Bible is filled, it would be more consistent that we call it the word of a demon than the word of God. It has served to corrupt and brutalize mankind. And by the way, that's exactly how I feel about the Franklin Graham types and the Mike Johnson types. You guys are fucking demons.
Well, yeah, and that's the difference between being a deist versus like believing in God or like this kind of religion, right? Like they probably believe in like Kyle said earlier, they believe in a God. They just don't, or like a deity, right? They just don't believe that any like human institution represents that perfectly. It's a very enlightenment kind of position to have, right? And what I mean, like age of enlightenment, right? Not like the ideology. I meant like that's how people thought back then. Really well educated people were like, who is man to make this stuff up? And yeah, there you go.
Like as you pretend like you're the servants of Jesus, the servants of God. Fuck out of here. James Madison says, quote, religion and government will both exist in greater purity the less they are mixed together. The purpose of separation of church and state is to keep forever from these shores the ceaseless strife that has soaked the soil of Europe with blood for centuries. So,
and I mean, that's 100%.
So these were actually educated people who had this shit clocked, son, understood. Hey, we need to separate this shit out because it's going to get fucking ugly as a motherfucker if we let these psychopaths run the show. We let this insane ideology lead the way. They understood that these people are hypocrites. These people themselves are immoral. They're liars. And now here we are today, and we're fighting the same old goddamn battles, bro. It's the same old battles. And they're just as evil, if not more evil now than they were then. And it's just, it's terrifying is what it is. That when nothing drives me crazier than having to fight these same battles that we won 1,000 times. We got to go fight it for 1,001st time. Like, that is fucking terrifying to me. But you got to do what you got to do because we can't let them win because this nation is going to be, as fast as we're declining, we would decline even quicker if they got their way on everything.
Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm.
Is this
Click the
true?
bell as well for notifications when videos drop.
Give me some good news. Give me some fucking good news.
Big deal here. This just dropped the other day, but the golden...
Not that I care anymore because, guys, we're grasping at straws at this point.
Ballroom slush fund violates the Byrd rule, according to the Senate parliamentarians. So they say, today the Senate parliamentarian advised that the provision in the Judiciary Committee title of the Republicans' bill that provides $1 billion for Trump's gilded ballroom would be subject to a 60-vote threshold if it remains in the bill. Quote, the American people shouldn't spend a single dime on Trump's gold-plated ballroom boondoggle. That's why in a bill where Republicans are ignoring the needs of working America, instead attempting to funnel $1 billion into Trump's Louis XIV style ballroom and throw tens of billions more at two lawless agencies, Democrats are fighting back, said ranking member Jeff Merkley. While we expect Republicans to change the bill to appease Trump, Democrats are prepared to challenge any change to this bill. So the Republicans' own parliamentarian says, oh yeah, you would need 60 votes to approve this ballroom
They don't
funding.
give a shit about them.
Now,
No, they
remember,
don't.
Trump had been saying, I'm going to get it through private donations. Well, turns out, no, I guess they decided we got to go through Congress. And then when they tried to go through Congress, they failed. Also, he went from saying it's going to be 200 million to 200 million to 400 million to 600 million. Now they're asking for $1 billion. Okay. But there's no way they're going to be able to get to those 60 votes in order to get this thing done. So Scott McFarlane says, tough break for the Trump ballroom. Senate parliamentarian rules the $1 billion project will require 60 votes for approval per Senate Budget Committee Democrats. Very, very steep climb. Now, here's the question. Will they just ignore the shit out of this? Because I could see Trump just flat out ignoring the shit out of this because he's ignored 1,000 other rules and laws and court decisions. I mean, that's sort of like his trademark is I'm just going to absolutely blow off whatever the fuck you're telling me to do. I'm just going to blow it off. And in fact, I have right here, the Trump regime blew off 57 court orders, and that was of July. Okay? So as of July, it was 34% of the cases that Trump had in front of the court system, he would just blow it off. ICE themselves have blown off nearly 100 court orders. And again, this is just a little taste. Never mind the stuff that they're doing that they never got approval through Congress. Never mind the lack of checks and balances. Never mind whenever there are attempts to sort of reel them in, they just sort of swat it aside and continue ahead like a bull in a china shop. So this is what we're dealing with. We're dealing with a lawless regime. And when everybody read this, everybody thought, oh, that's great, like no more ballroom. But they already illegally demolished the entire East Wing, bro. They already illegally demolished it.
Too late, yeah.
And you have the court system came out and said, well, you can't really just do this. Like, you obviously need to get approval
Really?
through
He did
Congress.
it?
So they're
What are you gonna do about
ignoring
it?
all, like, zoning laws, all proper regulatory procedures. They were ignoring even going through Congress. Now Congress is effectively blocking it, but what are they going to do? Are they going to proceed anyway? Well, we do have a little hint on that front, because the journalist Jim Acosta, he came out and he said the following about another project that Trump is illegally working on with no approval whatsoever. Watch.
Okay, guys, I'm back over here just outside Arlington National Cemetery, looking across the Memorial Bridge into Washington, D.C., where the Lincoln Memorial is. You can see it over my shoulder. I'm seeing these two staging areas in this traffic circle right across from the entrance to Arlington National Cemetery. It looks as though Donald Trump is going ahead and having his administration build the arch without any kind of approval process. It looks like they're just starting to do this by setting up this staging area here. I'm going to stay on top of this. I'll keep you posted. We're going to monitor this to see if he's going to try to pull another fast one and do this on his own.
It looks like he's just working on the Arc de Trump, which is another idea that he fucking made up out of nowhere. And he goes, let's do this. I want an arc in my honor. I want my name on absolutely everything I can put it on. No legal approval, nothing through Congress, nothing through the regulatory process. This is getting ridiculous at this point, right? Like, he's flat out acting not only like a dictator, he's acting like a fucking emperor. And everybody's just yawning as he basically gets his way on every front.
And also, guys, an update on the reflecting pool project. I'm down here today taking a look at this. I'm just looking at the paint. It's pretty splotchy. It is not an even coat. And take a look.
It's splotchy. It's not an even coat. It costs way more than what they said it would cost. Trump is clearly getting a piece of the action because they're overcharging like a motherfucker for it. And, like, the color is like a dark blue. It's like a dark blue. I think it's probably going to look worse than what it looked like before.
Look around. I'm not seeing a whole lot of workers out here. Makes you wonder, are they ever going to get this thing done?
Jesus Christ, man. Jesus Christ. So, for those of you who are following along, here's an updated list of the U.S. House GOP bills that would honor Trump. They want to carve his face into Mount Rushmore. This is stuff actual Republicans have proposed, okay, legally, officially. They want to rename Palm Beach Airport after Trump. Guess what? He already got that one. Ron DeSantis approved that one. Now there's a Donald J. Trump airport in Palm Beach. He wants to rename Dulles Airport after Trump. They want to do that. They want to require the State Department to award a Trump Peace Prize, which would be the most embarrassing Peace Prize of all time.
It's like the FIFA World Peace Prize, right, guys? It's as useless as that. Even more useless.
He's one of the biggest warmongers of all time. They want to declare Trump's birthday a federal holiday. They want to award Trump a congressional gold medal. They want to mint a $250 bill in U.S. currency with Trump's image on it. They want several resolutions urging Trump be given the Nobel Peace Prize. They want the directing NIH to conduct research on Trump derangement syndrome. And as I added to this, don't forget, he's already signing his name on currency. Again, something he totally made up and just started doing. They also, I forgot to write this one down, but now they're putting his face on passports. If you get a new passport, they're putting his face on it. Again, like we're a fucking banana republic. He forced his name on the Trump Kennedy Center and ruined the Kennedy Center now, by the way, where no artists want to perform there. So they don't want to be affiliated with them.
I already got my passport. Oh, man. Thank God.
He's, of course, still trying to work on that Epstein Memorial Ballroom. He originally wanted to name that after himself. And now the Arc de Trump as well. So, I mean, just completely and utterly out of control. This is completely... We've never seen anything like this. There was a time when Trump would post some goofy shit like his face on new currency in the first term, and people would, like, laugh at it. Like, oh, yeah, that's funny, man. Like, he's sort of joking around. He's, it's almost like he's like a parody of himself in many ways. But no, like, it takes on a whole different meaning when you realize he fucking means it. He means all of it. The man is genuinely psychologically unwell.
Yeah.
And he's the most malignant.
Because his mom didn't, like, validate him or, like, give him enough emotional attention, right? Like, we went over how narcissists are created, right? And I don't mean, like, that term that people use that throw around on other people without, like, diagnosing them or any of that stuff. Like, we're talking, like, actual, like, in the DSM-5, right? What did they say? What did Dr. Romney say on that? She said that narcissism is created, or narcissistic people are created, when their emotional needs are not met, but their physical needs are met or exceeded, right? So you have to have both. It's not just emotional neglect or emotional like you're just not really, nobody cares about you, right? In your household. It's also that you have to have your physical needs taken care of, right? You can't go hungry. You have everything just taken care of, like you anything you kind of wanted, right? That's generally how what she said is like one of the things that creates a narcissist, one of the biggest indicators, right?
Of the malignant narcissists. And there's this deep, empty void at the center of him. And he can't help himself but try to like force himself into the history books and make himself, you know, this figure that can't be argued with, that, you know, is remembered for generations. I mean, that's effectively what's going on here. But as I said, man, thing number one for any Democrat in the future is going to be,
I'm still growing up. I know.
His name's got to come off absolutely everything. His name's got to not only all this government stuff he's trying to put his name on, his name's also got to come off the buildings, his private businesses. I'm ready to liquidate those shits.
Yeah.
Let's do demagnification. Let's liquidate it. Let's expropriate the wealth from the entire Trump crime family, because this is all ill-gotten gains. Do you guys realize that yet? Do you see this yet? That they've only gotten to this point because they've been on a lifelong crime spree.
Yeah.
And they've caused so much pain and devastation. I mean, this is the same guy, by the way, and you guys know this, but this is the same guy who literally stiffed his plumbers and his electricians and all the people who worked on his hotels and his casinos. They have charities that were total frauds. Trump's university was a fraud. Yep. I mean, he literally did tax fraud and insurance fraud and business fraud. These are not reputable people. I remember the story of one of the architects who built Trump's golf clubhouse at one of his courses, and he says, yeah, he paid me half of it, and then he just never paid me the second half. And somebody was interviewing him, and they were like, well, what the fuck? Like, why? That's crazy. What'd you do about that? And he's like, I didn't do anything. He said, because if I went to court and sued, I could have ended up maybe losing more money than I would have gained.
Yeah.
Because let's say my legal fees were $600,000. Well, I was only supposed to get paid $500,000. Like, I was afraid to go through the process, so I just ate the loss. This is who this guy is. He has a track record of this. He has a long track record of exactly this. He's a con artist. He's a scammer. He games everything. And you could argue he's the most successful con artist literally of all time. And we're witnessing what that looks like now. It ends with a guy with Alzheimer's who's sundowning in front of the world, who's lost his damn mind, now trying to force his name on currency, force his name on the Trump Kennedy Center, force his name on the Arc de Trump, force everybody to build this fucking ballroom, put his name on airports, all this shit. This is what it ends with. A guy who's completely lost the plot as the country is crumbling around him and as he's launching a new war every other week. He's engaged in these navel-gazing, self-obsessed, disturbing acts of vanity. That's what it is.
Hey y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop, and watch that video on screen right now. You know you want to.
Crazy. Yeah. All right. And then the final thing I wanted to watch was this More Perfect Union.
The internet and White House are teeming with conspiracy theories about secret plots to steal elections. But what I'm about to tell you, this is the real thing, and it's been hiding in plain sight. All that talk about stealing elections and undocumented immigrants voting,
The Democrats cheat, Republicans don't cheat.
it's actually a cover for something deeper and more insidious.
This may be the most important executive order he's ever signed.
Republicans have to win this one.
We've been going all over the country to look at voter rolls.
This myth of non-citizen voting appears to have been a billionaire-backed, funder-driven effort to make it harder to vote, which increases the relative power of wealthy donors.
This is all about class war. As the economy tanks, working people are becoming more and more fed up with a government co-opted by financial elites, big tech, and energy companies. At the same time, the billionaire class is working to silence any dissent to their massive tax breaks, shredding the social safety net, and mass surveillance. Just last month, conservatives on the Supreme Court, most of whom are linked to billionaire-funded dark money groups, successfully eviscerated the Voting Rights Act, further cementing Republican power.
That's the kind of ruling I like.
But the bigger motive behind moves like these actually transcends partisan politics. And that's because the various anti-voter proposals coming out of the White House would make life hell for many Republican voters too. A few weeks ago, we ran the first poll that asked working-class Americans how Trump's election policies would actually impact them. We'll reveal the numbers and show how all of this is secretly being driven by billionaires dedicated to making sure working and middle-class voters don't have their say in November or in 2028. Let's roll it back to 2024. In the last election, 73.6% of eligible citizens registered to vote. And only 65.3% actually voted. So already we're not batting 1,000.
The president's allies in Congress are pushing dangerous anti-voter legislation like the Save America Act and the Make Elections Great Again Act, either of which would be the most restrictive federal laws around voting in elections, basically in American history.
The SAVE Act and its permutations look stuck in Congress, but much of what they would do has been laundered into executive orders.
You would think that.
You can break it down into a few categories: proof of citizenship, bans on mail-in voting, and intimidation and interference. All proposed under the guise of securing our elections from non-citizen voting.
I think what most people don't realize is that proposals for voter ID that have come out of this administration would be stricter than anything currently on the books in any state.
President Trump wants to mandate proof of citizenship to even register to vote, which only comes in the form of an up-to-date passport with the correct address or a birth certificate. Do you know where your birth certificate is right now? I don't.
Half of Americans don't have a passport. 1 in 10 Americans doesn't have a birth certificate.
Cisco Aguilar, the Secretary of State in Nevada, sees this proposal as a modern-day poll tax.
They all say, oh, well, everybody has a passport.
Of course it is.
No, not everybody has a passport. Those that are privileged enough to have a passport will be fine. But again, it's that working class community that we are taking out of the picture and taking away the opportunity for them to have a voice.
Agreed.
The numbers are stark. A YouGov poll last year found that just 28% of Americans with a household income of less than $50,000 possessed a valid passport, compared to 80% of those who make at least $100,000. And the burden doesn't fall evenly on gender either. Trump's proposals would require these up-to-date records of anyone who has changed their last name. You know, like 80% of married women. Plus, the administration wants to require proof of citizenship every time someone
I think that counts even if you hyphenate your name, right? Like you become something, right? Yeah. It's a different name, so even if you hyphenate your name, like you combine them into one. Like my friend, that's his mom and dad did that, right? So he always had a hyphenated name. That's because like they didn't want to like he didn't want her to take his name, and she also wanted to keep it. So they were like, okay, what's a good way of doing it? Combining them, right? Making it into one.
Updates their registration info. And for renters in this economy, that's often a yearly task.
Yep.
You don't need a tinfoil hat to start to see who is being
real.
targeted.
Working class and lower income folks, voters in rural communities, especially Native and tribal communities, and voters on the very young and very old ends of the spectrum.
Keep those demographics in mind when considering the fact that the Brennan Center found that 21 million voting age Americans don't have these proof of citizenship documents readily available. Our poll also found that 13% of the working class voting population does not have a passport. And to get one, that's a really big lift for many.
Nevada's a working community, right? We're a 24/7 economy. We are a service industry based. And a lot of people don't have access to additional resources or the time to do this. When you ask them to go spend 4 hours trying to accumulate these documents, that's 4 hours where they're not making money And it's going to cost them not only for the documents, but it's the opportunity cost that they could earn a living to provide for their family or themselves.
According to our poll, 66% of working class voters said that the $130 fee for a new passport would be difficult for them to afford. And 47% of working class voters say that it would deter or prevent them from voting. It'd be tough on middle class voters too. 53% say it'd be cost prohibitive, and 36% say they wouldn't be able to vote. And for what? The number of non-citizens voting in American elections is essentially zero.
Crank it.
But since
Crank it.
2020, a subset of
pretty cool
activists has
prop.
become obsessed with the idea.
Maybe I should start using props. I'm going to start doing
All
that,
of the
guys.
groups that had been built up into this election denial infrastructure started almost simultaneously talking about the myth of non-citizen voting. And it was very clearly a coordinated effort, very likely a funder-driven effort to coordinate around this single line of messaging.
Brendan Fisher of the Campaign Legal Center took us down the funder rabbit hole. Because while the giant gaping loopholes in campaign finance law make it intentionally difficult for people to follow the money, there are some big names that you really need to know.
A lot of the national groups get their money from billionaires like Dick Uihlein or Elon Musk, or wealthy, powerful individuals who control a lot of money like Leonard Leo.
You might recognize
Look at
Leonard
this
Leo
guy.
as the guy who picked Donald Trump's Supreme Court justices.
Oh yeah, he's Leonard Leo. He's the guy that he had a spat out with, right? They fucking hate each other now.
Leonard Leo, who controls over $1 billion, has groups like the Honest Elections Project and Save Our State, which have been playing an important role, at least in helping to advance messaging and policy development.
This January, the Honest Elections Project released a big game plan that literally outlined each of the steps that Trump has pursued, including serious restrictions on mail-in voting.
Tell me about mail-in ballots.
You know, the method that Trump both constantly rails against and uses himself.
I used a mail-in ballot. You probably said, yeah, I did. You know what? Because I'm president of the United States.
There are also foundations like the Bradley Foundation, and all of these organizations collectively pour tens and at this point hundreds of millions of dollars into supporting these broad national groups.
The Bradley Foundation is a Wisconsin-based organization that put more money than anybody into election denial.
Rules for thee, not for me, is what he just said.
And voter suppression. They were a big sponsor of the Only Citizens Vote Coalition, a who's who of billionaire-funded anti-voter organizations, over 80 in total, a lot of them involved in Project 2025.
They help craft legislation. They provide testimony when legislation that would undermine the freedom to vote is moving in state legislatures or sometimes in Congress. They're more of the experts in the room.
Back in 2024, Only Citizens Vote created model anti-voter legislation in partnership with the massive corporate lobby group ALEC. Leading the way on that legislation was Cleta Mitchell. She's a Federalist Society member, OG election denier, and most importantly, on the board of the Bradley Foundation.
All we have to do, Cleta, is find 11,000 plus votes.
Cleta Mitchell now has her own group called the Fair Elections Fund, which helps to coordinate many of these efforts, as well as seed money to state-based groups, some of which are themselves associated with the Election Integrity Network.
Okay, here's another big name, the Election Integrity Network, which brings us down another rabbit hole. The Election Integrity Network is fueled by just a few big players, including the Conservative Partnership Institute and Citizens for Renewing America. The Conservative Partnership Institute is funded by Trump donors. It's run by former Trump Chief of Staff Mark Meadows and gets its money from big players like the Koch-linked Donors Trust Fund, a group funded by the founder of Hobby Lobby, and of course, the Bradley Impact Fund Foundation. With all of this backing, members of the Election Integrity Network have infiltrated state, local, and federal government, where they're implementing the goals of their billionaire patrons. Back in February, some of its top members attended a summit of elite election deniers and Trump administration officials. On the agenda, urging the White House to declare a national emergency to take control of elections. A month later, Trump took action with a new executive order aiming to do just that.
Yep. I remember
His latest executive order targets vote by mail by attempting to restrict who the U.S. Postal Service can send mail ballots to by working with DHS to try and create a supercharged federal citizenship and voter eligibility database, which is not something that they're authorized by law to do, and not something that the federal government really has the capacity to do.
The SAFE system is a system that they built from scratch. They say does a proof of citizenship on voters to determine whether or not that voter is eligible to vote.
And spoiler alert, it's a mess.
What they're trying to do is force 3 major federal bureaucracies that can't function within themselves to create a national voter roll within 60 days. It's preposterous, and it's a pipe dream.
There's all sorts of false positives. There's plenty of examples of voters being identified as non-citizens when in fact they are citizens.
Let's go to the poll. 53% of respondents in each income bracket say that eliminating vote by mail would make it harder for them to vote. The alternative is voting on election day, and working class people were 6 points less likely to have the time to vote during the day than upper income respondents. 24% of Americans voted by mail in 2024. And if people can't vote by mail, they'll have to wait in endlessly long lines on election day, a time-honored way to suppress the vote.
You're damn right. We're going to have ICE surround the polls come November. We're not going to sit here and allow you to steal the country again.
After a year of ICE occupying cities and raiding people's homes and schools, people are understandably terrified of the prospect of getting locked up for trying to vote, especially people of color. Our poll found that 12% of Black, Asian, and Latino voters would be less likely to vote if they heard ICE was at their polling place. That's almost double the 7% of white respondents who said that they'd be wary of voting with ICE lurking around.
It's a huge issue. I mean, I hear about it every single day. Somebody asks me about it. And it's not only Latinos in the Latino community, it's the general community at large. Because they don't want to go into a situation where they feel comfortable or where there could be chaos. People want to go where they feel safe and they feel welcome.
And while voters are being teased with the threat of prosecution, it might become a very real possibility for election workers.
The executive order also directs the Department of Justice to prosecute election officials who register people who provide insufficient proof.
When you add in that criminal element, that really scares them. It creates a huge burden and a huge weight on their shoulders, because at that point, it's not only about them, it's about their families.
So it's really setting up a kind of perverse incentive system where election officials are going to demand more and more and more proof to keep themselves safe.
How you been?
The anti-democracy movement has grown in leaps and bounds since 2020, fueled by 2 seemingly inexhaustible resources: conspiracy theories and right-wing billionaire cash. Just how much they can accomplish for their billionaire benefactors remains to be seen nationally, but quietly, they've already...
Licknerft just got a 45-day stream streak. www. What it? Nice photo.
Thank you for the 45 days.
Oh.
had a seismic impact on a more local level.
What they've really built is a network of state-based activists.
23 states have passed some kind of proof of citizenship law, and a growing number of states are shortening mail-in vote windows. As of early May, a dozen states have complied with the DOJ's unprecedented requests for sensitive voter information, including information on individual voters targeted for disenfranchisement. And even in states where they haven't managed to pass legislation, experts say that the confusion and misinformation they promote has been disastrous. Luckily, not everyone is falling in line. The administration has now sued 30 states plus Washington, D.C. over their refusal to furnish the White House with sensitive voter information. And returning the favor, 23 states and D.C. are suing to block the latest executive order on mail-in voting, including Nevada.
We need to make sure that at the state level, we continue to fight these issues, doing everything we can by notifying and educating the public, but also using the legal system to protect eligible voters.
The administration is trying to redefine eligible voters, and despite what they say, it has nothing to do with immigration or even party affiliation. The attacks on democracy are coming from the top down, all aimed at silencing working people and ensuring that billionaires have complete control of the country.
Wow.
Thanks for watching. For more videos like this, make sure to subscribe to More Perfect Union. And if you've got a story you want us to cover, leave it in the comments down below or send us an email.
Damn. Damn. The jokes I could make. All right, guys. You know what time it is. I'm out of here. I'm probably going to be taking a few days off. Appreciate everyone stopping by. She pulled it one last time. She did. She couldn't help it. That's what I like. A girl that knows what she wants. Thanks for the stream. Yeah, you're welcome, man. You showed up at the very end. Bye, everyone. Take care. Have a good one. Stay tuned for the credits. Bye. Where is it? Why isn't it working? Oh, it's because it disconnected. Twitch disconnected it. Thank you, Patreon supporters. Nah, dude, I'm done fucking rating you guys out. I'm fucking done with it. Go find some other clowns to watch. Tell us why. Because you guys are gonna go watch anyway, so just watch it yourself. Why do you need me to fucking approve of it?